Hello, everyone. I'm here with S Tier chatting, where top NASL players and Appabug gather around to speak on the most important subjects in Omega Strikers and NASL lore. Points will be given and taken away based on how entertaining and insightful their answers are, and taken away from being boring or if I just feel like it. Also, at any point, I can just mute any of the guests at my will. Going on to the first question, Kazan has two forms, which equates to 6 abilities. How many abilities is too many abilities? First up, we have the chatter extraordinaire, Westy TO legend, and the Chikara chatting Captain Appabug. How many is too many?
Well, three because there's only two abilities that are needed: dash and punch. So I don't think you need any more than that. That's
Hey,
all the chatting I have to say there.
hey, I like that. I like for once, succinct and beautiful, and I like that Appabug. Next up, we have the alleged top two midfielder, rising Nasby player. It's a bun bun bonanza. Liari, how many is too many?
I don't think Kazan has enough abilities. He should at least have 12, maybe 18. I don't know, be
Yeah,
balanced.
no, I do not like this character. This character is not okay. There's way too many. Get out of here. All right. And our final guest, we have S tier midfielder, Skibidi Toilet Enjoyer, and currently going through his GOATS esports season, we have the Sundubu striker himself, Grimella. How many is too many?
That was a crazy introduction. Like that was just insane. I think one ability is too many. I just want to strike the ball, and I don't really want to do much else. So one ability is too many.
All right, thank you. I am your host, undefeated season 3, NASL, NASA, and WDL, All-Star Fudgy Waffles. I don't know why they let me in here. Here's our next question. This is the last week of this iteration of the NASL map pool. After today's matches, Tycho Temple and Inky Splash Zone will be subbed out for Demon Dias and Gates of Obscura. Will this map pool be better? Should anything change? The floor is open.
Oh, okay. So Gates of Obscure is the best map in the game because I can just sit AFK and wait for my goalie to do something, and both midfielders have to stay AFK watching the goalies do something. I think Liari has a good understanding of how we used to play that map, so I'm sure she's very happy with that. Yeah, I enjoy waiting for my goalie to hit through the portal over and over again until I eventually finally strike where the goalie.
Yeah, that's how that map tends to play.
I, I,
Gates, pretty fun.
I'm excited for Gates. I feel like we've been missing that cool dynamic gameplay that Inkies doesn't really provide. For real.
Yeah, I'm excited for Gates. It's kind of the only reason the Sundubu Strikers were even the slightest bit relevant last season. So pretty excited about that map coming back.
As opposed to
Also,
now, where they're not relevant at all.
well, we had like one good game.
If you
I'm
haven't won a game, you're not relevant.
Yeah, that's so true. If we haven't won a game, we're not relevant. Talk to me at the end of the day. Um, we had a nice. I'm excited for Demon Days to come back too. I mean, that's historically Bread's favorite map. And so we're gonna scrap it out and have a good time there too.
All right, great stuff. I think we can move on to our next question. There's many teams that have been making their own claim to the Splash Zone: Demons, Raw, Bozo Bunch, EKC, PLX. But who should rightfully be sitting at the top of this watery throne?
Bun
Core
Bun
Overflow.
Bonanza.
No, we fucking suck on that map. Core Overflow now. They actually have a pretty scary Inkies. We played that week 1. We got shit stomped. Can I curse?
No, you
Oh,
shouldn't. But it's okay. But don't. You
my
lose.
bad.
Hey, it's all good. But yeah,
Yeah,
Core Overflow is just like they're kind of good at a lot of maps
yeah, they
too.
did really well on Inky's last week against EKC.
Guys, I got an answer, but it might not be a relevant answer. PLX Splash Zone, not
Wow,
even in
holy,
Nassau.
holy moly! I mean, the
That-
points are just going up for Appabug right now. I don't.
PLX with cows and Drew.
the best iteration.
Yeah.
All
Oh,
right,
okay.
guys. I
Took all
mean,
my
this is
points.
yeah, no, no, this is not right. We need to move on to our final question. It's going to be a little biased toward one player. Sundubu Strikers. How can they turn it around? How can they turn around their absolutely terrible season where they all just keep losing and they should feel bad about how much they're losing all the time, even if they have okay performances against top teams. What can they do?
I think Sundubu has an all-star sub roster, and they need to sub in Appabug quick. He needs to go on the net.
On the net, which side? Like the
You're like the Sundubu net.
so the goalie.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, Sparkington is back.
exactly.
Okay. I'm gonna give my answer because I think Josh's answer is gonna be the most boring. But I think that if Sindubu Strikers is gonna make a comeback, I think a lot of it has to do with actually just keeping their mentality in check. I think a lot of last season was essentially you know they started off really strong, but it was like easier part of the schedule. But they were able to essentially come back in the harder games because like in these like longer series that was like finesse and stuff because they just were able to keep their mentality in check. On top of that, learning new strategies and adapting with like meta changes as well.
Um, I mean, last season we learned to spam era X in the games we were winning. So yeah, we were really adapting pretty strong there. Um, this season, how could the Sudo Strikers make a comeback? They can't. Season's over. It's doomed. It's doomed. We already lost 2, 7 more are on the way. I mean, that's all I gotta say. I could ask 3Z his opinion, or maybe I could ask, I don't know.
3Z is right next to you right now.
Yeah,
He's just sleeping on
he
that
is
bed.
he is sleeping on that bed. I
That
could ask
is
him.
yeah, but we can't.
Angle the
Oh, he
camera
said, "What
over.
up, noob?" 3Z, how could the Sudo Strikers make a comeback this season? He said, "Play better, win more."
All right. Okay, good answers all around. When did our point totals? Appabug, kind of a really great lead, and has won the bout. Now, before that, I mean, originally the original prize was going to be you get to sub me in 1 week and collect your free win, but Appabug can't sub me in because it's in he's a NASA player, and which unfortunate the higher tier league as we've been seeing from weeklies. But Appabug, give you like a high five in San Jose this week or something. So that's yeah, cool stuff there. Get doxxed. But moving on to the predictions, we have some pretty exciting matches today, and our first one will be Bozo Bunch versus the Sad Boys. So I'll go to you first, Appabug. Who do you think's taking this one?
Actually, I'm feeling like a bozo sweep. Let's go.
All right, I like that. Just any like thoughts, or just you just
Oh
know
yeah.
you just know.
I think that uh I think that Dropletto and Muncher are two of the best forward duo in the universe, and I think Forgot is one of my favorite players of all time. And I'm always rooting for them. But despite even rooting for them, I also think that if anyone's gonna beat Sad Boys besides Demons Raw, I actually think this team's the most likely team to do it.
All right, cool. Liari, who's taking it?
I think it'll be closer than it looks on paper, but I'm pretty sure it'll be Sad Boys taking it. I want to say Bozo Bunch might take a game, or at least get it to match point. I just think while Muncher and Dropletto are really good and so is Forgot, it's the experience of Sad Boys and their ability to play a wide range of characters. I think it just kind of gives them the advantage in the end.
Understandable. Makes sense to be rooting for Sad Boys. It is not kind of expected, even one might say. Gramella, who do you think is taking this one?
I think that Bozo Bunch have a decent matchup into Sad Boys just because the kind of meta that's developing right now that sort of counters Bozo Bunch isn't really one that's being adopted by Sad Boys yet. Um, so like last week we saw Last Call kind of figured out how to beat Bozo Bunch. I don't think that's something that Sad Boys is going to try and replicate. But nevertheless, I do think Sad Boys does end up winning at the end because they're going to play. Both teams are kind of going to play a slightly more traditional style, and I think Sad Boys are kind of the kings of that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Personally, I think it's going to be a bozo sweep, despite having a worse midfielder than they did week one. These Bozo guys are just a little bit crazy on the stakes. I think they have their starting roster this week, and I'm excited to see how they do. But moving on to the next match, it is Oshino Core Flip versus Era's Kitten Club, which is I think it's going to be a pretty bloody match. I think both these teams are known for their damage comps, so I'm interested to see how they do. What do you think, Liari?
So this is a really interesting matchup. Both of these teams, like they're in each other's group chats, they scrim a good amount. I think Oshino Core Flip's really underrated. I think this is going to be the series where they prove that, and they're going to win.
Wait, sorry, who? Who's winning? Who's winning that one?
Oshino Core Flip's going to win.
Oshino Core Flip. It's funny because I feel like both these teams are underrated in their own rights.
I think EKC is like they beat Cow last week, and I feel like people are starting to rate them appropriately, even if like the game is a little unfortunate. Um, I feel like Oshi is still really criminally underrated.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Gramella, what do you think?
I think if EKC bring out their secret anti-internet technology against Merchant today, they'll stand a pretty good chance at taking down Oshino Core Flip. So I'll go with EKC.
EKC, know a bit of doxing lore. Maybe that'll be able to help them, or DDoSing lore. Appabug, who's taking it?
Honestly, I was asked this question yesterday by Liari, along with a bunch of other questions on who would win, who I thought would win, and this one is actually, in my opinion, the most interesting match of the week in terms of like how close it will be. I think they both play like to very similar methodologies. I I think this is like one of those like 51 to 49% games where like it can easily be flipped by like an awakening draft or something, and like the entire series could potentially be turned on its head by that. But I think EKC slightly better at the concept, so I'm gonna have to favor EKC by a small margin.
I'm also going to be giving it to AKC, so it raises the agenda that I beat a really good team. Oshino Core Flip, though, got some great players on there, and I think they're super underrated and could definitely take this one. And I think might be the closest match of the day. But next match, we have Core Overflow versus Last Call, which has another opportunity to be one of the closest matches of the day. I would say most people might power rank both these teams as third and fourth right now. I think that a lot of them some people would do it even before the season started, but right now especially, I think it's pretty fair to put them around this spot based on their results in other tournaments and just in NASL so far. But Gramella, what do you think is going to win this one?
The last call sweep every day of the week. Those are my boys. I think I said that last week. I will say it again here. I am a last call enjoyer, and I hope to see them win today.
Yay. All right, last call for Gramella. Appabug, who's winning this one?
Well, I'm one thing about me is I'm consistent. So last call overseed, last call overseed, last call overseed. I don't think they have the anti-internet technology that we saw coming out last week. But I do think it's going to be a good series. I think if last call plays further kill comps, they actually have a good shot. But I'm going to have to favor Core Overflow here.
All right, fair pick. Liari to break this tie. Who's going to win? Last call or Core Overflow?
Like people have been saying, I think it's a fairly close series. I do think overall Core Overflow is a team that's really good at coming with a game plan. I think they're really good in this type of weekly environment, and I have to give them the edge because of that. They're just going to come in with a good read on last call and manage to win the series off of that.
All right. I'm going to be tying it up with the last call pick. I'm just a little biased, honestly. I like all these guys a lot, and I also beat them in scrims, so I want to keep raising my agenda that I'm an awesome player and I'm beating really good teams. Moving on to the next match, we have some familiar face here. We have Demons of Raw and Bun Bun Bonanza. So, Liari, why don't you tell us about how your team's going to win or lose this one?
Well, I think we'll win. Um, I think we had a really unfortunate week one against Cal, and I'm really excited to show against Demons are a team that we took a game off of in Dubu Cup that we've practiced more since then. We are feeling good, and yeah, I just think we can take them to IME's app, win, and probably win on another map too. We'll see.
All right. I'm excited to see that. Appabug, Bun Bun, or Raw?
So actually, I have some chatting to do here. Out of the three new teams or like I guess like three. I guess I don't know what to call them. I guess the new generation, the Bun Bun, Last Call, Bozo like trio, right? Where they kind of like have the rock paper scissors thing. I think out of the three teams, I think the team that has, in my opinion, the worst matchup against Demons Raw is probably Bun Bun. I think they uh kind of have a situation where the way they play is a little bit outclassed, but I do think the one thing they have an advantage against Demons Raw is mentality. So I'm gonna have to put Demons Raw ahead, but I don't think it's gonna be as bad as a lot of people might like approach this matchup to look at it.
All right, Grimella, what are you thinking?
Well, I think Bun Bun Bonanza have the better goalie, brawler, and midfielder, so I think it's gonna be an easy Bun Bun sweep today. I'm not even sure if Demons Raw are gonna put a point on the board. Um, so yeah, I mean, really, that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I mean, we saw Gumi play goalie yesterday. This guy is just washed on the roll. Lily Bun sweeps. We have Liar in the midfield. I mean, Kaya Noob also lost the weekly. This just honestly put up a terrible performance. Didn't even get 500 redirects in that game. So it's a bun sweep minus one weird outlier person who hasn't
Guys,
won a
why am I
Massel
getting
match
out
this
chatted?
season. So.
Why am I getting out chatted on this?
It is crazy. The number one chatter is falling. It's kind of wavering almost, one might say. But we have one more match to look at. It is Quest Esports versus Sundubu Strikers. Grimella, I'll give it to you this time since your team is in the mix.
All right, well, I'm gonna be claiming my 5,000 XP for the battle pass today after I complete my quest.
All right, so you're voting for Quest. Got it. Apple Bug. Who's gonna win this one?
Um, I think that I'm gonna have to favor Sindubu Strikers as a faithful member. This is how I pay the dues to stay on the team and have that little Dubu next to my name in the Discord server. But I genuinely think that uh this is kind of like Sindubu's game to like win and turn their season around. Like this is like it's kind of like perfectly set up, right? They had two tougher games, and now they have a game that's like very
Yeah, very
winnable and
easy. Very easy.
no, I mean,
Is what you're trying to
I
say.
think they're playing against another team that's struggling.
It's messed up.
And if they're gonna turn around their season, it has to be right now. If they don't win this game, I think this could be a 0-9 season for Sundubu Strikers, like genuinely. So, I think that I'm gonna have to say Sundubu Strikers.
All right, way to bring it back with that one, Apple Bug. Liari, who's taking it?
All right, I think Quest is another criminally underrated team. I love Sundubu. I think Switch has finally come back. He was here for last week's games, but now he's had a lot more time to practice. I've seen him grinding in houses. I think Quest ends up winning this. I think, like I said, they're criminally underrated. They're actually like a really solid team. They try hard a lot in scrims. They scrim a lot. They practice. And yeah, I think this is like where we look at Quest as the beginning of their run in the season.
Yeah, this really could be the beginning of a run for either of these teams. It's pretty interesting where they're both at. I think I agree. Quest is super like criminally underrated. Switch is just an absolute beast. Toasty Local's a beast. Hamster Quest might be on packet loss today, but I still have to give it to the boys at home. Sundubu Strikers. I may be a sub for this roster as well, and kind of a coach, so I'm might be a bit of a biased desk here, but I assume Dubu should be taking this. I do think it's just
Oh,
generally the better team.
I also have to say though, this is a really fun matchup because any knowers from like over a year ago of the Faithful Striker Saturday tournament, in which case both teams ended up kidnapping each other. Yeah, thank you for the thing. And this is like actually the repeat. So this is the grand final reset. It's kind of a thing that we've uh, been going around for like every time they've played each other. So they played each other at CCC LAN. Quest took it, and I believe at the Africa tournament they took it. But Sundubu Strikers have also taken one themselves. So a win here would bring this to match point for Sundubu Strikers in our little grand final reset here. Thank you so much, producers, for putting that on.
Yeah, that is the OG lore. This is why this is our final match and matchup of the day. Sundubu Strikers versus Quest Esports. There is some good old stuff there. But what's really, I mean, today it's going to be a lot of exciting matches. Like looking at the schedule, like everyone, almost like a lot of teams are playing against teams with similar records. Like Last Call versus Core Overflow is super interesting on the record wise because most people expected Cow to be 2-0 right now, but now they're 1-1. They kind of got to prove their way back. Right now, Quest and Sundubu. Some people kind of hoping Sundubu might end up a bit higher, but currently it's at the bottom. So with one team of Quest or Sundubu are not going to be 100% defeated as this NSL run. But that's going to be it from us in the pre-show. Thank you to my wonderful guests for joining me. And we're going to go straight to K-Bot on cast. Take it away, K-Bot.
Am I actually on? I suppose we're actually on, probably.
Okay, wait. Okay, prank. Okay, but K-Bot will be on cast shortly, ladies and gentlemen, but we are here to celebrate another aspect of K-Bot, the day that he was born.
Oh yeah.
I'm here showing up with some of our North American Strikers League staff, and I think, as is tradition, we will be singing a little bit of a happy birthday song. So, without any farther ado, in 3, 2, 1.
Happy
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear K-Bot. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you all. It sounded like a funeral march. I don't know how
I'm gonna be honest,
I feel on
that
my
sounded-
24th birthday.
That sounded horrible.
Let's go.
Yeah,
it
was, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Why
Discord
did
held
everyone
up,
slow
though.
down?
All right,
Why did
well,
we just start singing slow?
Thank you, everyone. I may have griefed at my starting slow, but it's all good. Enjoy the cast. Enjoy the North American Strikers League. Happy birthday, K-Bot.
Yeah,
We can all
K-Bot.
exit.
Yeah, see you later,
Thank you,
PTJ.
Brickbat. Thank you, everyone, for joining that. I'm excited, Mystic, just to get to watch, hopefully, a couple of good games of Omega Strikers on my birthday.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Should be good here. And I think, for a team like the Bozo Bunch, right? They get to go up against the Sad Boys. This is probably an opportunity they've been looking forward to. Of course, they've taken their stabs, but now it's a league setting for them, and they get to sit down and actually, test their mettle and test their strength right here, right now.
This is another match that I'm excited for, exactly for the reasons you were saying. We have a new team in the league, been pretty highly rated, right? Their preseason, their off-season, whatever you want to call it, has been looking really well. They've gotten so many good outcomes in these weekly and other tournaments, and now here's a chance to test their teamwork, to test their skill against the previous NASL champion, right? So
yeah,
let's see where they can end up. This is a team that I'm curious about, alongside like the EKC Last Call group, just like that bunch in the middle or towards a little bit higher up. We're just not sure where they place yet.
Yeah, and this will be kind of one of the main, judges of where exactly they should end up rating overall. I know the Bozo Bunch is hungry this week, I imagine. Much not what you've seen on the Drop-a-thon, which has been probably mostly League of Legends. I can guarantee you this team has actually been scrimming. There have been a couple of scrims they've actually ended up streaming, and so getting to watch some of that. I saw Forgot playing something like a Luna. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't think you trust that versus the Sad Boys in your regular season match, but hey, maybe I'll be proven wrong. Map 1 will be on Night Market here as we get right into Striker Select.
I love to see the triple check mark coming out from the Sad Boys roster here. Night Market is a pretty standard map for something along the lines of Mako Era X, or even now coming up. But it looks like Sad Boys does not want to deal with X right now. Dropletto is a really, really powerful X, but at the same time, because he's so good on X, it ends up becoming a target ban for him. And while he is good on other forwards, it definitely hasn't shown to the skill level of his X yet. Let's see how they end up adapting in the champ select and what strategy they end up going for.
I mean, Mystic, you say that, but he's cooked a little bit on the Juliet. I know he's been practicing it a decent amount.
If you watch his stream, K-Bot, on the top right, there is a Juliet win rate counter. And let me tell you, it's a lot of games and not a lot of win rate.
Well, solo queue win rate versus competitive tournament win rate are two different things, especially when you've got Build Different as one of your starter awakenings. The other one picked up as Glass Cannon. But I here also going over to the Octavia, opting into this. Of course, we know I to be this, Octavia era player for the most part, really looking to, have so much control over the midfield. So despite not seeing a good Octavia start, no surprise to see that striker selected either.
Yeah, and honestly, one thing I want to point out here is Vaughn is on the Drakkar, a character that has previously in NASL Season 2 and earlier, good barrier take from them, a character that has, for the most part, seen almost no play, and now in Season 3, getting a bit of resurgence ever since that first week.
Always good to see Vaughn on the classic Drakkar, the thing that he was most known for way back in beta. So it's good to see that here. Energy bursts exchanged early as we start to tick into overtime in this first rally. A couple of opportunities have been there for the Boza Bunch, but the double goalie of the Sad Boys has been very difficult to get the core pass. Dropletto, though, walks forward, finds the fiery flurry, locks You Already Lose down, and will punch him back into his own net. Power play opportunity. Here's a particle accelerator of the Tofu Fortress, and I will get credited with the slight redirect to get this one in. First goal goes to the Bozo Bunch.
Particle accelerator is setting it just fast enough, and it looks like the shotgun pellets just perfectly weaved around the core, or maybe Dropletto tanked some of them. But good redirect from him to send it in and get point number 1 in this game between Bozo Bunch and Sad Boys. But now we have a little bit of a comeback opportunity with the energy advantage on the side of Sad Boys here. It looks like they're trying to hold it on to break a few barriers first before they commit to using it and have it for a scoring opportunity. But Bozo Bunch already have one barrier down, and Dropletto is close to his own energy burst here. But the McDouble coming out from Bells, and now we have this opportunity if Vaughn can get the ball to him. Bells is setting up. Soup's coming down a little bit of pumpkins this time around with the skin. And let's see if Sad Boys can score on Forgot. Energy Burst finally being traded out. Dropletto just taking a little bit of damage, but not much happening for it. And a good hold so far from Bozo Bunch. It looks like they're doing a great job just keeping up with all the pressure.
Get it forward to Dropletto, who's able to take barrier. Couldn't quite convert. Now the feed drop comes through. Bells looks for the punch. Forgot. Use the energy burst, sending it into the split barrier, though, and it bounces right back up to Vaughn, who's able to finally capitalize on it. Couldn't quite find the clear angle there, but nonetheless, solid hold for a long amount of time. And look, if you're going to want to stand any chance, you're going to need to make those kinds of holes, although as I say that, Forgot walks a little bit too far forward in the kickoff and instantly gets punished with both barriers going down. See how long he can end up holding this. It won't be long at all. Bell's fine for the bottom corner shot.
Keva, I looked away for 2 seconds to see my other monitor to check up on chat, and I turned around and both barriers were taken, and Bells just tapped in the ball to score that point.
That's the Sad Boys way, isn't it, Mystic?
It definitely is. Followed up with a rare Bells KO once again. Let's see if we get a repeat of the last night market game against Sundubu Strikers with, I believe, 18 KOs coming out from Bells and still ending up in a loss on that match. But here, Bells definitely wants a little bit of revenge on the night market, and it looks like the night market is going in the favor of Sad Boys because Bells gets a KO on his counterpart Dropletto here, showing him how a Julie main does it on this map. Looking super comfortable at home with Vaughn manning, like you said, his known Drakkar from beta. It feels like the core is always making its way over to Bells. But not to say that Bozo Bunch aren't doing a good job. When they do get the ball to Dropletto, he is converting as well. It's just a matter of who can get the ball to their forward more, it seems like, currently with this game state.
I mean, you say that right, but I don't think that's any surprise at all. Although now we see a potential opportunity here for the Bozo Bunch. It gets defended away by the double goalies of the Sad Boys. I'll keep saying that because Vaughn is known to keep going back for that. Now Molten Bolt gets up with Bells. There's the top corner shot. And the Sad Boys will find it. You give this team an inch, they will take a mile. But the thing I'm most looking at here is what is I going to pick up on this carousel? Glass Cannon, not exactly a thing you want to see on the start for an Octavia in here. Not a lot for this Octavia either. You pick up probably Stagger Swagger here or something to get a little bit extra speed. But other than that, you don't have many tools at your disposal if you're on.
Yep. I really like this pickup from You Already Lose here, because the Stagger Swagger is one of the things that can really help Octavia just stay alive and be more in the game. On top of just the base 12% speed. It is a lot of speed. It's more speed than peak performance gives you up to like until level 10 of the game, which people really underrate. But getting a Spark here is not the end of the world, because now if you have Agility on the line, you're already back up to that 12 or 13% speed from just one Spark of Agility, thanks to the Spark of Focus picked up.
You think agility, you think resilience wouldn't hurt either, certainly. And
yeah,
getting that Spark of Focus will mean that flow state will be up slightly more often. And now we're starting to see that play a role. Gets it up to drop Leto there for a moment. Vaughn tries to send it down, but it goes right back up to Ive, finds it. Now there's the KO coming in from You Already Lose on the Cyber Swipe. Sad Boy's power play opportunity would drop Leto low. Trades on the KOs. As Bells will take opposing Juliet off once more. Looking for the dribble play here. Solo, individual. Oh no!
Oh no.
Right behind You Already Lose. Forgot. Finds that angle, I suppose, and it finds the net.
Little bit of miscommunication there. Bells didn't see the opportunity there to score, so he wanted to pass it back to Caleb there to see if they can get a better play happening. But it looks like Caleb was committing to Bells, trying to push that core forward and went in for the Cyber Swipe stun. And it lined up perfectly for Bozo Bunch there, giving them the opportunity to score off Forgot. But one thing after this first draft I'm noticing is the damage output coming through between Vaughn, Bells, and You Already Lose. Drop Leto's already have, and in the previous round, both Drop Leto and I were taken out really quickly. Drop Leto not able to find an opportunity to get a KO using his dash punch, and now off the map, giving a power play opportunity with the Pummelers active on Bells. And another thing to point out is Bells probably came out the best in terms of this previous Awakening draft with that 1-2 punch. One of the best, if not the best, Awakenings you can get on Juliet. And Bells, once again, he is the king of just striking the ball in. I have not seen any other forward do this to the efficiency that he can of just scoring without any abilities. He just finds the perfect angle and sneaks in the core every single time. And it's always so impressive.
That one. Just being patient. So much of what Bells does. Again, thinking about when the next time you're going to be able to strike the core is. Now finds yet another KO. There's the double barriers. 2 energy bursts committed. Forgot's going to find the hold for now. But even still, it's a precarious situation. Wins Strike War versus Bells this time. Keeps it over to You Already Lose. And now drop Leto back online. Going to be able to strike it away. Glitch Pop just sends it down to the bottom corner, saving the barrier from You Already Lose. The core will drift back up to I here. Back over to Bells. Goes right behind once more and right in front of Bells to strike it in. Well done to find that one once more. You mentioned, the damage output here as well. One thing that is one of the things that this Drakkar is going to be able to do, right, and help out with the team overall, especially with Vaughn picking up the extra special, that Molten Bolt continuously pumping out the damage. Once that thing lands, it'll only be a matter of a single dash punch combination before that member's taken away.
And not only does it add the damage to help finish off someone with the stagger, the Molten Bolt just slows down someone quite a bit, right? Which means Bells can have more time and more accuracy in lining up these Juliet dash punches to finish someone off. And again, we have both forwards essentially broken down to 0 stagger here. Drop Leto just sitting in the middle, not really participating in the match at the moment while waiting for the speed gate to come up, bouncing around, playing a little bit of League of Legends, as we call it. The forwards of Sad Boys are going on a hunt to finish this poor man off. And it's looking really dominant for Sad Boys this set.
I mean, Drop Leto really can't do anything. Cyber Swipe comes through. There's the energy burst, knocks him away to the corner. Glitch Pop, pinball him around even more. But even still, it opens up the window of opportunity for I to come in on the flow state and grab that one. It is a 0.5 here in the second set. Bozo Bunch looking to get one on the board.
Yeah, and for as dominating as I was making it out to be, it is 0.5, like you just mentioned. So Bozo Bunch have an opportunity here to win this set, and I'm not sure who the EXP advantage is at right now, but because I was the one who scored that last point, I know he'll be decently high up, giving him an opportunity to pick up something really, really powerful this Awakening set, whether it's a Spark, Stagger, or one of your typical Octavia best in slot, such as Chrono Boost or Castle S. Vaughn also has that opportunity to deny if it comes down to it. But let's see how this point ends up going. So far, so good. Bozo Bunch's barriers are holding for now. One barrier trade, almost another one. Both barriers gone for Sad Boys. Dropletto has the energy burst if it makes it over to him, so it's a precarious situation here.
There it is. It's there. Takes the near corner, gets it down to Already Lose, and then the punch will secure it. I think Dropletto's starting to learn Already Lose's tricks a little bit in terms of that clear to the post and bouncing out, looking to stall out for a moment. It is I that gets the first pick, and that is not exactly what you wanted to see if you're the Octavia. You probably would have preferred only one of Chrono Booster Castellast to come online, but hey, at least you get one of them.
You get one of them, but like you said, this is several of Octavia's best awakenings here, just because we also have Castellast, Egoist, and Spark of Agility here, right? That would have been double Spark and then a forced deny on a Spark of Resilience later on, because you cannot let a triple Spark with Spark of Resilience make it over to Octavia. Honestly, if you're Octavia, it almost would have been better if you were lower on the draft to let, like, Dropletto get Demolition, right? And then have people deny your Octavia trainings and you still end up with something good no matter what.
And Mystic, I pointed this out a moment ago. Vaughn actually forgoes the prime time to pick up the Castellast for that Molten Bolt, meaning that thing's going to do a little bit of extra damage, going to lock people down for even longer, and Dropletto probably isn't going to... Either Dropletto or I aren't going to be allowed to play the game, basically for the entire time if the Sad Boys can have their way with it.
Yeah, we are going for speed control Lizard this game on Vaughn, right? Not going for that prime time, which is such a powerful ability on Drakkar, stacking up to 3 of those lock and load shots. Instead, opting in for the Castellast to extend the duration and damage, like you said, on the Molten Bolt. And we've already seen the effectiveness so far, right? And with that extra special, having it up so frequently, although specialized training is not on the board anymore, this is more than enough to help control the speed of the game.
Ooh. Tofu Fortress. Gets on the wrong side of the core for Forgot. Already Lose, dives in. All 3 members of the Sad Boys are forward! And then they'll be able to find the ace. Once again, you give this team an inch, they'll take a mile. And they prove it once again there.
Such a dominating performance from Bells, getting another great awakening for himself, right? We have this Demolitionist, which gives, although nerfed, I think 2 times over, now gives 3 seconds of cooldown back, which is great because if you're Juliet, you dash punch. If you break 1 barrier, you have your punch back. If you break 2 barriers, you have your dash back. And now that also means you get to damage way more frequently, because typically when you're dash punching onto a barrier, you're also hitting the goalie. And now we're seeing the damage come through, and I running for their life right now, using the float state just to escape and get some HP back. It's not looking good for Bozo Bunch in terms of the stagger pool, but they're still holding on and breaking barriers even faster than Sad Boys in this round, at least.
And able to keep the core forward was I channeling that beat drop, sending it forward to Dropletto. One thing I noticed there actually on the last one was Already Lose died to get on the cyber swipe, had the patience to pass down to Bells despite going through the firewall sentry, looking for a better opportunity. The discipline that takes to not just try to shove it towards the barrier yourself and instead look for your teammate is exactly the kind of discipline that the Sad Boys are known for. And now they'll find yet another KO, preventing I from playing the game at all. Double barrier is taken on this power play. Bells up to Vaughn, looks for the dash punch, but they'll maintain possession of the core the whole way through. Vaughn continues looking for the angle, now gets it around Dropletto too, gets off of the Tofu Fortress, keeps it forward here, but finally the energy burst by just an ounce of space. Bells almost to energy burst though, but it doesn't matter. Dropletto will find the KO. Vaughn uses his. Forgot's going to be able to find that clear power play opportunity for the Bozo Punch. At least it alleviates the pressure for just a moment as you already lose. Cyber swipes in order to find a KO versus I. Vaughn now in the 1v1. Take the back pass you already lose just to keep possession for the Sad Boys here as they look to set up the play and continue attempting to collapse on this goal. Forgot tries to come in forward. Vaughn in the corner, but I is there in time to cover for Forgot up there as well. Fantastic hold so far from Bozo Bunch, not letting the Sad Boys take the shots they want to. Now Dropletto looking for the dribble here. Doesn't have a lot of support and was overwhelmed by the amount of members of the Sad Boys that were around his Juliet. And now Bells threads the needle between I and Forgot into that top corner. It's set point and set 3 for the Sad Boys.
I feel like at this point, Bells has gotten more points scored from just a simple Juliet strike than he has using the famed dash punch to put the core in. And like I said, always impressive to see, but what was more impressive was honestly from both sides. Bozo Bunch being able to hold down for so long while down a member almost entirely I should say the entire duration of that point. It felt like a 2v3, and they were able to hold for such a long period of time. And meanwhile, the impressive teamwork coming out from Sad Boys, constantly passing backwards that you just don't see frequently enough, right? It is something that in solo queue, it's hard to do, to trust your goalie. But oh my goodness. The barrier break into the flip, stalling long enough to get Vaughn to come up closer there and lock and load it in. There were so many abilities there stuffed on top that no matter how many Dubu logs you got, it will not escape that one. Bringing us into what could be the final draft of this game 1.
Final draft, I's last pick. Don't know if there's a chance that I get Super Surge, but there's also a chance it gets denied here, I suppose.
I think Spark of Resilience is what you want here if you're I right now. You mentioned it early in the draft 1, getting the extra 700 stagger, but looks like Vaughn was onto it as well. Not getting the worst thing here, Super Surge being a pretty good awakening here for I as well, but living seems to be the issue right now, being denied both Stagger Swagger and Spark of Resilience. And Bells with, if you now notice, 3 size awakenings with the now improved built different, back at 30%, Big Fish at 30%, but only Demolitionist at 25. That is a big Juliet running towards the goalie of Bozo Bunch.
You thought Bells was already winning Strike Wars. How about triple size picked up? Won't have 4 because Among Us was already taken away. But we say all this, and I really like what the Bozo Bunch were able to pick up in the last Awakenings carousel as well. Team Player for Forgot, Super Surge for I, and Knife's Edge for Dropletto. Compared to the prize fighter from earlier, in theory, Dropletto should be able to find a couple more KOs and maybe get the snowball rolling here for the Bozo Bunch. But even still, it's going to be difficult with I continuing to get locked down. Doesn't matter, even in the face of the 1v2. Dropletto is able to find the punch into the net.
Great work from Bozo Bunch. Every time I feel like I am commenting or saying something positive about Sad Boys, about how dominant they're looking, how many KOs they're getting. Once again, Bell's picking up another KO. I look at the score and I realize Bozo Bunch seem to be converting so efficiently that the few times that the core makes it over to Dropletto, he's doing something with it every single time. A barrier is breaking, a goal is being scored, and they're down 2v3 the entire round. They are constantly down a man, yet they're finding these opportunities to hold and to score onto You Already Lose here. But Bells, great double barrier break, and once again has all those cooldowns right back up if the core comes right back to him thanks to the Demolitionist, and with a huge amount of size. But as I say that, the 2 forwards of Bozo Bunch breaking the final barrier of Sad Boys here and now have an opportunity to score, forcing the flip out of Vaughn, but now I having to be taken out because he was locked down by his own goalie's Tofu Fortress. Very funny moment. But let's see, Forgot and Dropletto have held this before. Can they hold it down again?
Got a little bit of help from Yuri Loses Glitch Pop there, I think, too.
Yep.
Came right over to Forgot. Now, though, I back online. Molten Bolt already used from Vaughn. Dropletto low on Stagger. Flow State in for I right now. Looking for the shot, or at least a pass up to Dropletto, but it's going to expire. Here's the Fiery Flurry right in the corner where Dropletto wants it. It is set point for the Bozo Bunch. They might send us to a set 5 here on their map pick in game 1.
Like I said, if you just hide the scoreboard and look purely at the gameplay, you would think Sad Boys was dominating this game. But the amount of KOs and damage and barriers being broken. But then you look at the score and you realize, what is going on here? But the damage coming through, thanks to the build different plus 1-2 punch. Bell's able to deal almost a full stagger of both I and Forgot being able to heal up thanks to the orb back in his own gold section area post thing that I can't remember the name of, but Bell's helping to send I over to Vaughn for a little bit of alley-oop action to take him out. I don't even know what the KO streak was there. Bell's trying to get an opportunity here to use his energy burst and score and just bring back the set a little bit, but no, doesn't need to do any of that because the turret from Amy, your best friend, sometimes when you can't win the strike wars, the little pellets on the turrets do it for you.
That's exactly what you want to do as the IME goalie, right? And You Already Lose has piloted this striker for a long, long time. To your point, though, about this conversion factor for the Bozo Bunch. They don't get many opportunities. When they do, it feels like they're able to convert. The only thing is, it also doesn't look as flashy because it's just a Juliet, right? Like, it's not a Zentaro, it's not a Kazan, it's not something that presses all the buttons and looks super cool, right? It's just a simple punch. It's a simple, well-timed or well-placed ability that's able to secure these goals, and Dropletto has been doing a fantastic job of it. Now is able to evade getting KO'd for now. I controls the midfield here with flow state. There's one barrier gone. Here to lose will flip it. Looking for Bells. I will collect. Now Vaughn uses his energy burst. Finds a beautiful angle, but it actually hits both barriers. Tofu Fortress comes out. Maybe this will be hit forward for Dropletto, who's trying to find a way towards the goal. Starting to get there. Dash Punch comes up just shy. Rollout lock. Not going to hit it. He's got an energy burst here too. Dropletto's getting knocked around quite a bit. Not in position, and now it gets stuffed from the lock and load from Vaughn. Overtime. Bozo Bunch looking to send us to a set 5, but once again, Bales is in the right place at the right time to send the strike down to the bottom corner. It's game point as well for the Sad Boys.
Game point, but Dropletto was doing a good job of staying alive there, playing a lot of League of Legends, running around the middle, taking a lot of aggro off from his goalie and midfielder. Starting off this round really strong, might be able to get the double, but no, the bounce doesn't go the way he wanted. Still got to be content with one barrier being taken down here while Vaughn tries to put a little shotgun pellets into I, coming in with the ultimate there, but being taken out with a combination of the Amy turret plus the energy burst. Bell's kind of just standing around waiting for something for the wall to drop, and now we are moving up as a team. I guess formation here. Vaughn sitting in the middle trying to get that pass through from You Already Lose, and seeing if they can use this little bit of triangle action to break through enough to get both barriers and a KO, and a double KO for Vaughn coming through. And now it's just a matter of time before this teamwork sends it all in, finishing up this game number 1.
Surgical precision for the Sad Boys and not being afraid to push the advantage when they have them. You Already Lose was standing at the midfield line. You can do that on Night Market and just be totally confident because you know that Vaughn's covering the top side anyway, and worst case scenario, you've got at least one barrier online and you'll be able to readjust in order to get back in time. Also, thing I most want to call out here, again, I think it's worth emphasizing, those KOs do not happen on that squad without Vaughn's Molten Bolt. Not only for the amount of damage that it was doing, but just the fact that it's able to lock down someone like I who wants to run around in the flow state. Guess what, Octavia? You're not going to get to do that when you're slowed down, making you a very easy and susceptible target for more dash punches or literally any ability to get thrown your way. I think it was a counter-picking choice from Vaughn and from the Sad Boys to play it into this composition because they knew exactly what they were going up against here in week 3 from the Bozo Bunch.
I definitely agree with you there, K-Bot. And another thing to point out is typically when you have these damage compositions, you would expect them to pick once they won a round or to win a set during the next Awakening draft. You would expect them to pick more damage, but no, it was actually You Already Lose round 1. Rather than going for the extra special or the Time of Creator, 2 of Imi's best Awakenings, opting in to take the Stagger Swagger away from I. And then in that second to last draft as well, we had the Spark of Resilience, or was it the Final Awakening? We had the Spark of Resilience Deny. Once again, choosing to opt for the opportunity to not allow I to get any more Stagger, rather than going for more damage themselves, because they know they're able to kill I and Dropletto with the current amount of stagger that they have. There's no reason to give them any more stagger. They don't need extra damage. They have all the damage they need, and we can see it by the KOs, right? A collective, 22 KOs coming out for Sad Boys as we now load into this game number 2 on Taiko Temple, which is another famed map for a lot of corner stuffing and potentially more KOs.
We'll see what exactly they elect to pull out here. This was the Sad Boys map pick. We go on to Taiko Temple, but and we'll see whether or not there's any adjustments made from this side of the Bozo Bunch, because this is a stage, Mystic, where it feels like every single other team is playing some kind of creation striker based composition, including things like the Atlas midfield, which Vaughn pulled out last week and is going to lock in again here today. looks like the Bozo Bunch are going for the exact same thing they always are known for, and this is going to be the real test here because they are not going to find a way to get around all these creations.
Man, I love to see what is happening here. This is Vaughn piloting the Atlas midfield, which he did it last week when Bells was piloting the Dubu forward previously as well, right? This is a composition we saw being taken on to Sundubu strikers with success. So why not bring it out again if it worked out? You have these large creation forwards who have just a bigger size to begin with, making it easier to do strike wars and easy to stuff it in that corner, with the addition of now in the goalie box to apply some additional pressure with mines and speed. We already see both barriers being dropped and getting a little bit of an idea of how this comp is going to work on this map.
Yeah, I mean, this Octavia, right, wants the open space, wants to be able to run around and breathe a little bit. But it feels like you're just going to constantly get stuffed out because there's an Expanse here, Rollout Log there, Tofu Fortress, Sentry Drones, all of these things to give all of these strikers such a large area of effect over the map. You see Bells using the Rollout Log there, and it's going to bounce around all over the place for Bells to once again find the strike in on this first rally, picking up the point. But what are you going to do? You don't have the space to run around like you're used to doing here, and that core is going to continue to go flying, especially because we're seeing consistent use from the Sad Boys here of that center bass drum, sending the core absolutely flying.
One other thing I want to point out here is that it's going to be really difficult for Dropletto to get any KOs here on Juliet, who is either known for these I guess knockback KOs when Vaughn is there watching with a hawk's eye to put down the Celestial Expanse, right? To make sure that no one ends up falling on the side of Sad Boys. And instead, getting a KO for himself and now getting this offensive opportunity here. But the point I'm trying to make here is Dropletto is going to look a little lost until he gets some awakenings and skills up. And in the meantime, Sad Boys are going to run wild while they have this advantage in the forward duo from a very... The word is slipping my mind. What is it? When you have something not normal. Help me out, K-Bot.
Unconventional.
Unconventional, unusual forward duo we have here.
And again, it's continuing to do the trick. This map, in general, just feels unconventional. It feels like, again, how many times have you seen Vaughn strike it back into the center base drum? It goes much faster than Forgot's expecting, and then Forgot can't react in time. Barrier gone, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
Those small little mix-ups are exactly the kinds of things that at this level, players like Vaughn are going to be able to have down and consistently perform, and you have to be ready for them if you want to compete against the very best. An opportunity potentially here for the Bozo Bunch. Get a KO as well. Forgot forward, but you already lose, so use the energy burst. Deciding to drop Little away for a moment. Here's the beat drop, and finally the pass comes through off of the drum to drop Leto. First point on the board for the Bozo Bunch.
A good pass off the drum, actually, because when you're in the Octavia ultimate, it's very hard to control where the core is going to go. You already lose, expected it to stay in that top corner and try to get stuffed in, so he put the mine below him. It ended up getting passed down to Dropletto, who had a free shot on net here. And going back to that previous point you were mentioning about bouncing it off the middle, which Vaughn did multiple times with success already. As we see Dropletto get bounced all over the place to a perfect position to receive that pass and get both barriers down. Almost being able to be sent into the middle himself and getting launched off, but no, has enough time to walk back and pick up his goalie's health orb and at least heal up quite a bit. And now we have an opportunity for Bozo Bunch to bring this back to a 2-2 situation. At least some breathing room while they have both barriers up. But Bell's coming through with his own Tofu Fortress, able to get one, but not both barriers. And now we have a little bit of cooldown-less Sad Boys as Bozo Bunch try to finish this point off.
Bells, though, looking forward. Dimension doesn't have those creation cooldowns. Probably going to come back online in just a moment. But all the meanwhile, the flow state's active. Dropletto up to I. It's going to run out, though. And the pass comes through. Vaughn to Bells. Forgot still able to hold it down with a Summer Assault. I looking forward one more time. Doesn't happen. Rollout lock used by Bells. Vaughn looking for the pass once more. Denied by Dropletto. Off the center bass drum again. Here's the beat drop, and Dropletto's going to collapse on the core. Well done. Perfect position and perfect pace. It's a 5th rally in set 1.
That one was a pretty funny point just because of the way Dropletto was able to receive that pass while being bounced around early on and breaking both of the barriers. Not going to call it a fluke, you know? Everything happens for a reason, but we have Bozo Bunch here in an opportunity to take the set 1, and once again repeating kind of the theme of that first game of it looks like Sad Boys is dominating even right now, but always when I take a look, somehow Bozo Bunch are able to just convert these opportunities so efficiently when they have I don't even know how they manage to do it. They have so little time with the ball, but every time they get to touch it, it magically turns into something that they want. And let's see if Dropletto is able to do it now, but no, getting stuff from Vaughn, has to pass it back to I, who also uses the flip, but now with the flip gone, no elusive there. Bell's coming in with the Summer Assault, eliminating Octavia off the map, but Dropletto, I believe, getting his first KO here on Juliet, which is actually a really big deal for the EXP difference as well. We have now a 2v3 coming in for Sad Boys. Vaughn being able to be brought back. Dropletto looking low, coming back over to I, who's just striking it in. Primary not able to put it in. Ultimate coming out again. Cooldowns coming down, nothing happening, but you already lose using that now primary to send Dropletto into the middle, bounce him back off and get the KO. And now we have this 2v3 position with the triangle coming through into a scoring opportunity for Sad Boys.
Ooh. Bells almost reads it with the Summer Assault, but Forgot's able to find the bounce. Demon angle, Forgot's ready for it. Now Dropletto forward. Seems as though it's going to go towards this bottom side. Still trying to maintain some level of pressure. The board's moving so fast right now when Bell's just going to slip it right past Forgot, predicting where Bell's is going to take the shot incorrectly. And it will be the set for the Sad Boys. What are the Sad Boys looking for here, Mystic? I think it's mostly cooldowns, because to your point, the Bozo Bunch are able to convert. Feels like when there aren't many cooldowns for the Sad Boys available, because these creation characters sometimes have those longer cooldowns, and that's exactly why Demolitionist gets picked up first.
We have Demo getting picked up for the Dubu, which gives not only the size, but those precious cooldown, like you just mentioned there. But the biggest thing, honestly, being taken over here is the Monumentalist over to Now. This is one of the craziest awakenings you can get on Now because of the pure size that it offers on the mine specifically, on that secondary. It ends up being such a large radius that you can win pretty much every kickoff. You can see right here, you already lose dropping that mine, and else all he has to do is walk forward and proc it. Doesn't have to use any abilities, and already the possession goes over to Sad Boys. And you're going to see that theme quite a bit. Every time a mine pops, it's very frustrating for the enemy team. I've been on both sides of it. It's very fun to use, but not fun to be against when you're playing this now.
Yeah. We'll see whether or not they'll be able to dodge and weave around. Again, constant hitboxes, constant creations getting thrown at. Now that expanse used aggressively by Vaughn. Keeping this core in the corner and securing one barrier for now. You already lose. Energy Burst up the Bells. We'll find that barrier. Now open goal gates. Forgot trying to come forward here. Trying to keep the pressure alive for the Bozo Bunch, but it's going to fizzle out rather quickly. Summer Assaults both meet each other. Now Vaughn almost saves it with the projection there. Now he uses the expanse. It doesn't connect with the core. He already loses there to protect the barrier. Bells down. Bottom corner. Vaughn looking for the pass, but it gets interrupted by I. Just once again in the flow state. Try and get this core up to Dropletto. Able to find a stun. Picks up the barrier, but Dropletto could be next to get sent off the map. As I say that, though, it appears as though Dropletto will be able to heal back up the half stagger. Now looking forward. Beautiful use of the secondary there from Jordy Luz. Again, powered up from Monumentalist. Knows that range. Able to find the angle, getting it away from that corner. Bells now. Tofu Fortress. Gets this core down. It goes off of the drum. And he'll take that one for the Sad Boy.
Hey, sometimes Particle Accelerator doesn't need that much time to ramp up. You just hit into it at a funny angle, and it'll go through. And in overtime, who knows what can happen with the speed of the core coming in. But we off to a good start here for Bozo Bunch. Managed to find the core into the corner here. Okay. I was going to be shocked if that barrier did not fall. I really like Forgot walking up there and using his own Tofu Fortress to help lock it in here. I getting the ultimate there to send the Dubu forward off the map here, giving some breathing room here. Double goalie coming through for Sad Boys once again. One of the strengths of this team, having two amazing top tier goalies, being able to effectively hold it down and making it so hard for the forwards to score. But everyone is back. And Dropletto is waiting around to find an opportunity.
Didn't look like he had cooldowns there, despite the core going his way a couple of times. Just did not have the dash to get it forward. Now Tofu Fortress is going to
Oh, wow.
Make it more difficult, but there's the KO. Finds it with a dash punch. Now I looking for the pass. Can't find it there. Dropletto comes up just a bit late on the fiery flurry. One more pass, potential opportunity, but I will take it themselves with the energy burst into the corner.
I was genuinely surprised that Dropletto managed to find the KO from that distance. Then I held tab for a second. I see that he has both Built Different and Knife's Edge, giving that additional power. Although Knife's Edge was nerfed, it still helps Juliet quite a bit on securing those KOs off the sides, right? You do the dash punch and you get that boost 100% of the time on the punch, but sometimes the dash too. But Vaughn recovering really quickly here, using a good dribble to get that top barrier. But Dropletto one-upping Vaughn, using a single dash punch plus strike to get both barriers here. And now Dubu locked in on the bottom by the other team's fortress. We have to break down this final barrier here if you're Bells to give Sad Boys an opportunity to score. But great job from Bozo Bunch, passing the core around and getting the ball to Dropletto quite a few times now. And the KO coming out, spacing out enough distance to let the core slide between him and Vaughn.
Well done, Dropletto. Looking for the KO with that energy burst, and it's just enough to send Jordy Lose off the map. By the way, Mystic, the one thing that we haven't talked about the entire game so far, there was a twin drive start, meaning that there are a couple of extra cooldowns in this game. So even though we're like, oh, I don't know, these creation characters don't necessarily have all of that much in terms of cooldowns, the twin drive is certainly helping, and probably one of the reasons why Vaughn feels even more comfortable picking up the Atlas in this specific game, though he'll get KO'd for now. Another power play opportunity, and tell you what, Bozo Bunch has been finding a KO here or there, alleviating some of this pressure, and starting to try to find an advantage in this one. There's another proximity drone used by Yori Luz. There's the energy burst, though, to get the revenge on Dropletto. Now the Sad Boys going forward on the power play opportunity. Proximity drone comes up just shy. Vaughn tries to hit it off the center base drum again, but Forgot's ready for it this time. Now going up, challenging Vaughn. Is going to lose the strike war. Eyes back, though. He'll be more than happy to just ping-pong it around the corner for a little while, building up this speed in the flow state. Now, Use commits that energy burst already and doesn't have any other cooldowns to keep it going. It was looking so good there for a moment, but it'll run out. Overtime now.
They're still keeping it up.
For the barrier, they are keeping it online. Now, though, the flow state comes out once more and immediately gets punished. KO'd. Off of the map is I. You already lose, starting to go forward. Here's Bells, looking for the Tofu Fortress, couldn't find it there. Forgot's able to slip it past. Vaughn now to the corner, passing to himself, can't quite find it. And here's Bells forward again, but feels like doesn't have the size for this Dubu right now to do exactly what he wants to do. Looking once more back down to this corner, but just cannot keep the core there. Forgot doing an excellent job making sure it doesn't stay in this corner. Still one barrier apiece for both these teams. These goalies holding it down, Mystic.
For all the double goalie that's been happening for Sad Boys, it looks like the double or even triple goalie coming out from Bozo Bunch was able to hold that barrier down for so long. Dropletto losing his life, though, in the exchange. And Forgot with the great Tofu Fortress walking up and sniping that second and final barrier here, opening up the gates for the first time in a really long time for this this specific round. But the trade coming out, not from the person that you'd want to see, though. I accidentally sending the core back from a good strike from Vaughn. And now both goal gates are open, but only one team has a goalie right now, and it is not Bozo Bunch. 2-2. I didn't even realize that it was Bozo Bunch with the advantage this round until that moment. It is now 0.5 in round number 2. Could go to anyone's game, but really good I want to give props to Bozo Bunch for holding that down really, really effectively for such a long time.
That is one of the things here, too, is that I has also not been afraid to use the extra speed of the Octavia, drop back, and be available for some of these clear angles from Forgot. But now everyone from the Sad Boys is forward. They'll find a KO for the trouble. Looking for the second barrier here. Forgot trying to find a way to get it away. Nice. Lucky bounce there from the corner drum. Gets it away. Bells. Uncharacteristic there. Doesn't find the strike towards the barrier. Looking for this again. Able to find it this time. Tofu Fortress out. You already lose. Down in the corner. Bells looking to strike or win, but the rollout logs will meet, and Forgots will win for now. Looking to eye to the top side. Now, Bozo Bunch possession. Dropletto comes up just a bit shy. Don't think quite has the speed to keep up with just how fast this core has been going on Taiko Temple. Nicely, the creation's out once more, looking to continue limiting what Dropletto can actually do. But here's the Fiery Flurry. Never mind, gets denied by the Energy Burst right there. Out of You Already Lose. Quick thinking. Nicore's going to slingshot back and forth. Now it finally hits that barrier. Overtime. Both goals are open. Again, Boza Bunch looking for the equalizer here. Looking for the pass. Down. Dropletto once again. Just a bit shy. Can't quite find it as the score goes around him in the corner. Looking for it again. Weak hit off of the corner. Doesn't find the drum. Still largely possession of the Boza Bunch. Bells is going to steal away with that Summer Assault. Over to Forgot. Bells once again looking. Tofu Fortress is out. That's the actual opportunities Bells has. Now, Forgot will use his own. Looking for the dribble, but Vaughn actually able to come in. Credited with that one. I think it hit his expanse kind of at a weird angle, and it finds the net. Sad Boys up 2-0.
Yeah, I was going to say that in overtime, I believe Sad Boys has the advantage just because of the larger character models that they have, and then the extended range they have from the creations as well. Sometimes you just have to hit the ball without the intention of it going in, and your the core speed coming off your creation or your abilities will just send it fast enough that it goes in a funny angle, and you simply cannot defend it. But here we have a deny from the Chrono Boost on the Octavia, and instead getting a quick strike, which is honestly still a great awakening, especially when you have flick kicks plus fight or flight here on I. Other than that, everything looking pretty standard. For God being able to pick up team player. You Already Lose picking up heavy impact, while now I don't believe has any impacts even between both the primary and the secondary. The reason why you wanted, one, for the deny on Juliet, but two, the cooldown reduction, the 35% cooldown reduction you gets applied regardless if the move is an impact or not. And when you're using those mines hitting both your teammates and enemies, you will get that 30% cooldown, 35% cooldown every single time. I promise you that.
The other thing I'm looking at though, Mystic, Bells picks up aerials on the Dubu, looking to do a bit of flying and rolling on the Summer Assaults. Dropletto able to pick up a KO there. Up to You Already Lose, steps forward, looks for Bells, just off the top corner, a bit outside. Sentry drone there, now Dropletto, Energy Burst, looks for the shot. Vaughn's there in time, coming in off the respawn, takes care of business. The Eagle is a show of respect back and forth.
Eagle being for those unaware, this is the I don't remember. I think it's Eagle's Call. I don't know what their team name is for the Arizona land, but oh my god, a nice bounce coming out from Forgot on the Tofu Fortress on the center bongo, I believe, and just going in while You Already Lose was really far up. But the Eagle's Call coming back and forth between Vaughn and Dropletto. We know that Vaughn and Dropletto, as well as Megaverse, will be teaming together at the Arizona land, so a sign of respect and a little fun, I guess, sportsmanship coming out between those two.
Now though, goal gates open. Sad Boys able to take those barriers rather quickly. Looking to capitalize on this and send things back to equal in this set. Bells' Summer Assault comes up just a bit shy, but You Already Lose once again so far forward. Dropletto's there though. Energy Burst out of eye, waits patiently, now strikes it, able to hit one barrier. Bells looks to collect. You Already Lose stepping forward again. Does have an Energy Burst here as well. Dropletto's trying to dodge and weave around everything getting thrown his way. The expanse will get used by Vaughn to secure this barrier. Particle Accelerator finds the gap. Forgot's ready for it.
I don't think Bells was ready for his own Particle Accelerator there. Already Lose pushed it forward. I was like, what? I didn't expect that to come over here, but good reaction time from Forgot. And once again, we're in a situation where both Bozo Bunch and Sad Boys goal gates are open, but the teamwork looking like it's coming through for Sad Boys. I like the passing, the vertical walk up together. The angle was there, and no one was there between both of them blocking the pass, which is something you have to be in position for. But, the movement was just too clean for Sad Boys, and Vaughn found the opportunity to use that flip plus the primary to squeeze it into that top corner. And now we're in a 1-1 situation here on this round number 3. One thing I'd like to point out here is that You Already Lose, who doesn't have eject button, is using this now ultimate, essentially like a pseudo eject button, walking up so many times and just teleporting in and teleporting right back. It doesn't need to abide by the rules of midfield either, because it's not it is not a training. So he can teleport from anywhere he wants and return to anywhere he wants without having to worry about his awakening deactivating. But KO is being traded back and forth between both Bozo Bunch and Sad Boys. But right now we have Dubu returning from, or I should say as Bells, with an advantage here, trying to look for a scoring opportunity. But yes, finds it with the log. Not slipping right under the Summer Assault from Forgot. Very surprising. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe it just went through fast enough before the Summer Assault hitbox came out. But now we have this 2-1 advantage here for Sad Boys.
Match point now for the Sad Boys. And even though this might end up being 2-0 in the series, that does not tell a tale of just how close some of these sets were. And Forgot's going to make sure we're aware of that. This goes to a 15th goal in set 3 between these two teams. I mean, those a bunch have been hanging in there, but at the end of the day, once again, we're showing and seeing what the Sad Boys do best is even in these instances where they're under pressure, they're able to stay calm, cool, and collected, find things like that double barrier. Now are going to be looking for the collapse here as well. Bell's able to send it forward, and that'll be the match for the Sad Boys.
Clean, effective, final point there, even though the previous point just slipped right through, you already lose. But we have, like you said, a 2-0 victory for Sad Boys, but it does not tell how well Bozo Bunch played. Props to Bozo Bunch for holding it down and getting so many effective goals onto Sad Boys here, even though they lost these 2 matches or these 2 games against them. They played well, and they played, I think, well enough to show that they are a team that can easily contend for a playoff spot or a top spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll be really interested to see just how much this team's going to develop, because there's a lot of time left in the season here at Penn State. We're going 9 weeks, and then it'll finally be time for playoffs. So there's a lot of time for this Bozo Bunch squad, and I know they've got some irons in the fire based on what I've seen so far. We're seeing still their pretty standard traditional picks, but I'm curious to know if they're going to be able to adapt, because there are only so many cases that you can rely on Eyes Octavia to get the job done. And especially like we saw in game 1, if there's a team that is incredibly comfortable in something like a Jakar that can just shut that down, shut that pick down completely, lock it down with the Molten Bolt, prevent you from going much of anywhere, and rack up those KOs for the team, it's kind of means that Bozo Bunch is limited to this very one-dimensional play style that they're not going to be able to execute all the time.
Yeah, and I really liked how Sad Boys was sticking to their own strategies here, but we don't really see the now goalie come out too often, usually used in the midfield more than the goalie position, and instead we have something that only Sad Boys has been doing of bringing out the Atlas plus Dubu forward here on Taiko Temple. I like that Mako being up for both teams, not being picked, not conforming to the Mako era X, even though X was banned on both. You could have substituted it for something else like Mako era Asher, which I know has been getting, or Asher as a character has been getting more popularity as well. But good to see that the strategies of each team is their own. They're trying to perfect it more. And Bozo Bunch clearly this is not a composition that you're frequently going up against, right?
Yeah.
Of this Atlas Dubu now on Taiko Temple here. Maybe against a more standard comp, they had more practice, but good adapting throughout the game to something this unexpected for both the game 1 against the Jakar and then game 2 against this very unique forward duo.
And look, again, 3-0 in sets, but it went to all 15 goals in those 3 sets in this second game, right? They certainly showed that they can keep it pretty close to even, but they just couldn't quite find those closeout. Mystics, I'm kind of curious, we have to start thinking about this, because the Sad Boys are just going to keep doing this until either the strategy gets nerfed or like to the point where they just can't play it at all anymore, or some kind of answer is found. What is that? Like, what possibly could be the answer for this now Atlas Dubu composition on Taiko Temple, where you're already very limited in space, the core's flying 9 ways to Sunday? What can you even do? Because you can't play any traditional midfielder there.
It's tough because you can't even opt in for a damage composition because you have the 2 healers on the entire roster on that team, right? Atlas able to heal from the ultimate, and then now being both the ultimate and the secondary able to heal an immense amount. You're not going to be able to out damage them, so going for a damage comp is out the table. Maybe it's core control, but then there's so many creations to work around. I would suggest maybe something like an I mean, you need to out creation them somehow, K-Bot. I'm not sure how else you do it. Fight walls with walls, turrets, walls with turrets, tofus with glitch pops. You need something in there.
Well, you mentioned the kind of creation play style and the kind of damage potentially that can get layered on top of that. And that's something that we've seen EKC, one of our next teams, start doing a little bit more. NXZD picking up something like an IME forward, and then pairing that with a Luna coming in from Kitsuna. That was a very formidable duo last week that they pulled out, and it ended up working pretty well for them. I'll be interested to see whether or not they're going to pull it out here again versus Oceano Corp.
Yeah, and previously we've seen Katsuna on the rune as well. So maybe something along the lines of a rune banish plays really well into it, or maybe a rune pillar is the answer, right? We didn't talk about that before as well. You fight your creations with creations. You put a rune pillar on your own goal, and kind of just let the creations time out. But either way, you can opt in for the damage heavy side with the Luna, or maybe a little bit more core control creation spam with the IME plus rune. So I think this Taiko Temple is really interesting with how many different strategies are coming out here. We see the Sad Boy strategy, the Mako strategy, the EKC strategy. Let's see what other things are coming out if we get a repeat on this Taiko Temple map in this second set of Ocean Core Flip plus versus EKC. Or maybe they opt in for a completely different set of maps, and we don't know what strategies could come out there.
We'll see in just a bit when they do end up locking that in. And again, still some level of question marks around Oceano Core Flip, right? They didn't have the best of performances last week when Daft Grass was stepping into the goal slot. But I think it will be Marchant back this week for Oceano Core Flip. And I imagine they've still been scrimming. They're still, able to come back together. And hey, Mary Meg especially has been able to put on incredible performances, not only in a lot of games that Oshi's been playing, but also in other things. Mystic, you know a thing or two about how well
Yeah.
Mary Meg
I
is
think I've
playing.
warmed up Mirror Meg quite a bit.
Yeah.
But he won't verse me an 11th time.
Right. Certainly not. Kashikoma, though, too, has also, I think, stood out in some cases as like another one of those players that's like a question mark. You go, okay, I don't really know actually how many strikers you have in your toolkit, but they're able to pull this out. And I even think Oceano Core Flip is one of the teams that sometimes will opt into leaving the IME's app open, right? Opting to try to go for that kind of a game where they can opt into the Rasmus mirror, assuming that it's left online. And they might even try to do that here versus the CKC team, because I don't think any of them really play Rasmus, right?
Yeah, none of them seem to be effective is not the word, but none of them seem to main Rasmus to the extent of some of the other teams and have it as a starting character or striker in their pool. But what they do have is a really strong Juliet for Mirrormeg, and NXCD is a great Juliet as well, but Mirrormeg is that's Mirrormeg's signature character. So if they're confident that, hey, we can out Juliet you on this map, play for the knife's edge and kind of blow this game open, we're going to leave Amy's app open.
Yeah. I imagine they're comfortable doing that. It'll be a matter of whether or not EKC recognizes that before the map bans end up finishing up. We're still waiting on word as our players are getting into the lobby, but should be an interesting one for sure. Of course, again, Oceano Core Flip, another one of these teams that still kind of has to prove themselves, right? They're coming into this with a little bit of those question marks. They lost to Core Overflow, lost to Bun Bun Bonanza last week. And now again, like, where are they going to pick up their first win from? This is a team that was pretty consistent last season, despite going, on a 4-match drought and then able to close it out in the back half. That's mostly because of their schedule, right? Let alone anything else. Now, though, they're getting a little bit more of that even footing back and forth in terms of, facing a higher place team, lower place team. Now, maybe it's someone in the middle of the pack, and they're looking for any kind of advantage they can get and start building up some momentum as we get to the later parts of the season.
Yeah, a team that we saw their performance last split, but similarly enough, Merchant is here this game, but wasn't here last game and wasn't here for quite a bit of games in NASL Season 1. So again, some of those losses that they had in Season 1 were with a substitute goalie. So I want to see the teams that I expect Oceano Core Flip to win with Merchant there. The Core Overflow, I think it is fair for them to have lost, but I would have liked to see them versus Bun Bun Bonanza with a full roster to see, okay, do you actually lose to this team with your starting roster or not? And then at least going forward, we have today against EKC, which I think is another great team to kind of test your bout, right? These middle middle generally placed teams in these tier lists that we're like, okay, we think should make playoffs, but one of them might get cut off somewhere. And this is a team where it's like, okay, if you beat EKC, you kind of cement your spot. We're like, okay, we're not in this top third, but we're in this like middle group of 3 or 4 teams.
Yeah. And again, like that's one of the things that I think a lot of people were looking forward to with this season in particular is that it feels like a lot of those teams are so close to one another. And it's really hard to tell, right? Who's going to take games off of who on any given day. And it could be different as things continue to progress, right? Where maybe there's one day where EKC does this. Maybe, you do this 100 different days and it's 50-50, right? It doesn't matter, though, what happens on those 99 other days in hypothetical universes. It only matters what's going to happen here today. Still waiting on map picks. EKC apparently is taking some time to think through this. So hopefully we're going to match on away in just a bit.
Oh, right. And one thing I want to point out here, while we have an extra second, a little bit of correction on my end from the previous game. I was talking about Now's usage of heavy impact. Now secondary is an impact. So I wasn't aware if she did have an impact or not, but regardless, what I stand by, or what I said still stands of, you don't need any impacts to take use of heavy impact secondary effect of the cooldown reduction.
Yeah, Now is a notorious character who does not want to deal damage, actually. So you don't even need that in the first place.
Rare character, healer character that does not deal any damage.
Yeah. There it is. We found it. We probably went about an hour onto this cast without being super sarcastic. So, hey, that's a round of applause to us, I think, for that one. We got that all out in the pre-show, whatever that was, with them yapping.
Okay, K-Bot, while we have a second as the map bans are finishing up, how are you celebrating your birthday today?
I am going out to dinner tonight, and then I think I'm driving to a nearby town to go to a barcade. We don't have one like in town here where I am. I'm gonna go nearby and see what there is to see because I've never actually driven much around the rest of Central Illinois. So that should be good. So yeah, it is not actually shockingly sitting here and watching all 6 hours of Mega Strikers as much as I would want to do that. I know. I do have other things on the docket for the day. We've finally gotten the map picks and bans down. And game 1 will be played on Inky's Splash Zone, which is another one of these picks that EKC has been, and Soren in particular, has been very happy to pick and go to. Game 2 will be Oni Village, picked by Oshino Coreflip. And game 3, if needed, will go to Atlas's Lab. I imagine Imizat was banned away at some point by EKC.
Going to that game number 1 Inky Splash Zone, like you said, we have this map that is so contentious amongst the community, right? It is a love or hate map, pick or ban map, and some teams are choosing to adapt around it or just say that, hey, we don't ever intend on playing on this map. We're just going to ban it away every single time. But here, looking like it makes it through between the pick and bans of both teams, and with the changes between season 2 and season 3, while this map was taken down out of the pool, the water works quite a bit differently now, right? You're able to kind of steal out the core much more frequently. The speed at which it goes to the other side is different. The amount of bounces it takes before it gets out of the water cannon is different. And it is something that people need to adapt to. If you haven't played on Inky since season 2, it is technically the same map. The function of the cannon is not entirely the same.
And we'll try to point out just how much. But hey, if you don't want to see Inkies at all, stick around next week where it is out of the rotation in the map pool. The interesting thing, I was just looking at the maps, Mystic. I don't think there's been a single. Someone can correct me on this, probably in staff that's listening to this, so I'll probably get fact checked in a moment. I don't think there's been a single game on Clarion Test Chamber for the first weeks.
I'm trying to think. Did I cast a game on Clarion? I don't know.
Think there has been.
Oh. Interesting enough, I guess people are just not a fan of Clarion. It is another one of those maps where it favors creation trainings. It favors these chrono boost style characters. Maybe it gets picked later today thanks to this message and some fellow competitors listening in. Hey, anyone, if you're listening in, pick Clarion later today for some spice.
Why not? Why wouldn't you? I mean, it's also in rotation next week, so you'll have that. But anyway, it is Zentaro and Kazan banned away, so both forwards targeted, or both scorers targeted with the bans. And Inky's here coming out, Merchant going over to the Atlas here rather than the signature Vice, and a Rasmus Estelle combination here to round out the composition. Boshino core flip. Meanwhile, Aimi Estelle Kai. It'll be the NXCD Aimi forward. Presumably.
Yeah, we have
coming
a
through
triple
again.
range comp here for EKC. NXCD putting a lot of time in this Aimi, whether it's for Typical Temple or just now to be pulled out here in on this Inky Splash Zone. And because of this, we have a character that can use creations really well alongside Atlas. So you have these two going to be fighting back and forth for some of these creation trainings like Timeless Creator, paired with like an extra special or Monumentalist. But already, the barrier falling within just the first 10 seconds of this round one for EKC. Gold gates wide open. Soren having to step back. Initially, I thought it was going to be Soren on the Kai and Katsuna on the Estelle, but no, it is flip-flopped over here with Water Cannon coming out. Good elusive for Mirameg, but NXCD looking really low. Might get taken out, but no, choosing to opt in for a scoring opportunity between the forwards of oh my goodness, the corner KO. I can't even speak fast enough. Finish this off for me.
It was a little hard to finish it off.
When
the core was going to go into the net. Soren going to take it himself for the first point here. One of the things I'm most curious about is this EKC, crew really enjoys playing the damage-heavy composition, right? And I think they really want to continue stacking their damage on top of one particular target, rack up those KOs and the like, where Oshino Core Flip used to be known for that, of course, when Merchant was on a pick such as the Vice, right? But here on the Atlas, probably less likely to do that in general, especially with Rasmus Estelle as your two primary forwards. And NXCD certainly going to be diving into this Aimi, looking for those KOs, hopefully assisted by Katsuna. So we'll see whether or not EKC will be able to keep that up, as they are able to find a KO power play and convert it into a goal here for their second point.
I'm just holding tab now for the first time after Mirameg got that Egoist boost, and I see 6 Imsagi, 6 Egoist coming out for this game. Who knows what the other awakening was, but if it's Egoist, it probably didn't matter. This is better than anything else you can take right now. And we have the speed boost coming out for Katsuna as well. Good catch from Mirameg, able to stop the barrier break attempt over there. And now Soren has a little bit of speed himself, trying to walk up a little bit, seeing if they can get an opportunity. Katsuna farming up their own energy here, bouncing it off the top right corner. One thing that happened in that first point was a KO off the corner with the barrier. Something you got to keep in mind here, both barriers being broken. These corners are not as safe as you think they are. Double water cannon coming through. Ashikoma lives by the thanks to the duration left on that cannon. And now we have both cannons down for quite a bit, while Mirameg lives and plays a little bit of League of Legends to live. But good opportunity here for NXCD coming in with the cyber swipe, not able to score it on the swipe itself, but getting the rebound strike up while Merchant was not able to respond in kind.
Good mind games there by NXCD in general to secure that goal, baiting out the core flip from Merchant, and then able to capitalize and convert into the goal. Soren gets the first pick here. Aerials and Super Surge, both on the board. Will elect for the Aerials here on the Estelle, best in slot, but it does leave this hot shot for Merchant to pick up.
Yeah, still, I think the Estelle getting the Aerials is really nice, because now it extends your missile prop, or not missile prop, your strike shot missile range, while also giving you that extra dash range to jump around and be a little bit more aggressive if you need to, or get some further deeper saves while you are standing a little bit further up.
Pretty standard for the rest of that Awakening's Carousel. Nothing stands out as too notable. The only thing that might be impactful in the game is the Super Surge picked up by NXCD on this Aimi. Means that cyber swipe is going to hit even harder, and NXCD is not afraid to combo abilities together. Also will enable him to dive across the map a little bit faster. EKC will take this barrier and look for it. There's NXCD going forward, and now we'll slip it right behind the expanse from Merchant. Well done there. And EKC now 4-0 versus Ocean.
Yeah, the Expanse just a second too slow there. NXCD finding the opportunity here with the strike, not using any abilities. Typically with the forward, you want someone who has these stuffing capabilities, but NXCD is doing a great job here. But Miramag trading really well on the barrier, but these barriers just fall so quickly on this map. Merchant with a good save against the flip, but no, wasn't able to find the angle to clear it out there. Water cannon coming in, perfect time from Soren, kind of just stuffing all opportunities there to save it. And now we are up 2-0 very, very quickly on this second set of this Inky's Splashstone game.
Not exactly the kind of start that you'd like to see from Oshi, and probably don't have a lot of experience on Inky's as of late. Might not have even been aware that EKC was likely to pick this stage. Ashi tries to find a way to influence this core, but NXCD is just taking it all the way back, using every ability to keep possession of this core, continuing to have an influence on the game. Energy Burst exchange. Finally, Kashikoma will find the piercing shot to the barrier. Even still, it is all EKC by the feels of it. NXCD now's got the egoist speed with the Energy Burst, will knock Kashikoma away. Finds the pass to Kitsuna, and now Kitsuna with the fadeaway shot to the top corner. 6-0 for EKC.
If you are Ocean or Core Flip, you are praying that Quick Strikes is not up right now, because that is going to be a nightmare. And let's see if NXCD opts to go for it here, because it could also force the Atlas to take it, which they'll be fine with, and NXCD can offer something else. But no, choosing to go for the Quick Strike here. 1 additional energy. Every time you strike, plus the extra 20% strike speed, you will be getting Energy Burst faster than anyone else in this game, which is going to convert to some crazy speed, crazy opportunities to break those barriers and potentially finish those goals.
Team player for Merchant, I guess, will be helpful. Big fish for the Rasmus Miramag here, but even still, feels like there's constant power up from this side of EKC. Kitsuna picks up the missile propulsion and have a lot of damage to boot with it, but you know, not exactly a momentum swinging draft, it feels like necessarily.
Yeah, maybe this team player is the thing that helps him squeeze by a little bit just from the speed of the core moving around. But no, it's not looking as clean on the Atlas here this game compared to the Vice that we normally see. Barrier seems to be falling quite a bit frequently. Maybe it's the it's not the Atlas pick, but it's the map like you were mentioning before. They could have just not expected them to be brought to Inky's and don't have practice on here. But on the flip side, get it, because Inky's, it is NXCD, Katsuna, and Soren. We're looking so comfortable on this map here.
You're gonna have to explain that. Flip side? That was like the launch tournament.
No, I didn't mean as a tournament. I just meant as like a water term, like surfs up, like on the flip side. You know what I mean? As like a surfing term. You know?
Is that a surf? I don't think that's. Is that a surfing thing? I don't think that's a surfing thing.
Is it?
I feel like there's something close to it.
Okay, maybe I'm just like maybe I'm mixing it up with something else, like you're saying.
Oh well.
I could have sworn. You never know. Okay.
There's something like it. I don't think flip side's the right word.
Okay, you know what? I'll take a look at chat in about 30 seconds here to see if I get roasted with the time delay, because that could be it. Maybe someone's there helping me defend. But as I say this, good opportunity from Ocean to Core Flip. First time I've seen them being this aggressive at the net and having this opportunity to score. But NXCD coming back in with the cyber swipe, able to get an attempt, but no, the expanse. Oh my goodness. The line-up pistol shot, Kashikoma taking both out with the prime time and getting the point with the same beam.
Point on the board for Oshi, snaps the 7-goal drought, and will be looking for a little bit more here as well, and immediately takes that barrier right away, though NXCD's got something to say about that. Immediately finds the barrier on the reverse side and flips it into the net. It's game point for EKC.
8-second point. So this is one of the things of Inky's, because of the one barrier and the way it's placed on the corner. You just have the barriers break within a second or two. We're 4 seconds into the match and the barrier's already broken. Miramag 7 seconds in, got a point thanks to the addition or the support of the cannon.
Woo! Welcome to Inky's, everybody. It's party time. Oh yeah, that's what I was waiting for. More 7-second goals, please. What we know and love this map for.
But
Did you
we're
get sufficiently roasted in chat yet?
No, I'm looking over, and it looks like it is a term. I don't know if I'm using it correctly or not, but it is a thing. I don't know if it is a water-related sport activity surfing thing or not. But as we get back into this match, we have Ego's proc for Kachikoma, some life being put into the souls of Oshi as they try to break this barrier here. Good patience on there, using the beam to break it with the core flip, ensuring the stun so that no one was able to defend fast enough. But Soren has his own energy burst here on defense as the water cannon comes out, not able to use it effectively though. Good flip return from Katsuna, actually stuffed from the double goalie from Kachikoma and Merchant. And this might be the longest barrier held from Oshi and a core flip that I've seen on this map so far. Speak of the devil.
Good one. Master Curse sends it away. NXT steals it out of the water cannon.
Where did he get KO'd
connects. Giga Blast from downtown. Katsuna able to find that KO and then interrupts Kachikoma. It will be the 3-0 victory for EKC. Looks like Oshi had a little bit of life breathed into them there at the end, but wasn't quite enough to overcome just how comfortable EKC is on Inkies.
Yeah, it looked like a map that they were happy to bring Oshi to, and they had a strategy with. And I was surprised to see the Aimi come out off of Taiko Temple as NXT playing it forward. It's something that we might see more often. One of the challenges of playing this character as a brawler or a forward or scorer, however you want to label it here, is the need to win strike wars and then set yourself up in a position where you can use your abilities from range to score it in, rather than having a stuffing ability where, let's say like you're a Juliet dash punch as your midfielder passes the core to you. So the playmaking potential is, I would say, higher, but it requires a little bit more setup.
Yeah, and I mean, certainly it's something that NXT is incredibly comfortable with in terms of putting out here. Also, in fairness, you don't need a lot of help to score on Inkies, as we saw, right? You get a little bit of extra support with the fact that that water cannon comes in and the barrier is so large that it almost blows over, right, in some instances. So you don't need a lot of extra scoring support, so maybe it's something that we'll see on some of those other maps. I would not even be surprised, Mystic, to see an Aimi forward from NXCD on something like, assuming the Centauro also gets banned, on something later on down the line. I think Otten Cities in the map rotation at some point or another in this league. So maybe we'll even see it there as well for a similar reason. But one of the things is, with that aside, right, NXCD not really known for the Aimi forward pick until basically this league, right? A couple weeks ago, started pulling it out. And I think that is just one example of just how hungry EKC is to prove themselves here. There have been so many naysayers. There have been so many doubters, especially of Soren, but of Katsuna and NXCD as well, where they want to come out, they want to prove themselves, and they're letting the gameplay do the talking. They are hungry to be in at least the top 6, if not the top 4 by the end of this league.
Yeah, not only are these fresh faces to the league this season, they're fresh faces to the game, right? These are not, at least Katsuna and NXCD are just completely new with launch, and they're one of the people that were always kind of talked about coming up through the amateur series and so on, of like, keep an eye on these guys. They're really, really good. And we're seeing the performance come out.
Yeah, Soren, known OSAS player. Bans coming through here for game 2 on Oni Village. It'll be the same. Zentaro and Kazan banned away. This was the Oshido core flip map pick, so we'll see if it's a possibility for Oshi to find a response here. Merchant, I think, is probably a little bit more comfortable playing the Vice on this pick, and it hasn't been banned away, so we'll see if that's opted into. Miramag hovering the Juliet here, though, as well, means that maybe there might be very little in the way of core control for this composition. Oshido core flip, putting all their marbles on damage, just like we're known to seeing from them.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the brawler or the forward is going to be here on NXCD's pick, but sooner than we expected, we're seeing a return of the Aimi Estelle Kai. Could be a little bit of flip-flop on who's playing what, but no, it is going to be a repeat. Actually, the midfielder and the goalie have changed. So it's Soren on the Kai and Katsuna on the Estelle here, but NXCD staying the same on Aimi. I've played this pick quite a bit here, the Aimi forward on Oshi, I was gonna say on Oshi no core flip, on Oni Village, and it can get effectiveness out but I think it's one of the more challenging maps because of the speed of the side lanes. It is hard to set up to the same efficiency as you can on Inkies, and that point you made about the ease of scoring on Inkies is a little bit lower, higher. I don't know the way I worded it, compared to a map like Oni Village.
Right. Starting Awakenings here, Heavy Impact, Happy Star, the extra special coming out. Hi! Kashi Koma downtown reads the clear from Soren off of that glitch pop. But the starter Awakenings here with that extra special and Heavy Impact. Other thing I want to mention, Soren picking up the eject button as well on the Kai, which is a pick we have not seen in feels like quite some time. Not that it's particularly weak, but we just haven't seen it. So be on the lookout for Soren looking towards things like the Chrono Boost, things like the Egoist later on to pick up the extra speed and play a little bit more of that aggressive forward pressure for this Kai, even though right now it's all Oshino core flip. They find the power play opportunity and find the conversion there. Mirabeg punches it back, and this could be Oshino core flip's map to do the exact same thing to EKC in response from that game 1.
2 points in, we're already seeing a massive change in the confidence and the playmaking coming out from Ocean and Core Flip. Although Katsuna taking a fall there to the side, still the 2-0 start is looking really dominant here, and Miramac looking comfortable on the Juliet on this map, with Kashikoma on their signature pick of the IME midfield as well. Everyone's on their signature pick, honestly. But as I say that was a cyber swipe as Kashikoma returned from the afterlife to be sent right back for another 10 seconds. Let's see if Oshi can hold down and stall, which it looks like they're doing just fine. Okay, Kashikoma alive for more than 5 seconds on this round, and immediately, I was about to say, almost got that barrier break to make up for it, but we're already looking strong. The duo of Miramac and Kashikoma able to get that final barrier here, but NXCD finding the glitch pop and strike to return the favor.
Now finds the KO there as well. Merchant looking forward with the eject button on the Thunderstruck. Can't connect with the power core. Now NXCD Katsuna looking to find the collapse. Katsuna's going to find the piercing shock. Kashikoma able to find the glitch pop. It's going to go around the backs of EKC and into the net. It's a 3-0 start for Oshido Core Flip.
3-0 start, although they were getting KO'd quite a bit there. There was probably more KOs coming out for EKC onto Oshi than it was vice versa on that final point, but still finding the glitch pop for the beautiful demon angle, sending it right back. Soren was too far up, and we have the Kashikoma, the IME signature Happy Star plus Timeless Creator here. One of the most, I don't want to say toxic is the word, frustrating combinations to go up against. And already locked away in the first set here. I like the deny of the 1-2 punch away from the Juliet, and then vice versa, taking away the team player. On a map with this wide open, team player can be really detrimental if you do not have it yourself. Although it won't get as much use at a Miramac compared to Kashikoma or Merchant, just from the pure positioning of the brawler position. But it looks like it doesn't matter. Miramac starting off this point really strong. Double barrier break with the assist of Kashikoma into the ultimate. The flurry able to secure that point.
Don't really know exactly what happened there. Something was weird about that one. I don't know precisely what happened, but even still, Oshi continuing on the roll. Here's another KO for EKC. Potential other opportunity. Score finds the speed lane. Merchant's able to hold on to the near barrier, though. And that's all you really need for now.
A little bit of missed strikes there.
Yeah, it happens. Happens to the best of us. Nerves are probably racking up a little now.
Worked out for Oshi, and good barrier hold. A lot of these strikes are really clean coming out from Merchant. When you're playing this Vice goalie, the benefits that you have is the aggressive offense, right? But the downside or the trade-off is that your defense isn't as strong. All you really have to protect yourself is a strike primary to hold it down. And we can see the barrier fall after the aggression coming out from EKC, but we trade one finally. EKC member, who's missing? We have Katsuna, we have NXCD being taken down here, and now a 2v1 opportunity here. The turret coming out, not enough. Good hold between Soren and Katsuna. Goal open, trying to score onto Merchant here. We're getting a lot of close calls here. Korg moving faster in overtime. Maybe Miramac can make something happen with a team player, but we have the typical Oni Village overtime, hard to kind of catch the ball and just walk around and pray it comes over to you situation. NXCD there for the right opportunity, right place, right time.
Finally finds it on the cyber swipe forward. hey, Merchant held him down there for quite some time, and that's one of the things here, you know, you might think, oh, well, this is weird, we're going back to the Vice pick, but Merchant just looks so much more comfortable on the Vice pick than he did on the Atlas pick.
100%.
I'll say it. Like, and that shouldn't be any surprise to anybody, right? Merchant is known for piloting this Vice goalie to incredible proficiency. So seeing it come out here is quite a treat to watch. Of course, as I'm talking about it, barrier is going to fall. EKC starts to get in possession. Actually, though, intercepted from Oshino core flip. Kitsuna back is going to find the piercing shot forward. Looks like possession, though.
Oh, great elusive from Mirmag.
Staying alive for right now as Mirmag finds yet another elusive there. Dodging Crystal Thorns, but now gets punished with Giga Blast and sent off of the pitch. Power play opportunity. NXZD in the corner will find the glitch pop, taking out Merchant and taking the core with it. It is 2-1 here in set 2.
I've really been liking NXCD's use of the glitch pop here. Whether he's using it for damage or core control, it's been used really effectively. We've been seeing him kind of predict where the core has been going and placing glitch pop to almost win a strike war for himself. Here, Merchant coming in, using the ultimate on the Vice plus the Amy turret. We're taking out almost all of Katsuna's health, down to pretty much no elusive here. Soren and Katsuna looking really low. If I was Oshino core flip, let's see if you can take out a member of EKC first. But no, NXZD 1v3 holding it down, using the flip to get both barriers there. And now it is Kachikoma who is looking low and has to walk back here. Katsuna seeing the opportunity there on Kachikoma's life, walking up to that health packet and takes down a stagger bar to nothing. But we have both barriers open on each side, and now it can be anyone's game here. But the snipe from Estelle coming in, pushing away Kachikoma and catching the core in, setting that first set over to EKC, which looked like a really dominating start for Oshi.
Certainly will take that one. Now, though, handful assortment of options here. Deadeye missile propulsion probably going to be very high on the priority list. And Deadeye will get taken. Hot shot as well, picked up by Kachikoma. And I didn't even see both Rapid Fire and Primetime online there. Okay, there's quite a bit here to play around with on this carousel.
I really like the pick of the Spark of Strength here from Soren, although he has better options of either, he could take any of the three, right? Glass Cannon, Primetime, or Missile Prop all would have been better than Spark of Strength here, but choosing to give Mirmag a worse option on this Glass Cannon pick, because there's a lot of damage coming out, and just a tap here or there is going to completely disable the Awakening, giving him essentially no Awakening here for this second draft.
EKC starting to build up that momentum. Now looking to collapse on the goal here. NXZD in position, but the core will slip past, and Oshi will handle it away. Merchant strike it into the one barrier. Kachikoma sets up the Fireball Sentry, but Soren tries to keep it in this corner away from that. Kitsuna will collect, and now Mirmag taken off the pitch by NXZD. The core gets up to him, and he'll strike it in with the Energy Burst.
Yeah, good flip and glitch pop from NXZD. Once again, we are finding these KO opportunities from NXZD really, really well, who has now both the Super Surge and the Deadeye to help secure some extra damage here and range on this Aimi. One issue, or I say concern, that I had going into this is because they didn't have a brawler character, their stuffing capabilities was going to be lower, but it looks like they're alleviating that concern really well with how effective their Cyber Swipe and ability usages are onto Merchant.
Anytime you can take care of that goalie, all the better. Power play opportunity there. Penalty is killed by EKC. 2 energy bursts online, though. One gets stuffed with Crystallized Thorns from Kitsuna, who's honestly stepping back and playing a bit of a goalie himself. One looking to collect from this corner. Keeps the core alive. Merchant up to Kachikoma. Now will be forced to use the energy burst thanks to another glitch pop coming in from NXAD. There's another energy burst from Soren defending this barrier, and it keeps going back and forth in the speed lane just a little bit until overtime happens, and now KO. Power play opportunity once more for EKC. They've got the triangle formation set up, but it doesn't matter. Kitsuna will find the pass forward, and then, of course, the lined-up piercing shot to stun the goalie away. EKC on another set point here, looking to pull ahead.
Yeah, really quick set point here on this round number 3 here, and one thing to note is every time EKC gets the core near a barrier or near the goal, they're either scoring or they're taking someone out. And it's one of those things where they're their attempts on goal are really, really effective here. And we're not seeing the same effectiveness that we saw from Ocean Accord Flip in that set number 1. And again, NXD find the opportunity, great pass onto the Cyber Swipe, right? You have to be cautious of that extra range, being able to use the Super Surge to dash in from nearly full map, or at least more than half map at this point, is really scary.
I mean, somebody take that clip, because I think that was a wicked angle for the glitch pop coming in from NXCD to get it forward exactly where he wanted to, and then to follow it up with a cyber swipe there as well. But another Awakenings carousel. It's the quick strikes picked up once more by the scorer Aimee. That'll help things out. And Twin Drive picked up by Merchant here, though, as well. Maybe looking for a little bit of extra forward presence, but damage composition potentially that we were hoping out of Ocean Core Flip does not feel like it's online yet, and I don't know if this is going to help much. Of course, Kashikoma's got that specialized training for the Firewall Sentry, but it doesn't feel like they've been able to stack a lot of damage together and find a lot of the KOs that they probably want.
Yeah, this is a tough map to get effective use from the sentry turret. Just because of the speed of the side lanes, it makes it hard to kind of lock in that core. And people who are used to it, just like these goalies at this point, are familiar enough to clear it out. But Soren taking the opportunity to walk up himself, using the Chrono Boost eject button, opting in to stay plus Kai Barrage. I mean, good work, Soren, playing a little bit of forward action there on the Kai, using the extra man advantage as an opportunity to score himself. But oh my god, immediately KO, and both barriers being taken down for EKC. We have, the KO was on Mirameg. I thought it was Ocean Accord Flip who picked up the KO there, but no, even with a man down themselves, they pick up both barriers. But Katsuna trading it right back, and now we have a 3v3 happening once again, but Katsuna has the opportunity here to score onto the net, being saved by Merchant. But again, the defense of Merchant is not going to be as high with both barriers being taken down, and the effectiveness that NXD and Katsuna have been putting out on these scoring attempts have been really, really high.
Soren, once again, looking to defend. Katsuna drops back, covering the bottom side of the net. And there's no options there. Now Soren looking to take it himself with a blazing pace. Has the eject button to blink back. Now forward. Diving in, NXCD will find the KO, though. Another power play opportunity. Glitch Pop will interrupt things from Kashikoma for just a moment. Crystallized Thorns come out. Merchant's forced into the energy burst, but it's still denied. They cannot find the clear angle, and EKC is doing so well in continuing to lock things down. Couldn't quite find the capitalization there on that play, and now Katsuna is low on stagger. Gets cyber swiped off of the map by Kashikoma. A little bit of a role reversal. Soren looking to dribble off the post, but it doesn't stall out enough time as Merchant is able to get forward and help out Mirameg to score the goal.
Good passing play while they had the man advantage there on Ocean Accord Flip. I want to see a little bit more. Kashikoma also finding that KO with his own cyber swipe was really, really helpful for making that play happen here. I've noticed like NXCD has been really effective with getting the KOs or barriers. Kashikoma is having a little bit of trouble with all those points invested into that ultimate, but not finding really much success with the Firewall Sentry. Merchant instead, great teleport there to break the barrier on his own, but no, Kashikoma at least puts down the Sentry here, able to set it up before getting taken down. Merchant on the top side looking for a pass, but has to eject the button back before losing that timer. And now we have this opportunity here for the forwards of EKC, finding it from the flip from NXCD, going back up to Katsuna, and then the Crystal Thorns plus the primary able to secure it. Now match point and series point for EKC, actually.
EKC looking to go up 2-1 in the regular season. A pretty good opening third. I think they should be content with, although maybe not quite the way they thought it would be, with a loss to Boza Bunch and a win over Core Overflow for them.
Not the way you wanted to get the win either with how the DCs ended up going, but regardless, the score line, if they win this, is going to be in their favor with not the hardest schedule, but middle of the pack schedule, I would say. But as we say this, it is Ocean Accord Flip fighting back to make that opportunity not happen. They want the win for themselves. Mirameg trying to find the opportunity here with an energy burst, but no, getting taken out because of no elusive left over. The good damage coming out of EKC. Katsuna has the flip, puts it into the sentry turret, able to find the final barrier here, and we now have the opportunity, and there it is. Goes into the top pocket. Kashikoma stagger broken. Just wasn't enough. Even with their own sentry turret up, they managed to find the small gap in the defenses of Ocean Accord Flip. and finish off this series relatively clean.
EKC looking pretty strong at this point. I don't think anyone should be doubting them at this stage of the event with the amount of wins they've been able to pick up, the amount of series they've been able to keep close, and able to take care of business here versus Oshino Coreflip. Will pick up the victory here on both Inkies and Oni Village. Again, feels like it just wasn't quite there for Oshi. I don't know what it is, but like the raw team spirit, for Oshi, it feels like they're not all on the same page. They can't consistently find ways to get those KOs. Sure, it happens every once in a while, but it feels like that level of consistency is something we're missing out on.
Yeah, it was very surprising. We have all three members of Ocean and Coreflip on their signature picks here. Maybe it was the map. This is a comp that works better on something along the lines of like Atlas Lab, rather than in a bigger map like Oni Village, where you need a goalie that has more reach and able to defend a little bit better. But again, we see the difference in, for example, the IMEs here. NXED having 7 KOs compared to the 1 KO on Kashikoma. It's also a little bit of a distinction of the brawler versus the midfield role, because NXED is able to use their own abilities for the KOs rather than having to worry about core control, because they know that Katsuna has that on lock, right? Katsuna will get them the ball, but if Kashikoma chooses to expend a cyber swipe or a glitch pop trying to get a KO, that tool is now gone. You cannot use that to help you win the midfield. And if you use that cyber swipe to go in, you're not a goalie. You don't have an eject button, right? You just, if you whiff on a cyber swipe, you just gave up so much positioning here on the middle of the map that it looked like NXT got way more value out of the IME than Kashikoma did. And we saw all the eggs in one basket with the essential Firewall Sentry comp, or a Firewall Sentry build that saw almost no fruition, unfortunately.
Well, it just wasn't quite there. It feels like there are a lot of ideas, feels like it can potentially work, but not quite together, on the same page, and all firing on every cylinder. So EKC able to take the victory here. Again, highlighting these a little bit more unique picks, right? We haven't seen a lot of Kitsune on the Estelle. And NXCD coming in with this IME scorer, as you mentioned, still able to pump out a decent bit of damage, but most notably, the number of times NXCD is able to predict the play that's going to end up happening, getting just the perfect angle on that glitch pop to actually send it back, was quite impressive, and certainly might be something that teams might think twice about maybe banning away a Zentaro or something of the sort. But hey, what do I know? I'll leave that to you all to do your prep for the future weeks, folks. That's going to do it for Mystic and I. Thank you all so much for the birthday wishes and all that. Mystic, do we have anything else? We going to send it?
K-Bot, I hope you have a wonderful day on your birthday. You go enjoy your dinner into Barcade. But that's it for us, I believe. Nothing else that I see needs to be brought up here. Have a great Saturday evening, everyone, as the rest of the matches finish up. And I hope we have an entertaining set of games coming for us in these 3 remaining matches.
Core Overflow versus Last Call is coming up next. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's on the other side of this break.
Greg, you overestimated all of our intelligence.
Welcome, everyone. We're the Last Call and Bozo Bunch. This is going to be going on in between matches, so it could even be happening after the match between Last Call and Bozo Bunch. But either way, we are going to see, although we'll be watching them on the Core Strike field to see who's stronger there, let's see who's stronger mentally. Let's see which team can figure out off the pitch who's the better team. So on one team, please introduce yourself, Dropletto from Bozo Bunch.
Hi. I'm Dropletto from Bozo Bunch. I'm really good at X, I think.
From the same team, we have the 15-year-old prodigy, Forgot. Tell me about yourself.
Hello, I'm Forgot. I'm the goalie for Bozo Bunch, and I'm basically a one-trick Dubu, and the only one-trick Dubu in the league.
Frightfully Fresh, on the other hand, we have a little bit of a Boomers versus Zoomers matchup here. Some of the youngest player on the league Forgot versus the oldest player, Frightfully Fresh. Tell us about yourself.
I am Frightfully Fresh. I'm the goalie for LC, and my favorite character is Mako. Oh boy. Not sure it's
Yikes.
Rasmus, I'm sorry.
Yikes. Yeah, boo. All right.
Boo.
Rasmus is cooler though. We can clap for that. But and moving on, Hook resets. And I mean, there's no one tricks in NASL, guys. We have we don't have 4 1-tricks, X 1-tricks in the call right now.
No.
But tell us about yourself, Hook.
Hello, I'm Hook Resets. I'm the midfielder for Last Call. My favorite character is Era. I play midfield.
Awesome. I mean, one team has a midfielder and one team doesn't. It might be a little stacked. As we all know, the only people that are smart in Omega Strikers are midfielders.
True.
So we'll have to see if Hook's able to carry the team there. But here we go. It's Jeopardy. It's Omega Strike Jeopardy. Completely different. There's 5 categories. We have before and after. It'll be 2 sort of hints directed at 2 different things. One is going to be Omega Strikers related. The other thing will not. And they'll share 1 common word at the beginning and end. So, for example, like if one hint is towards Frightfully Fresh, like say we're talking about the goalie for Last Call, and the other hint is towards something like a TV show starring Will Smith, then the answer could be, what is Frightfully Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? Omega Definers will be, the answer will all be Omega Strikers players, but it'll be the question will be like a definition of what their name truly means. So like forgot could be the answer to a question of the definition of forgot, or not remembering something. It would say not remembering something, the answer is what is forgot. Or who is forgot, even, if you want. I don't mind if you do it either way. By the numbers, this one's really easy. It's going to be a name of a player, and it's going to be missing the numbers in their name. So you have to tell me what the numbers are that are missing. Official names will be the official names that everyone in the Omega Strikers agrees upon are the actual definition of what we're watching, or what we're watching or what we're seeing. For example, say like Kai's primary is what it says, and you have to say, what is Barrage? And then emote spam it'll be an emote, and you have to tell me either the common Twitch or Discord usage of the emote, like how to type it out. For example, like Sony salute would be like, if it showed Sony salute, you'd answer, what is Sony salute? Any questions?
I think we're good.
All right. That we're good. We have 2 players on 2 different teams. Only 1 player may answer for each team per question. So if you buzz in, it's your teammate is locked out effectively of that question. So keep that in mind. Once again, it is Fresh and Hook on the side of Last Call versus Dropletto and Forgotten the sides of Bozo Bunch. Because I'm biased towards Bozo Bunch because we just played together, I'll let you guys pick the first question.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Drop you can pick.
Okay. Let's go with an emote spam for 200.
All right, emote spam for 200. This will just be an image, so you'll instantly be able to buzz in. Fresh.
Borg chest.
In the form of a question, please.
What is Borg chest? I
Whoa,
apologize.
wait,
I got a little
wait.
excited.
Yeah, you got a little excited there to see your teammate on the Jeopardy
on
board.
vacation.
Yeah.
Hey, take 200 off. What the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone gets one. Everyone gets one, you know?
Okay.
Correct. Where are we going next, Fresh?
Let's go to emote spam 100.
Forgot.
What is Fudgy Waffles GG?
Ooh, that's not correct. I'm gonna.
Is it?
Forgot.
Fresh, you buzzed in next.
What is GG?
Correct.
Oh my god.
God.
I'm so...
Yeah.
Yeah, a little
I-
bit
yo,
of
dude, you know Fudgy Waffles GG in the server?
No,
I
it's just
swear to God.
GG.
Just GG.
Alright.
What official names 100?
I me secondary. Fresh.
What is cyber swipe?
Correct. Damn, Dropletto buzzing right behind though. Really close.
God, I need you to use your zoomer reaction time to go faster.
Old man has all the knowledge, man. It's not my fault.
Bro, he's so good.
Hook resets. Do you want to take the next one?
Let's go official names 200.
Oh, we have a clip here. So you have to watch the clip and tell me what this is officially called in the community.
There's just so much pressure. Now it's right back to the other side with the lock and load as well. Switch gets sent away. Hamster Quest does have this energy burst. There's the core flip from Fudgy Waffles. Trying to pick
Fresh.
What is demon angle?
No, like, I don't think everyone would call it that. Is the thing. But forgot. What do you think everyone would call this? You know, what would be the official name?
What is fudgy angle?
Oh, correct. Correct.
Wow.
That's
Yeah.
You would put
These
yourself
watch
in
these.
here.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Fresh,
Yeah.
what are you thinking? That is not a demon angle, my man.
I don't know.
Too shallow.
good answer. Forgot where we're going.
Let's do by the numbers 200.
All right. K-bot blank. Forgot.
What is K-bot 27?
Unfortunately not correct.
My bad, bro.
Anyone else? Anyone from last call?
I'm so sorry, K-bot.
Yeah, I mean everyone. I mean K-bot just clearly hasn't contributed to the community enough
Oh yeah.
to be worth remembering his name.
No.
But the answer is K-bot 273. Forgot. You know, props honestly for getting the first two, but unfortunately still incorrect. Where to next? Forgot.
By the numbers 100.
Cardinals.
29. What is
Forgot.
Cardinals 29?
Correct.
God, thank God I did not play what he did.
I mean, I didn't either, but I had him on my team for play better, win more.
Hell yeah.
Let's go, Dax. Him and Meow.
Yeah, play better, win more. So sick. All right, where next? Forgot.
I don't know. Let's just keep it going on the 200s. Omega Definers 200.
Hey. Sure, the buzzer's good. Soft mud or slush, or a slangy word for trendy YouTube videos that tend to have clickbaity titles. Remember, the answer is the name of a player. You have 10 more seconds and another hint. Pigs might be thought to eat this substance sometimes. Dropletto?
Who is Slop?
Correct.
Oh, yeah. That's what I like to see.
The
The
last part got to me. Like, what was that?
Hey, no worries now. That's all I'm going to say. We're next, Dropletto.
Let's go with Omega Definers for 500.
Whoa.
Ooh, we're going crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Swollen in size.
What?
Someone's face might be a little swollen, and you'd point to them and say, "Hey, your face looks kind of blank. You okay? Forgot?"
What is Puffy FPS?
Correct.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's so smart.
Whoa.
My bad, Fresh. I'm
Nah,
freaking
you're good.
slow.
Or did forgot Prodigy.
Let's do before and after 400.
Alright, I was going to recommend starting this one at the bottom, but we'll go straight to the
No.
top.
Send it.
A scissor blade and form-fitting suit are adorned to help uncover the secret of who murdered the Party Rockers 2 goalie's father.
What?
You are overestimating our intelligence right now. That's all I will
The
say.
first part's an anime. I'll give you that much.
I know the anime. Hold on.
It's long.
Whoa, are you searching it up?
10 more seconds. No Google, but 10 more seconds.
Well, it's locked right now. It's locked.
Oh shit, my bad. Alright, 10 more seconds. Oh, Dropletto.
Oh, yeah.
Who is Kiliest?
No, so there's two
Okay,
parts.
I know what it is now. Okay.
You don't
Do
understand
you
it,
want? You
though.
can. I'll give you one more chance because we need a little bit more. Unless you don't have an answer. All right, Dropletto. That is incorrect then. Fresh.
What is Kill Achilles?
Correct.
No way.
There you go.
That's a category 9. Okay.
I mean, hey,
Wow.
yeah, they got it. We're
That's
going
true.
fresh.
Let's say Kill la Kill, so I would have gotten it wrong again.
Official names for 300.
Rune's primary. Fresh.
Unstable Anomaly.
Correct.
What?
I had flashcards.
What?
I'm learning casting, so I was like, I need to know all the abilities.
All them orbs.
Yeah, I forget that one all the time. Where are we going, fresh?
Official name's 400.
All right, this variant name of the
Alright,
map.
watch up.
Drop Leto.
What is Xeno Cloak? What is Operation Xeno?
Unfortunately, not the answer we're looking for.
That's okay.
Anyone
I
from
wouldn't
last
bet it.
call willing to throw out a guess?
I have no idea.
Just buzzing, guys.
Oh,
Trust.
fresh?
We'll get it.
What is Side Streets?
No, but
Yeah.
I like that guess. I like that guess. That was almost going to be one of them. The answer was Project Xeno.
I'm
Yeah.
just trying to keep it, somewhat even. I don't want to gap these guys too hard.
That's unlike on this Saturday. Last one. This is going to be streamed. All right, where we go? I think Fresh picked that one. Yeah, where are we going?
Official
Fresh.
names for 500. Let's close it out.
Kazan's open form primary.
Fresh. Topspin.
That's crazy. Like no one knows this. No one knows this.
I've never read Kazan's.
I mean,
Wait,
you can't.
even
It's not
look
even
at
on
it.
there. I don't
Yeah,
even
you
think
can't
it's.
even look at it. You have to do it in game.
Yeah, you have to like.
It's
cheat and
me!
Go through the settings or like go to the Wikipedia. It's.
Not game.
Share
Have you
this!
played Kazan? Have you recovered over a check?
I told you, I was learning casting, so I tried to get every ability name down.
He's so smart. And
Remind me to
handsome.
never take Fresh in this category.
Yeah, when you're doing map picks bans, make sure to ban official names.
Hello, Strikers! Welcome back to the North American Striker League! I'm joined here today by Tech, and we are getting into Core Overflow versus Last Call, which is a really, really exciting match.
Yeah, this is going to be a good game. I believe Last Call is actually 2-0 heading into this third week here. So this is going to be an interesting match. See if they can continue to be undefeated as we, head into this week 3 match.
Yeah, Core Overflow, on the other hand, is one of the strongest teams in the league. You have your Sad Boys, you have your Demons Raw, but number 3 is always filled by Core Overflow. So, we're seeing a real clash of the Titans here as we are on Oni Village, and a Mako ban is coming out immediately. Fresh been playing the Mako recently. Not today. They are not having it. Is going into the dumpster. Bye-bye. And we'll be seeing Octavia in there too.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Also, 2 Onis banned on Oni Village. This is an inside job right now.
Yeah, it's the system trying to take us down from within. Yeah, and maybe we'll see a Vice and Zentaro come out to complete the Oni Village. Get a little bit of it all.
Indeed. We do see the Estelle and Rasmus locked in already. Slop hovering Atlas. Interesting choice.
Yeah, hey, there's one of the guys. It's Zentaro. Actually, I think these are two. Well, first of all, this is an Asher goalie, which I don't think we've ever seen in NASL. This might be a first, but coming out strong on the Big Fish extra special start. Big Fish going to everyone but Slop, who's looking a little small there, but you know, sporting the extra special, ready to get into it. And already the Estelles have gone off, and Joker is really pushing it into the barrier here. I think these team comps are super interesting because Rasmus and Zentaro both kind of fill a similar core control niche where they both have good tools, but not a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that's a good point there. And look at immediately the double primary coming out from Leon and the Joker, looking to secure that final barrier as Slop lost his in an unfortunate accident last time. And look at all those abilities coming down. Here's that extra special. I mean, Slop definitely wants to keep the forwards alive when you're playing against a siphoning Zentaro and an Estelle who can just, you know, explode you off the map if you decide to stand in those speedways. And like the ego check a few people were talking about earlier, and look at that, Leon with the secondary just puts it right past Frightfully Fresh.
Yeah, giving Fresh a little bit of whiplash. I don't think he's ever seen inputs that quick in his old age. And here's where we get to the point in the cast already, point one, where I would do nothing but talk about how old Fresh is. Did you know that he's like twice the age of the youngest member in NASL? More so? He's also missing both his barriers, which is a shame, but he's got core flip to defend, so really looking forward to see what's happening there as, oh my god, the barriers are dropping left and right, but Slop is able to hold that one.
Slop holds it with the absolute tiniest Atlas secondary sitting in the net and manages to live as well with his own extra special ult there as the Joker and Slop pass it back and forth, looking to bring it upfield, but Borg is on the defensive front, pushing up, trying to use all those abilities, and look how far up Frightfully Fresh is.
Yeah, putting the Asher to good use, getting that stuffing potential out of the character, still holding this core flip, running strike shot, able to clear it out, and just catching all of these shot attempts like a beast. He's completely unfettered in the face of anything Core Overflow is throwing at him right now.
Yeah, and a huge KO there coming out, but at the cost of Slop's barrier and the core flip from Frightfully Fresh, looking to find something, but not able to yet as the power play going the other way. Hook resets, trying to keep it alive, burning all the abilities, and Borg comes back up to make things that much safer. But Leon does have the core flip, pushing up the field, looking for the pass, ends up sending it backwards to Slop as the one core flip coming out from the Joker, the second saved away by Frightfully Fresh. And look at this, somehow managing to lock down the double energy burst. Keeping things alive right now, but not for long. The Joker just slamming it bottom corner with the combo. Beautiful shot from them.
Yeah, piercing shot has never felt more appropriate than that moment where Joker warped in and just shot it down in what can only be one of the longest Oni points ever. Because I felt like that set began at a different time in my life. But here we are, Core Overflow up 2 points. Looking to hold this barrier and maybe even make it an easy 3-0. But Fresh is an absolute demon in front of this barrier. My fault, Caster's Curse. Hey, but he'll defend the open net.
Yeah, somehow still locking it down. An absolute brick wall coming out from Frightfully Fresh. But, you know, these abilities, it's so hard to play against Estelle, which is why it's really popular on this map. That combo works so well in stunning you and just taking you out of the play when they go to shoot it on the other side of the map. And, you know, just that agility and movement that Estelle has makes her such a strong character.
Yeah, especially since both sides are playing the Estelle, so both teams operating with the same midfield pressure and control, only forward difference being in the brawlers, but also vying for similar awakenings in draft once we get there. I think aerials will be a game changer on whichever Estelle is able to pick it up. Extra projectile range, extra dash range makes Estelle just so much more potent on the field. But here, last call, all 3 members sitting on an energy burst might be able to make a play to get this barrier off of it as they trade with Joker, and Slop is just holding down this barrier until the end of time.
Yeah, the passing is beautiful from Core Overflow right now, and that's what they need if they want to take this first set 3-0. The core flip does come out to save it from the Zentaro ult, and Frightfully Fresh forced a few abilities out, still has the core flip, opts to use it now, and misses the angle on that corner, but ends up working out for them as Slop's able to just put it away in this top corner with Borg coming up, has projectile, has the core flip, but has to use it defensively, try to deal a little bit of damage, and finally the gate falls for Core Overflow, and right now Last Call has to get it out of their corner. Managed to do so, but for how long, as the ult from Leo Leon sends it right back and into the net. A nice set there from Core Overflow.
Yeah, Core Overflow is sealing the deal on the 3-0, taking us to draft. And I'm looking at a twin drive on this draft, really.
Ooh,
I think
yeah.
like every character in this game wants that. It's just such a useful awakening to have. Stagger Swagger might also be pretty interesting, and being picked up by Leo Leon immediately for the base 12% speed, which is it adds a lot of speed. Hey, me when I'm moving really fast at pretty much no additional cost. Here, Borg picking up the 1-2 punch though. I think if I had to describe Borg as a player in like one noun ever, I would say 18 wheeler, and the 1-2 punch really seals that. It's gonna be coming in strong and maybe farming KOs on Oni Village. You know, not super common, but anything is possible, especially when you're riding the highway that Borg is.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it. I think Borg's ult probably hits 18 times as well. So fair enough for them. That 1-2 is going to make them a 36 wheeler.
Yeah, wow. Coming out with the force of an entire, like, what would be a caravan of trucks and delivering to the local Walmart and just plowing through anything in their way. But speaking of plowing through, Leo Leon and Joker have got through Last Call's defenses, barriers down, and are mounting an incredible offense right here, trying to push it in, but Fresh is just holding it down with this Asher primary. And Borg is able to counter the flip and bring it over to the other side.
Yeah, that core flip waited a little bit too long. The ego check coming out. Knows that he's not going to flip it right away if he wants any chance of clearing that one, as the BestieInSlot passing it back and forth, and Borg is hunting. And yeah, he's going to eat well today, taking the Joker off the map. That's a big pick, as Leo Leon just dribbling in this corner, using the speed, but a beautiful strike shot from Presley Fresh keeps their net alive, as finally the ult from Hook Resets will take that last barrier. And now it's the 1-2 goal from Borg. You know, 1-2 punch, nice little 1-2 combo off that corner there. That is Zentaro's bread and butter if you want to get a goal in the nether core overflow.
Yeah, and he is bringing the bread and butter straight to the shelves on the back of this truck. Running Siphoning Wand, which I didn't realize at first. You know, coming into Oni Village, playing 4 damage, getting the 1-2 punch, and even facing an incredibly low health bar that last point, still was able to find a KO and turn it into a goal off that. So I'm super impressed with what Borg's putting up right now, and it seems like he is hunting Joker right now, just absolutely on his tail. Hardly ever leaving except to push up the core and try and get this barrier. Otherwise, he is just mowing him down like a weed whacker.
I mean, it's a good thing that Slot picked extra special, right? And I think he sort of anticipated it when he saw the comp moving forward. Just again, as the Joker gets sent off the bottom corner, this time by the Estelle Rose Warp. And look at it, Slop going upfield, has that core flip. Trying to use it to at least stall a little bit of time. This Joker finally will come back up now and take that little second goalie, but a little bit too premature, as Hook Reset's able to take that top barrier. And now, once again, Last Call, 1 barrier up, and Core Overflow doing a great job at defending it. Slop putting in the work, just putting that big globe down and letting people shoot into it, as the core flip finally takes a beautiful angle from Leo as he just shoots it in the bottom.
Yeah, oh my god. Leo able to get through the barrier and then just sneak it right into the goal there. No questions asked. And honestly, like, despite how long the first set was, Core Overflow was looking pretty dominant in it. And Core was always on Last Call's side. It always felt like Fresh was just working to get the core out, and it was always just stuck there and they couldn't do much. But this set is going much more evenly, and I think Last Call is looking really good. I think could even just seal out this set pretty easily, bar any mistakes on the highway, you know.
And one of those things you see a lot too is almost like a double goalie coming out from Core Overflow as they're able to defend the barriers for as long as they can. But now both of them are dropping down. Although it is a power play though, so Freshly Fresh has his work cut out for him. Has to try to stick against the massive amount of cooldowns flying his way, but somehow by the power of Asher is able to lock down that top barrier for as long as they can. We go Slop up to Leon, has the cooldowns, but just not enough to get it through. Frightfully Fresh is timing everything perfectly, but there's only so many times you can time it before you run out of strike cooldowns. As Borg in this corner, Frightfully Fresh up to hook resets. Doing a good job here. I'm loving the passing plays coming out of last call right now, but unfortunately things just not working out yet. A beautiful save, and the court flip finally comes out up to Borg. Not working out though. A nice save from Slop, and I have no idea who's going to get the goal for this set right now.
Yeah, it is just going back and forth. Oh, but Borg putting it in, unfortunately, might not be the net they wanted, as Slop gets the goal credit there. And now Core Overflow, a point away from winning this set and going up 2-0, which would be a phenomenal lead for Core Overflow. Put last call in a bit of a difficult situation. But here, Fresh on the Asher, it's just defending everything. Like it's just nothing. It's another day at the office for Fresh. I think it's easy to think about Asher as a forward. Oh my god, as hook resets, makes a crazy play. But Asher's has the same anti-stuff potential as forward Asher does in the boxes. Borg gets a KO, and last call is posturing to get a goal right here.
Yeah, this is their opportunity. They just have to get it through and get a nicely timed stealth snipe there as the core flip comes out, and somehow Slop shoots at bottom corner, taking the second set again. I feel like these are absolutely stolen from last call.
Yeah, Core Overflow breaking into the truck and taking what's theirs. And wow, we have Super Surge and a heavy impact on the board. This is a Zentaro draft. Rapid Fire being picked up by Slop. Great for the Atlas, and also a great deny against hook resets. But that's just a free Super Surge delivered straight to Borg's doorstep.
I'm curious if Gistel didn't want the Super Surge, or if they just waited a little bit too long in their decision.
I think almost certainly getting Super Surge to Borg is the right call with how much mobility it gives him. He becomes such an important presence on the field and does 30% more damage with 3 of his 4 moves. Big. And hook resets picking up prime time, which, hey, not too dissimilar from Rapid Fire. Really strong awakening. Just be ripping piercing shots out of there.
That was a crazy save from hook reset with the secondary. Unfortunately, Frightfully Fresh forced to throw it into their bottom barrier anyway. But that's what I'm talking about. We haven't seen them doing double goalie as much as we have Core Overflow, and it seems to be not working out in their favor. Right now, hook reset's trying to get it forward, but it's an absolute wall from the Joker and Leo Leon. They're able to just snipe that one right through.
Yeah, stunning Fresh. You know, doesn't matter which character you are, how well they're good at defending. When you are stunned, you cannot move. And unfortunately, that means the core will be going in. Such as the difficult life of goalie is Joker. Just got right in your last call's face. It ripped the flip and took the barrier right after the first one, netting them a really, really comfortable lead in this point. And Core Overflow is looking incredibly dominant right now.
Yeah, Slop, the MOBA hero, walking down as many barriers as he can for the longest amount of time. Has the core flip, so we'll be able to get out of jail free for any scary situation that comes up, as Freshly Fresh is building it right now. Might need it if he's forced to play against Leo Leon, who flips it, and the Joker wins the strike war for a second point. And here we are, game 1 point, going in favor of Core Overflow right now.
Yeah, Core Overflow just looks really comfortable, and something I think hasn't come to my mind, at least until that last point, was Slop has extra special on Atlas from the start, and into Borg's Zentaro page, which has been doing great at mowing people down. It just can kind of nullify his entire life's work in an instant, making it hard for Borg to really optimize on these KOs. But I said all that, and the offensive is coming out from last call as they take both barriers and are looking for an opportunity to get Borg the core and put it in with this flip. In fact, everyone on last call has a core flip.
Yeah, all 3 players. There's the flip, looking for the angle. Able to find it, but not quick enough. Freshly Fresh burns core flip a little bit too late and loses the barrier for it. As a result, Borg, the only one on the field with the flip right now, is now the Joker has its counter back, but the call out not working this time like it did in the past. Slop has to clear it out of here, and look at how Leon is just cutting off the passing plays over and over, doing such a good job. Leon with the dribble. Oh, that's scary there. If you're Freshly Fresh, almost just goes in randomly. Able to save that one, but the core just flies right past. Oh no. And Core Overflow takes this first game.
Yeah, Core Overflow showed up to win, and win they did. Put on a spectacular performance on Oni Village. They sealed it out. And I think, hey, that's a performance to be expected from a top 3 NASL team. They came in and really cleaned up. But on the other hand, I think Oni Village is not a map that Last Call wants to see. Last Call loves pulling up, running damage. Borg is just absolutely deadly on the Zentaro, on the Kazan. And those characters just don't get as much value on Oni Village as something like Rasmus.
Yeah.
It is difficult, but I think it's just a difference in playstyle, and Core Overflow is more comfortable playing on Oni Village. But next map won't be Oni Village, so I think Last Call, this won't be their last call, and their 2-0 might survive depending on the next 2 matches.
Yeah, we will see what those are in a little bit, but great showing from both of those teams there. And I think the Slop Atlas just completely nullified all the KO attempts that Last Call had and wanted. I mean, there was only 6 total KOs in that game, which, I mean, there were some heavy hitters, right? You have Borg with that 1-2, I believe, with the siphoning one. So kind of surprising we didn't see as many, but that extra special from Slop just nullifying it, as you said earlier. A big deal as we head into Atlas Lab, and we will see what these teams are thinking in terms of comps, if they want to mix things up, or if that was just the map specific picks. And we'll see if Last Call is able to come back and reverse sweep the series.
Yeah, we see the Mako band coming out from Core Overflow once again, which means for Borg, both Zentaro and Kazan are up, which could be pretty dangerous now being banned. And this is I think Last Call has banned now pretty much every game in NASL so far. I don't remember a time where they haven't. And there's a Kazan, there's a Jakar, and I think we'll be seeing Finny out of Last Call. Yep, running an absolutely devious damage comp. But Core Overflow is responding with Slop on the Luna goalie, his signature pick. You see Joker on Vice, a pick that he really likes, and Leon on Zentaro, as we're loading into an extra special Spark of Agility start. Both the brawlers taking Spark of Agility. Leon opting for a vicious Van Brace to combat the damage coming out from Last Call, and everyone else smiling wide with their happy star.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. This game is going to hurt. I mean, we only saw 6 KOs this game, or last game rather, in the series, but I feel like this one we'll probably see about, 6 KOs per set, most likely, with players like this. As look at this, Frightfully Fresh's barriers both going down instantly, and Bork and Hook resets both staggered right away, as now Slop has to try to lock this down. As look at that, Borg absolutely yeeted off the map by that gravity well in the center there, and that's what we're talking about. Big damage, big KOs, and I'd expect nothing less from Atlas this lab, as Slop and Leon just put that one through for the first goal.
Yeah, a coordinated collapse. One member coming in from the goal box, one from the midfield line coming in to put the core in. And I think Last Call on Atlas Lab It's one of their strongest maps, and I think that they really have the potential to scale up and dominate this match. But I think Core Overflow's comp is more conducive for the early game. They have a lot of damage out of the box. Meanwhile, Borg, only just getting level 2 at this point, is able to unlock Kazan's second form and the Stuff of Legends, and is able to do a little bit of sitting on Slop. It looks like it's kind of hovering in the enemy goal box right now, but just taking a ton of damage. Because again, Core Overflow's comp just has so much damage. Lucky for Borg, he has this built-in elusive, so even when he doesn't have energy, he can still get away, but is just kind of suffering all the damage being put out. Hook resets also at half.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
look at this.
looking tough.
Borg doesn't even care about the core. He's just running at the players on Core Overflow right now and just punching them, which, you know, that's what you got to do. Look at the Joker almost dying off the other side of the map right now as Slop is just locking down this final barrier. And, oh, the wombo combo off the corner into the Slop ult. That is not what you want to see if you're the goalie there and stuck between a rock and a bomb. Not a great place to be.
Yeah, I and very often find myself stuck between a rock and a nuclear warhead, and no, it is not the place you want to be, but Slop having a great Luna ult placement, going crazy, but now down a member, Joker getting KO'd. Slop is able to hold on to both these barriers.
Yeah, how are they locking this down right now? And now with the shot off the bottom, but look at Hook
Oh my
resets, takes
God.
advantage of it, Slop off the bottom, and now there's no goalie in the net. Borg looking for one, finds it. Somehow the core sneaks around the barrier, not once, but twice as it finally drops, but Borg losing so much HP and forced to fly away like Mary Poppins as that Luna ult comes out. Gratefully Fresh now does have the core flip, but opts to burn it there to try to save it. Doesn't quite reach, and Leon, the shot right at Gratefully Fresh, not gonna work as somehow the core continues to leave this net. And now Slop is in a little bit of a scary situation here. The Joker shoots at top, and a nice strike shot from Gratefully Fresh as Borg looking for the pass, not able to find it. But a good KO from Hook resets will at least relieve a little bit of pressure as Gratefully Fresh looking to lock down the net. Ends up finding Hook resets, and there we go. The shot, Borg, so many of them. Eventually, one of them will break the defense as Last Call gets on the board during this first set.
Yeah, I think Slop was on strike cooldown right there and couldn't react to the close strike that Borg dropped right into his face, securing that goal. And really, I think Hook resets has been playing absolutely out of his mind here. It got, I think, 2 KOs in that last point, and is just being able to push the ball up forward while Borg sits there and you know, plays a fun little game with the enemy team called "My Name is Kazan." It's a pleasure to meet you. I have a few words that I'd like to share.
The pleasure is not mutual, unfortunately, for most Omega Strikers players. And, you know, I will give a shout out to Gratefully Fresh as well. We've seen him catch the Luna with that secondary, or primary rather, a few times and completely stop the dashes, which, you know, is kind of a big thing in relieving pressure. You just stop Luna completely in her tracks. Just look at this. Borg almost gets a free shot as he's just bullying Slop in the net. Slop has to try to stay alive here and doing a good job putting it around Borg. Does hook it to himself and somehow wins the strike war against almost the entirety of Core Overflow.
Yeah, and here, if you look at the levels, we see Core Overflow really surging as Borg finds himself in the right place at the right time, hooks right past Joker, and puts it in. Cutting the pass between the goalie and the midfielder in a way only Kazan can, and bringing us to a 2-2. And as I was saying, the levels, Rightfully Fresh is level 5 right now. Joker's level 3. Everyone else sitting at a cozy 4. But Last Call looking really comfortable. And oh my god, I was going to say, yeah, it's hard to get up in levels when you're getting KO'd off cooldown. But hey, there goes Fresh. But in the meantime, Hook resets just turned it up to an 11 and absolutely crunched those barriers. To Ash and Dust.
The team that lost their goalie wasn't the one that lost both the barriers, which is pretty impressive there as Slop fighting to get it out. Rightfully Fresh, though, does have to worry about that Vice ult that does so much damage and so much speed to the core. Look at this, doing a good job playing around it. Freshly Fresh and Hook resets have the cooldowns to be able to make things work, as Leo Leon just sitting on top, looking to find anything, any opportunity to take this final barrier. But Last Call is locking it down as Borg is just flying up in the air in the midfield.
Yeah.
Ooh, but
We
finally.
see... Oh, Hook. Drop the core flip. Stalls it for a little bit. Waits, just trying to get the ball to Borg. Oh, who goes in to hook it. Unable to get it. But KO's Joker again. Nabs that orb. And it's a vicious face-off here. Back and forth. But Last Call with the team advantage. Trying to get it in, and Fresh sitting on a flip to make a play happen. It uses it to defend and actually scores off of that.
Yeah,
oh my
I
god.
mean, somehow Last Call take that one. Hook resets doesn't even have to strike the core. Just let it fly back, let it fly right past you and just watch it go in. That is ridiculous. And look at these awakenings here on this this draft. There's some pretty good ones.
Yeah, the team player being picked up by Fresh. Which, Edge, I think just goes to show how strong team player is, because other options like Cast and Manu, especially Manu, left up on the board. Prize Fighter going to Borg, which is a huge pickup for him. You know, just coming out with these KOs and power. And Leo Leon picked up Fight or Flight, which I think is really interesting, because with the Spark of Agility, with the Vambrace, Leo is going entirely a survivability build on Zentaro, who, a character that just has a ton of mobility. It makes him really hard to kill. So if he can stay alive the whole time and just constantly be a threat on the field who can output damage with his base kit pretty well and use his mobility to get into a relevant spot to start taking barriers, he can change the course of the game. In the meantime, Last Call has once again killed Joker. That's pretty cool. And Hook resets a humble lock and load. Able to bounce it off the bumper and get it into the net.
Yeah, Borg is slowly starting to scale with that Prize Fighter during the set. 2 of them already, and you know, don't count out the Joker with that cast to last. Is going to be able to do a ton of damage if they do find a combo. Because look at this already. Hook resets on literally 1 HP, taking so much from just a single ult by the Joker, who, you know, has it every set, has it 30% quicker with that extra special starting Awakening draft there. So, you know, we might see the KOs turn, like the tide might turn and Core Overflow might start to be the ones killing.
Yeah, especially because, and I think this is something that isn't thought about too much, but Castellas makes Vice's slow on her primary last even longer, which makes it even easier to combo, especially into ult. But Hook resets as just Molten bolted Joker and Slop. Joker just permanently staggered this entire match. In the meantime, Leo Leon, who is just, I think, invincible with his build right now, trying to get the core into the net. And
yeah,
really, it is back and forth here.
For real, the Joker taken out again, this time sniped by the Feeny, and Borg with a little self-pass there will send it off into the top of the corner. Look at this, 2-0, uncontested right now by Last Call, and look how much Borg has scaled. 3 Prize Fighter stacks means he will be putting out an absurd amount of damage. I mean, 160 compared to the rest of the lobby being at 100 is just ridiculous. As you know, this time he immediately gets taken down to 1 HP from the Joker ult there, and Frightfully Fresh, the secondary, not working out in their favor. Instead, we'll take that barrier as Leo Leon with all the cooldowns in the world, trying to take that second one, but the entirety of Last Call locking it down and somehow managed to escape that one. A good job from them.
Oh, but Borg, as unfortunately met his end, nuclear warhead, losing Prize Fighter stack, but after how that round started where he just got picked apart instantaneously, I can't say I'm surprised to see this outcome. Hook resets, looking at half, but Leo taking a ton of damage here, looking a little low. This time Joker not on the receiving end, but in spite of all of that, Leo dropping a ton of abilities, trying to get it, but the pass to Joker and the net being pretty vulnerable at the bottom means Joker is able to stand there, receive the pass, and then strike it in. Just like that.
Yeah, just like that. Perfect. Exactly what you want. I mean, we're seeing, like, look at the double goalie, right? You see Borg and Frightfully Fresh just standing on top of each other and somehow timing their strikes perfectly to keep the barriers alive. But unfortunately, they were spread out this time as both the barriers go away. Borg gets one with a core flip, but the Joker finds the angle off the bottom. And, you know, just as we're talking, look at this. 2-2 now. Core Overflow is just bringing it back.
Yeah. And, hey, the slick kicks are on the other foot this time. This is what the first set looked like, but in last call's favor. Now Core Overflow coming in. And all I'm saying is, Joker hasn't died in a while. Actually, we might have to amend that statement, but as of right now, Joker been living and Core Overflow started performing a lot better. You know,
yeah, I
as
mean,
it
makes
turns
sense.
out.
When you have 3 strikers on the field, it's a little bit easier to win things. As there we go, the Joker finally taken off the map. We'll see if that makes a big enough difference. It's Frightfully Fresh passing it up, but Slop with a nice intercept there. Borg just wants to get it in that corner. And look, Lilian again staying alive with that build we were talking about. Makes it that much easier for Slop. You know, Luna isn't a goalie who's able to deal with a ton of stuffing abilities that can come out of, you know, a striker like Drakkar. So I think them staying alive is a really big deal. Is now Leon looking for the shot, not able to find it, but nice attempt there on that mix-up. Frightfully Fresh does have the core flip, so it's a little bit easier to lock it down. But things are mounting right now. Look at this. All the damage in the world on Borg, who's living with 1 HP. Has to get the orb and almost getting taken out by Slop, the goalie. If that goes to show how this game is going in terms of KOs.
Yeah, but a great core flip coming out from Frightfully Fresh. Gets the barrier, and Borg is able to receive the ball from right in the middle and poke it in with the tip of his umbrella. You know, last call has secured a second set and is running away with it. And fellas, welcome to the damage draft. Heavy impact, 1-2 punch, specialized training on the board. But importantly, also Spark of Resilience, which if that goes down to Leo Leon, then I think that seals it in terms of his survivability. But Borg, having that Spark of Agility, might take it instead to deny. Oh, but takes a Spark of Strength instead, just going all in on the power, actually leaving hook resets to deny the Spark of Resilience, which is really big. In the meantime, though, Joker able to pick up Heavy Impact, which, unsurprisingly, it's Vice's guitar, one of her best awakenings, just gives her a ton of extra damage and CDR. So I think that extra damage actually makes going for Joker a lot more threatening. And so the plan of, for last call, oh, we'll just kill Joker.
At
See?
the cost of both of their barriers. Holy. Yeah, goodbye barriers. You don't need those anymore, as Lilian just guiding that core off the corner there into the net. What did I just watch?
A vicious core overflow point.
Wouldn't have it any other way on Atlas Lab. You know, that's about what you expect. Oh, and
Yeah,
there it is again.
This is what I came here for.
Oh man, the Joker looking to get it up forward will end up taking that bottom barrier. And I like how aggressive Slop is getting. You know, we see the strikers from last call on the bottom side of the field, which means the top is entirely up to Slop and an unrestricted flight path. He'll be cleared for takeoff anytime he wants there, as this time Borg comboed with Slop and the Joker off the bottom, and Slop does have the core flip, gets it past that secondary from Feeny, and a scary clear from Frightfully Fresh. Will manage to keep it alive, but for how long, as Borg finally comes back up after that previous KO. And good use of abilities there from Frightfully Fresh to keep it out for as long as they possibly can. Oh, and there we go. Lilian has the core flip, counters it and shoots it. A nice read there from Lilian, manages to counteract Frightfully Fresh's core flip, and will get a second point now. Don't call it a comeback yet, because we've seen people get 2 points in the blink of an eye.
Absolutely. But just after the fallout of that last point, Borg left with 0 prizefighter stacks, just taking a ton of damage here. He might have an elusive built into his kit, but it doesn't matter if they're just putting all the damage in the world onto him. Still has 48 power from his 2 sparks, but is unable to get it any higher as Core Overflow is just pouring all of their damage into Borg. who's just forced to fight for his life, which, you know, is not a fate that Leo Leon has to succumb to, as the guy with the super. I didn't mean it. I was wrong, and I'd like to formally apologize. I was about to start talking about how Leo Leon will never die, and then he, well, you know.
Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. But there we go. 1 point going towards last call. Again, don't call it a comeback. The Joker, look at the damage output. Hook Resets has so many ticks on that health bar and is just taking so much from the Joker. And, you know, this is the scaling we sort of saw. We talked about the two comps, one being popular in the beginning for damage and one as they scale. And look at the stun. Hook Resets can't even move for like 3 seconds.
Yeah, Hook Reset sitting on 2,500 stagger, but I'm here to impart a little secret. You can have as much stagger in the world. I think the max is like upwards of almost 4,000, and it doesn't matter because there are ways in this game to take all of it away from you. Heavy Impact Vice is up there. The entirety of Zentaro is a great way to get that done.
Ooh.
And oh my god.
Joker almost losing their life, but instead turns it around and shoots at top corner there.
Yeah, living embodiment of Knife's Edge. Riding the adrenaline high. Almost gets taken out, and wow. Twin Drive, Rapid Fire, and Primetime all on the same draft. Kazan will be getting one of them. Any of them are good. Vice also kind of wants all of them, but picks a Rapid Fire for taking Twin Drive. Now just going to be dropping those dashes, those really big high damage moves all the time. Deadeye falls to Slop. You know, famous Luna Awakening, I think is going to be game changing with how much Core Overflow has been winning off of out damaging last call here.
Yeah, and we'll see if that Twin Drive helps the survivability, at least for Borg, for a little bit. Maybe that siphoning will heal them for just a bit more as they try not to be taken out, or if the Deadeye will just completely counteract it. And there's the second barrier, having to deal with all of these cooldowns. Finally, the second one drops for Core Overflow, and here we are, even match, looking to find something. And Lilian with that aerial is able to go so far, or Chrono Boost rather, as this time Slop just dunks it through.
Yeah, Leo pushing the core forward, forcing it into Fresh's hands where he has to, you know, do something with it. Unless he wants to let it go in, and that just allows Slop to fly in and cut off all options. Now, really bringing out the power of the eject goalie, and Joker dropping the Supernova and able to get a barrier off of it with an insane angle. Meanwhile, unfortunately, Hook Resets, who has 3 Stagger Awakenings and 2,700 Stagger, fortunately falls once again. In the meantime, Borg's sitting on the core flip, trading it with Slop. Getting kind of low, getting dangerously low, even getting taken out. Oh no!
Oh, once again, such unfortunate timing. And look at this, Leon just again off this top corner, just sliding it through.
Yeah, pulling out the arcane Zentaro technology, getting it into the corner and slipping it in there. You know, Borg with Twin Drive has, you know, a second elusive into his kit, but it can't save you from getting absolutely comboed. In the meantime, we're once again returning to the... the Joker's been focused, lost all of his stagger, and died TV show. And, hey, last call got both barriers off of it. You know, I'm seeing a little bit of a trend here.
Yeah, a trend indeed in the Borg barely staying alive off the top corner there, as Lilian in a sort of a 1v1 right now with Frightfully Fresh, who has all the cooldowns in the world to take things out. And the Joker has to be careful playing on these edges. They are walking a fine line between getting obliterated and, you know, dealing all the damage in the world with that Supernova. There we go. Barrier finally goes down. Lilian is too much of a problem with all of these cooldowns and movement abilities. The Borg looks for it, not able to find the angle. but brings the Joker down to 1 HP as they almost lose their life as Hook Reset's fishing, looking for something, and now it's a 2 versus 2. A game that, you know, we see far too often when we are watching Atlas Lab, and there's the shot. Hook Reset gets a piece of it this time, puts it up just out of reach of that tiny Luna.
Yeah, it is a complete brawl out there. People are dropping left and right. You know, if we went back after this game and counted how long there were 6 members on the team, it would probably not be as long as the entire, as half the game, as that guy just got ping-ponged to the moon. And Core Overflow has secured another set, bringing us to set 5. Oh my god.
Yeah, Frightfully Fresh doing a little magic trick there. They said, watch me disappear as I fly through the entire arena and explode into the back of the net. Holy. Slop getting Missile Prop, a good pick with that Deadeye, of course. So just be able to do more damage. I'm scared for all of these people right now. I would not want to be here. Where were you at the Battle of Atlas Lab in 2024?
Yeah, a complete war zone. We see Hook Resets picking up Stagger Swagger, which I think is a completely monumental pickup for this game, both for the survivability, but because it just, he has so much stagger. Getting him down to half means that he's going to have 20% speed and be incredibly fast, and you don't regen any faster when you have more stagger. So he won't. I think he'll just spend a lot of time at 50%, below 50% stagger, and have a ton of speed. In the meantime, Joker is dying. Borg has died.
Just
both barriers are down.
Saturday afternoon here as the Joker with the thing ends up saving it for last call, but the core flip, nice deny there from Borg. Tries to do damage to Leo. Well, I guess Hook Resets has as many notches on his HP bar as a ruler, as he's just flying forward, manages to dunk that. And a good power play opportunity right now for last call. Looking for anything. Hook Resets, just goes invisible and wins the strike war. That's expected. And you know, Stagger Swagger helps out a ton for that.
Yeah, what an absolutely beast mode maneuver by Hook Resets. It was just shoving it into the corner and forcing uncomfortable situations out of Core Overflow. Suddenly he's gone. He's standing in between the entirety of Core Overflow and just wins a strike war to put it in. Yeah, like you said, Stagger Swagger really helping there, putting on extra damage. And last call, has completely schmixed Slop there for hooking it around and getting it right past him. And in the blink of an eye, last call is running away with this game. All of a sudden, they're up 2-0, bringing us to match point. Whereas they just lost the last 2 sets. Is as if they didn't lose them at all. They're back in full force and ready to win.
Yeah, I think some of these awakenings have helped out so much, and maybe they're locked in. You know, this is their last call. They have to win this, or we're going to our next match. But there's both the barriers as quickly as we were talking about it. The Luna all coming out. Leo Leon doing a great job there, reading that off the corner from the Luna ult. Manages to secure a goal, and you know, don't call them out yet. This could still be a 2-0, but with how many people are exploding off the side of the map, I have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah, we are replaying the set count in the points in set 5 here. A quick last call sweep of 2 points, but then Core Overflow just absolutely surging that last point, coming back. But Leo Leon getting taken out. Joker low, and both barriers down for Core Overflow. This could be it. Borg trying to get it through.
Joker barely surviving there with Borg, and Borg gets in a good spot, manages to aim that so he doesn't die. But here we go. Hook Resets looking for something. The Joker on such low HP. Frightfully Fresh does have the core flip as well as Slaw. Both goalies have the ability to lock this down as Borg is taken out. The core flip read by Leo Leon as it drifts around the barrier. No gold yet, and Slop will teleport back and reset, giving time for Borg to come back, and there he is, this time traded instead with Leo Leon, as now things are so scary for Core Overflow. Borg trying to use all their cooldowns, looking for something. Will the core go through? Slop is the last one, and somehow Leo Leon is saving this with the ult. It's a 3 versus 2. Slop and Leo on such low HP. Borg looking for the pass. The hook resets denied again, and the shot finally finds its mark. Last call comes back and brings it into a game 3 for this series.
Yeah, some beautiful passing going on from last call at the end there, and just putting it in. Core Speed is sending it right in from hook resets on the midfield line, getting it straight in there. And then, yeah, just like you said, bringing us to game 3. Which, you know, hey, after game 1, I was a little worried for last call. I won't lie. But they pulled up and said, Oni Village is not the map for us. This is what we're really built for. And
Kill is what they said. I mean,
yeah,
look at the
murder.
damage. The lowest damage was hook resets at 25,000, and then the next lowest was Frightfully Fresh with 31,000. Like, we saw Borg and the Joker put out over 45,000 damage, which is just ridiculous. I mean, what is that? 17 KOs from the side of last call, and what is that? 11 on the side of Core Overflow. I mean, it's hard to even stay alive when you're playing against comps like this, especially on Atlas Lab, excuse me, where the map can kill you as well, which is, you know, just ridiculous. So much damage coming out, and maybe killing is the way to win. I don't know.
Yeah, hey, when the map has hands, it would be a shame not to get into the ring with it, you know? Yeah,
that's right.
Again, just an insane brawl to the bitter end. Both teams fighting, but ultimately last call sealing it out. And I'm really excited for this game 3 because the map being hovered right now is Amy's app. And hey, if you want to talk about a map where the KOs are coming out and things are getting crazy, look no further.
I mean, if this is going to be any sort of semblance of last game, I mean, I would have to say last call takes it, right? I mean, if they're KOing that many times, if they're making it work, if they're moving around and somehow living off these insane awakening drafts, then I don't know. I think last call might have it in the bag. What do you think, Yoshi?
Yeah, I think I have to agree. I think Core Overflow could pull out something that I'm unfamiliar with. I absolutely don't count them out. Again, a top 3 NASL team looking pretty good, but this is last call's domain. This is where they thrive. And I think if they stick to what they know and get to it, they've got a pretty good shot. I do think that there's a slight complication in their game plan where they usually pull up and always ban now. You know, no healing allowed in the damage field. But it might not want to deal with Julie or Rasmus, or they might be completely comfortable playing it. I know Borg's got a nasty Rasmus hidden up his sleeve. But oh, actually, no more Luna, who's also a phenomenal character on this map, but we see the now hovered immediately, unapologetically, knowing that this is exactly what they don't want to see. But oh, guys, Juno jump scare. The last thing I think I was expecting from this match was that character coming out, but we see classic Julie Rasmus coming out from Core Overflow. There's the Rasmus, presumably from Borg, and hook resets pulling up with Juno. No, it's super interesting. On a fight or flight spark of resilience start, I thought it would be like Deadeye, and then we banned Luna.
Yeah.
Now, nobody wants to play against Luna on any map on a Deadeye start. But today we are Spark of Resilience fight or flighting. Yeah, maybe not. Oh, where'd that guy go? Guys, I was going to say...
Is that the fastest one ever? I mean, that might be the second fastest after what we saw a couple weeks ago, but holy.
Out the gate, completely taken down. I was going to say, you know, Spark Resilience and Fight or Flight aren't really conducive to a damage start or a KO game. We might not be seeing kills, but that's the fun part about this map. If fun is your fun being the operative word and can be replaced with many other words. Did you just die instantaneously? A little pit in the middle. You don't want to get too close to it.
You may be entitled to financial compensation.
Yeah, if you or a loved one has been caught dead on the app, call this number.
Well, here we go. This time, thankfully surviving for Borg at least, but you know who isn't surviving? Hook resets, taken off the bottom immediately. And here's the passing, Leon to the Joker. Back and forth they go as they dance circles around this last call defense right now. It's hard to lock it down when you only have 2 players and you have 2 strikers that are so good at controlling the core in the midfield. You know, still on the field.
Yeah, but I think that point lasted a lot longer than I would have expected to with how the match was going, especially with Fresh on the Finny goalie. But Fresh is just an absolute defensive monster on this character. I think that's really what you want out of your ranged, like, non-melee goalies, is if you, the person piloting that character, can make the most out of their defensive options, you know, you're bound for success. Like, Finny is a character that just puts on damage, and, you know, you can make a forward impact with that. Being able to hold it down, though, is a lot harder, but Fresh just has it on lock. Meanwhile, unfortunately, Borg is the victim of this match. He's calling the number right now, and he's been taken out, and just fighting for his life constantly out here.
Yeah, it's insane how many KOs we're seeing off of people that aren't even staggered. I mean, I guess it's not that insane, right? Because it is Imy's app. It's one of those super big maps, as I say, as someone immediately goes through the home button on this app. And there we go. A nice little dribble there. Borg gets the best of Slop there. 1-1 again. And these points are lasting longer than I would expect. And I think part of that is just due to Frightfully Fresh being able to lock down that goalie position. I mean, they have the strike shot, which almost acts as another ability. They're using their cooldowns perfectly, and there's not much you can do in that situation. Even almost saves it with that ult there. But, you know, that's just how much impact Frightfully Fresh is able to have on this game for Last Call.
Yeah, absolutely. But unfortunately, Leon is playing Juliet and showed up, hit the force quit button. Speaking of which, there goes Joker. Also been task manager shut down. And oh, hook reset's almost falling as well. It just, things are happening. Look, where'd that guy go? Where did he go?
Gone. He's gone. The Joker almost saves that one too off the bottom of the gates, but not good enough. There's another goal for Last Call. And look at this, even in the set again, these two teams are putting on hell of an effort.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, just going toe-to-toe here. 2-2. Fresh picking up a little bit of a core flip off that ult. Looking good. Board close. Ooh. And Leon just trying to get anything that he can. Gets forward. But Fresh ripping the flip there. But I mean, Slop is just holding this bear. Oh, sorry. Slop has lost the barrier, and Leon has fallen to the hook.
Oh no, the hook this time trying to save it, not working out. Borg doing a little bit of dribbling, a little bit of movement as the Juno blob ends up sending that in. Slop gets absolutely mixed by the two players. First set going to Last Call, and we'll see what Awakenings will pair well. I'm not even sure what you need here because I feel like everyone is just dying off the center.
Yeah, it's anything that makes you kill immediately faster is what you want to see. And I think we're going to be seeing a Monumentalist pickup from Borg here. Maybe hovering at Egoist instead, opting for more evades. Now, maybe I'm projecting. Just a fan of the big Rasmus hook. But we see aerials being picked up by hook resets. A dash awakening a day. Keeps the core away from your side of the field and onto the enemy side. And Fresh picking up the Monu, actually. Going to be able to pull up with a ton more damage on these Finny abilities. And hey, speaking of which, bye-bye.
Adios as you go through that. It's just,
yeah, Ed,
it's the start of every round.
Joker's unfortunately been victimized by the application Now has 2 Stagger Awakenings, picked up Reaver from that last draft. It doesn't matter. It's a secret. And oh, Borg almost falling victim to the hook there. Narrowly dodging it, letting the core take the hook instead. And we are just slugging left and right here. But Fresh is holding on to this barrier. His last call, getting core overflow's barrier and trying to get it into the net here. Hook resets, doing a little bit of dribbling and posturing for the position to get it to Borg. And I'm really impressed with how well Last Call is playing this game right now.
Oh, 100%. I mean, they have so much control despite, being KO'd a decent amount of time and how much they are KOing. Like, look at that save from Freshly Fresh. Beautiful there with that Feeny primary. And there's so much garbage in the net right now that Slop's able to escape using only a few abilities. There's the core flip hop in the shot top corner. Look resets. We'll get that one with, something you're used to seeing with Juno.
Yeah, oh my god. the flip and dip with the hop and a skip. Grabbing the core and getting it in with the flip. That was insane from Hook resets, and really just putting this Juno pick to work, which I wouldn't expect out of Juno on Amy Zap. But again, with the control that Hook resets has over the core is just cannot be understated, and really I think brings this team comp together, because Finny doesn't have immaculate core control. I dare say it would be pretty mid, and Rasmus has decent core control, but not to the same effect as Slop. Just face checks the core flip, grabs. Oh, my bad.
Well, that's your punishment for doing that, as the core just drifts its way in. And, that's one thing from last game. Hook Resets was doing such a good job on that Drakkar last time, on that business Drakkar, controlling the core, winning so many strike wars, and honestly the positioning is almost perfect, and Aerials helps out a lot. But Aerials is one of those awakenings where it's sort of scary. You can jump forward and all of a sudden generate a ton of pressure for your goalie because you're just out of position. And this time Freshly Fresh got out of position, ends up going down as the goalie, and Hook Resets and Borg are gonna have to try to hold this down for the next 5 seconds. Oh,
yeah, unfortunately, Frightfully Fresh. Frightfully found face down the pit, pushing a little bit forward, but the barrier goes down. Still holding the net though. Fresh allowed to get back, and Hook Reset's looking to make a play here, but Atlas, guys, it doesn't matter how many things you throw at Atlas. He has an ability for it, be able to hold it down, and a core flip. Oh, but the Joker has a hook and the pendulum swing to put it in. Joker absolutely showing up for that point. Taking out Borg in an instant and then scoring. A little bit of 1-2 action.
Yeah, I mean, Slop is a wall right now, I will say. Like, that whole set, and look at that. Somehow, Freshly Fresh has kept it alive so many times behind their own little triple health bar, which, in many cases, keeping themselves alive. Finally, it goes down. The core flip coming out, and look at that. Somehow shoots it the millisecond after the Joker core flips, and a beautiful shot from Hook Resets will lock down the second set. Last Call is putting on an incredible showing right now.
Yeah, I mean, I am flabbergasted, dare I say, by the play that Hook Resets just made. And, Slot might have to hit a reset on his career after getting mixed that hard. We see the rapid fire fall to Juno. Just primaries coming out the ears. There are going to be so many slimes on board. Joker picking up Deadeye for the stronger hook. And Timeless being picked up by Slop. Just bigger creations. So, hey, more slimes does not matter if Slop is able to cover the entire barrier with this expanse.
Yeah, Juno has a lot of friends on the field right now, I will say. Like, the friends list in this game seems pretty small, considering, like, most of America has each other added. But Juno just has a bigger list. She's going to have so many friends with that rapid fire. And look at the pressure already. Somehow, immediately, Leon taken off the top, and the shot is almost good from Hook Resets, who's been finding some nasty angles all throughout this game. But now, Frightfully Fresh has to find the angles to clear things as Leon comes back. Slop looking to catch that one up, and this time the Joker, another KO. As soon as one person comes back, another one is gone. This game can never be 3v3 is a nice strike shot from Slop. Keeps them alive right now. And Core Overflow, their hopes and dreams are not squashed yet, as they might claw their way back this set.
Yeah, I mean, there talks at length about the O2 comfort zone, and after the last game where Core Overflow brought it back from the brink in set 3, taking us to set 5, anything is possible with this team. And they could surge in a major way. But unfortunately, no amount of gassing them up can save what just happened as Last Call absolutely unraveled their defenses there. And tied up the score for the set.
Yeah, I mean, 2 perfect reads, right? The first one, that Juno blob taking out Slop before he could even get his secondary down. And now this one, Borg with the perfect read. Secure that goal. And Last Call is scary right now. This is not a team that you want to go up against when they're in their prime and their peak, and it looks like they're in it right now, despite Frightfully Fresh apparently being old, as you say. Yoshi's
yeah,
words,
she is
not
ancient. Let me tell you what, but hey, you can teach an old dog new tricks, and Frightfully Fresh has the great party trick of holding it down. But it's a bad time that I said that. It's a really bad time that I brought it down like that.
We just talked so much trash on his name, and I think he heard it. My apologies.
But I mean, I don't know. Last Call has been playing so well. And I think... Oh! I think Core Overflow is responding in kind and doing everything they can to get it there. As Leon just went absolutely crazy on the barrier there. And the dribbles. It's just what he does. Nowhere. Yeah, able to get it. Almost takes out Hook Resets. And Slop is, oh my god, corner champion of the United States of America. Able to keep it down, but Fresh with a beautiful Infinity ult. Able to keep it out of the net, but still down a barrier. Meanwhile, Core Overflow sitting on theirs. And Joker trying to...
Fresh. Just winning strike war after strike war, but not the dash punch. Core Overflow is finally on the board now with their first set. I don't know, don't call it a comeback, but these games have been extremely close, so I wouldn't be surprised if Core Overflow was able to take another set. What do you think, Yoshi?
Oh, I think there are 2 things on the board right here. The first thing I saw was specialized training, and I thought, oh, Joker gets it and it's over. But the other thing that I saw is nice edge, which is in an insane twist of fate, even better, where you just get 30% speed on most of the map because Nice Edge procs on the center. We see Specialized being denied from Borg by Slop. I bet he's going to get a ton of extra healing value off that.
Does he know?
Does he know? And hey, Borg picking up a second spark. You know, nothing too bad. And Hook Reset's picking up peak performance, which might not seem like much, but Juno Slimes move with 100% of Juno's current speed. So get a little bit of speed on Juno with that peak performance means that these Slimes can have just a little bit more agency. And with the rapid fire, you know, that is game changing. As here we see Last Call is just in Core Overflow's walls right now, taking them down, and Borg almost puts it in with the Whiplash with the help from Hook Resets. And I'm just, every time I watch Last Call make a play, I am in awe because they're playing it so well. But then I go and look at Slop, who's sitting there walking around on the MOBA Atlas, and he is just defending. He is holding it down in spite of all of that, and it's insane.
It is absolutely ridiculous. Like a nice evasive there from Borg, and now pressure is on this side, locking it down though. That team player helping out a lot from Frightfully Fresh as Borg able to send that top corner. you know, you can have Timeless Creator, but that is not big enough to save that angle. A nice shot there from Borg, trying to secure things out and lock it down for last call. Trying to go 3-1, I believe, in the series so far. In the core flip, just waited out for as long as possible as the Joker finds yet another kill. This time on the hook resets, he's been such an impact this game.
Yeah, Hook, who hasn't been victim of many KOs this game, finally falls, and though nothing came of it, I think if Core Overflow focuses their KO pressure onto Hook, and the game might change entirely. But Joker ripping a core flip, trying to get anything but fresh. These goalies are just,
oh my god,
too good at their job. Someone has to give. The match has to end eventually. We're gonna be here. The year is 20XX. Slop and Frightfully Fresh are still holding on this Amy Zap game. NASL is a dead concept, but this match will never end. Oh, and it goes in.
Yeah, finally. I mean, I feel like these players have their mouse click wired into their brain with how quick they're able to click and react to these absurd amounts of pressure in front of them. Like, Slop has about 15 abilities in front of him at all time, and he just, you know, waits, just chilling. He's Zen mode, just clicks the core and gets it away. Like, it is ridiculous, you know, these NASL level goalies and how long they're able to lock it down. And as I say that, the core flip comes out, saved away by hook resets, and Frightfully Fresh burns that flip to keep things intact. And there we go, Borg taken out. Things are scary now, as you have to stall for 6 more seconds, and not good enough. The Joker with the ult off of the center of Imizap somehow sends it to the top corner of the net there.
Yeah, just an absolutely disgusting bounce, getting it in. But hey, Core Overflow, 1 point away from taking us to another set 5. Gotta be feeling pretty good right now. And meanwhile, Last Call, 2 points away from winning the series, beating an insane team, and you can tell that Fresh has his heart in it, wants to make it happen.
Fresh is locked in. Both of these goalies are absolutely locked in. Like, how do you even strike that quick? I don't even think they have the cooldowns to do that, but somehow making it work. Borg finally wins the strike war and takes down the elusive Slop's net as they're passing it back and forth. So many friends in front of the net as the Joker comes back up. Makes things scary. Frightfully Fresh looking for the pass, using that team player to speed up the core, and a nice attempt there from hook resets. Once again, the Joker taken out. Now it's down to Slop and Leon to hold the fort. They have to do it for as long as they can. A nice read there. Slop baiting out hook resets as the angle not good enough. Slop on such low HP though, as Borg just taking pot shots, trying to get him off the map.
Doing whatever he can, and he makes it happen. Out of nowhere. Slop gets scooped up. Hook, line, and sinker. Sucked into the bucket, leaving no one to defend the goal. And Borg is able to show up, put the core in the net, and take us to series point. 2-2 on this set. Both teams unrelenting, refusing to give up.
Yeah,
just doing everything they can.
Oh man,
just stay in it.
Where I thought I would be after watching that first match. I thought for sure this is just an easy sweep, but Last Call making it anything but easy as their net finally drops. They need to take this barrier quick if they want to close things out. You do not want to go into a set 5, and finally the barrier falls. Frightfully Fresh has to try to get it upfield, but the Joker and Leon have an opportunity to make it work, getting it around that Rasmus ult. A beautiful angle there is finally it's sent back. Borg looking for the pass, but there's too much utility in front of him. Hook resets, doing a good job keeping that core alive, but Leon just shoots it top corner. So devastating for Last Call as Leon sends it to the final set on game 3. Is there anything more you can ask for?
Absolutely not. And we saw just the chaos on this map is so insane. I watched Joker strike the core and then immediately evade an incoming hook coming from Borg. But then at the very end, all it took was Leon walking up to the core, which was moving relatively slowly, and just strike it in. I think we're just seeing an overload of information come out. But here we have Slot picking up Twin Drive, which might be GG. That's Atlas's good move, and now he has 2 of them. So Slop's defense it became so much more potent, and with these hooks that Joker's getting, it's hard to see Core Overflow not taking this game. Wow.
Yeah, that is the ancient bis that was written about on stone tablets. Atlas Twin Drive, the timeless creator. Oh man, this might be wraps. And if Core Overflow keeps playing like that, surely it will be. Leon and the Joker looking to make things work in that field. And there's another uncontested KO. As look at the scale. It's coming out and it is coming in full force. Leon and the Joker are making it work in this midfield, and Slop is locking it down for as long as they can, doing such a good job. The Joker, though, almost sends it into their own barrier, but 3 sets and Faithfully Fresh, you need to stay in this. And a great job by Borg with his dying breath, manages to take the barrier, and things are a little bit even, despite there being a power play. Faithfully Fresh has to try to get it around. Will they be able to somehow get it out? But with their own life, as Borg comes back and needs to lock this down. Hook resets, burns the core flip, and oh no, not able to get the strike after the ult. Ends up sending it into their own net, and we are 1 point away from Core Overflow locking this down. Not like this.
Not like this. After everything Last Call's put up, it's hard seeing. It's just so hard seeing Core Overflow not win this game. They are just playing so confidently, so dominantly.
Ooh.
But Fresh, and maybe not Twin Drive Atlas on the board, but just holding it down like no other. Absolutely dominating. Gotta get out of the corner there. Insane. And on the power play, Borg missing in action. Still able to hold on for as long as possible. But now
finally that barrier falls. Things are so scary, and the dash punch prediction from Leon wraps this game up as Core Overflow takes the series 2-1. What a ridiculous showing for both of these teams.
Yeah, oh my god. I'm hey, if you couldn't tell, I'm a little speechless. That was I don't have it. Hey, I was talking about like information overload. It's happening to me. It's happening to me right now. I don't know where to begin on that series. Core Overflow played an insane game 1 and just, I think it was like a 9-1 or 9-2, and then went to set 5 on Atlas Lab in an insane KO game, and then went set 5 and brought it back. Both games brought it back from being down 0-2 in sets. Oh no, wait, sorry. I'm losing it. Lost game 2. Did not bring it back.
Did not bring it back.
Brought it to set 5. Still really, really good. But then was able to bring it back in this final game and seal the deal. And now both teams sitting at a 2-1 in the league. And I've got to take a moment to understand what I just watched.
Yeah, my AI is also short-circuiting after watching that. 13 KOs from the Joker, 9 from Borg. The Rasmus special in the IME's app center. Like, what a showing, man. Like, there's nothing more I wanted from that series that I didn't get. The 3-0 into the 2-3 into like the 2 games of set 5, just over and over and over again. I'm as speechless as you, and I hope our next set, which is, I believe, is that Demons Raw?
Yeah, Demons Raw versus Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yep.
Yeah, which,
that's gonna be a fun match.
On the pre-show earlier today, I believe 3 out of 4 people voted Bun Bun Bonanza to be the winners. So
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah,
we'll see if
I'm-
they put their bestie bucks where their mouth is for that one.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. All I'm saying is, how much do I have? 111K
Dang.
going on Bun Bun Bonanza right here, right now. Let's see it.
Ooh, okay. Well, if you guys want to steal Ziyoshi's channel points, you know who to put your money on. I believe we're going to hop into a quick break here. And then we will see Demon's Raw versus Bun Bun Bonanza. This is going to be a fun match. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Get your popcorn. And I believe we'll hop into a quick break here. So see you in a little bit. Oh yeah, I'm feeling like a Bun Bun Bonanza because I bet all my channel points on them, so I will not be biased at all. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. I am Tech, joined with Z Yoshi 64, because 1 through 63 were taken. How's it going? What do you think this this series is going to be, and where did you put all your channel points?
1 through 63 have fallen and been absorbed, and if you want to win big, if you want to get all your channel points, you know, double, triple it. Hey, bet on Bun Bun Bonanza right now. Right now, immediately. Time is running out. We are running out of time. 99% of gamblers lose. I mean, win, quit before they win big.
Yeah.
They quit, and then but then they win. So if you want to win,
yeah,
put on Bun Bun Bonanza.
Win. Speaking of winning, Clarion Test Chamber, Game 1, picked by Demons Raw. Actually, Gumi, Kainoob, and Snake are the 2 visible ones you can see right now, but of course, we can't root for them. Come on, we're betting. We are biased.
Well, now hold on. Gumi is hovering Juno goalie, which has been brewing as a pretty good pick recently. Guys, we hate Era in this household. Banned away from the test chamber, and this is looking like looking like we are not locking Juno goalie, but instead Juno midfield.
Oh,
we're thinking about it.
He's stream sniping.
And it's a lock. And this is a team comp and a half. Demons Raw running just full damage, putting the entire crux of core control on Kainoob's back, which hey, as Juno works pretty well. But Bun Bun Bonanza pulling up with the now. Kind of the one thing that can stop the forces that Demons Raw are playing with. As we're showing up on a built different Castellast start, everyone's going big mode except Kainoob, who's opting for Castellast for some longer slimes. And starting on the bounce house immediately, Project Base Drop. See, oh my god, Scyther 12 just absolutely decimate those barriers instantaneously.
Oh my, that was quick already, and both barriers falling from both sides so fast. I like this map because it gets louder and louder, and it doesn't stop ever. it just keeps getting louder and more hype. And there's another one. Scyther off of the speaker sends it right into the center of Gumi's net and plays a little drum, does a little dance. That's what me and Yoshi, probably the only 2 people who bet on this team, love to see for our channel points starting off.
Yeah, I'm smiling ear to ear, and I'm actually really impressed with the angle that Scyther 12 hit there, bouncing it right in between Gumi and Kainoob. But here, we're on, I believe, Project Maelstrom, and I'm really curious to see who picks up the big orb. It is Scyther 12. I think, Julia, it's one of the best characters you can have to pick this up because immediately Scyther 12 walked back to assassinate Snake. Put him
Snake
down
on 0 stagger right now. I've never even seen the bar go that low before starting to flash. The Snake just trying to stay alive, deal any damage he can, and this time Scyther with a huge KO on the Gumi. Has to lock it down that goal now as Lilybun's up with the core flip, with the turret, looking to strike it through, but the core just flies too far away. And now Kainoob has the core flip, stuck in this corner with so many blobs, forcing Lilybun to burn it, but manages to save the net, so maybe it's worth it.
Yep, we see big Scyther 12, KO Kainoob, who were sitting on a core flip. Lost that. And now Bun Bun on the offensive. A drone from Liari comes and intercepts, I believe, Gumi's clear, and scores a point. And Bun Bun are up 2 points right now.
Yeah, this is a good start. Definitely on a map like Clarion too, but as I say that, Lilybun almost loses both of the barriers. With Snake doing so much, so many cooldowns, so many strikes. Will get healed up, or at least try to, but still sitting on low HP. Finally staggered and will be bounced around. Unfortunately KO'd off the back of the net for them, but Snake moving up with Gumi, putting so much pressure, getting that second one, but the core flies back a little bit off to Snake. A beautiful glitch pop there. Secure the net, just enough time for Scyther to come back, and things are still scary. for Demon's Raw right now, but a save like that almost keeps it alive. Snake credited with that one. Lilybun tried their best, but not able to save that one. 2-1 now in this first set.
Yeah, and very close to getting the save, but unfortunately, Demon's Raw just in there, ready for it. And Snake sitting on this core flip, incidentally, and very interestingly, running slick kicks on Zentaro, which not something I would expect, but hey, you know, there's a reason he's up there and I'm in here, and putting on the damage on Liari and Lilybun is looking tight. And Scyther 12, hey, not staggered anymore. A little bit of the now ultimate. Picking it up.
Not staggered indeed. And here comes the push. Gumi with a nice save. Just wanting to take out Scyther themselves. Unfortunately knocks it in. And the glitch pop pixels off from saving that one. A nice core flip there from Kainoob to even things out 2-2. And look at this. Demon's Raw might be taking back this first set. And on the KO stage itself, we'll see if anyone gets stuck in the goop.
Yeah, showing up on Project Obscura, a very difficult one to play. I think especially 0.5. It's very easy to get stuck in those areas, and like Snake just took a ton of damage there, but oh my god, Scyther 12 almost getting that barrier. Oh, but just took a ton of damage. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, a fine line between staying alive and also wanting to go forward to build up that forward pressure. A nice projectile there from Liari will take out that final barrier as Snake staggered just as Scyther 12 is somehow gets taken off the bottom of the net, but here comes the core flip. Not able to find anyone, but maybe able to stall enough time. Potentially, Lilybun is so far up, but Gumi gets a beautiful angle, able to save that one and keep it alive as now Scyther is taken out for a power play for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, Lilybun jumping in, trying to get it, but Liari with the core flip, almost able to get it. I think Kainoob was able to redirect it off of Snake's ult, which is just insane. But a beautiful combo.
Checkmate.
Yep.
Beautiful play there. And look at this. Bun Bun Bonanza taking the first set on Clarion here. This is good for them and good for my channel points as we see what awakenings are in this draft. Any big ones? I think Aerials might be a big pickup here potentially.
Oh, Deadeye. Lilybun just going full damage. Saying who needs a dash awakening? I'm going to KO them. You know, Lilybun just really comfortable on these forward goalies, eject goalies, etc. Was able to get a ton of value pushing up super far without a dash awakening. You know, perhaps following that rationale. They're kind of picking up a dash awakening. Gumi also picking up a dash awakening, a chrono boost and aerials. You know, both characters that really want that extended dash range. And so we're going to be seeing a lot of just cross-map leaps as they kind of really big right now. Ready to make some plays. Just outstriking everyone with the size.
Yeah, and there's that chrono boost being put to good use already by Kainoob, trying to get that bottom barrier. Unfortunately not working out, but you can see the agility, especially through you know, a stage like this where you're able to just jump across all of the walls. And it'll take some good rotational skills from your teammate, your other forward or midfielder, but you know, it's NASL. We're expecting that teammate. We're expecting that high level teamwork coming out between these people. And look at this, Snake almost gets the strike war through, stuns Lilybun, but has the core flip to deny it for just a little bit longer. And a nice positioning there. We'll keep Bum Bum Bonanza in the game for a second longer, but maybe no more than that. Somehow saving it as the Juno Blob ends up working out, keeping Bum Bum Bonanza alive for another second. This is scary for them. Gumi blinking forward, not able to get it, as finally the core flip goes in off the corner, or not even core flip, just banged off the top wall faster than you can say Bum Bum Bonanza.
Yeah, faster than a speeding bullet. The core is going in on another really long point. I think both teams were really holding on there, making that point last a really long time. It might just be an effect of that map variation, but hey, we're on a completely new and different one, so it's time to get to work on something different. As we see Scyther 12. Oh no, fall.
Yeah, beautiful save there too. Just right across the line, and the core flip sends it through with the KO. This time credited by Kainoob, and Snake just sends it right in.
Yeah, what an unfortunate situation for Bun Bun Bonanza. Lilybun leaping in between the opening goal gates to try and stop any sort of stuff in there. But Kainoob catching it with a blob. Unfortunately, Lilybun being positioned a bit too close to the wall there. Hitting it in. Oh my god, Kainoob is just in there. With the pass to Snake, they're able to put it in and take a set 3-0.
Kainoob is very much in there, and his kicks are very slick, just flying across the entire map, able to make it work. And here we go, second Awakening draft, looking like potentially an extra special on Gumi, which would be big. We've seen these two teams crossing the stream, so to speak, with those two turrets dueling in net, and will be locked in. Also heavy impact coming out from Liari, and nice edge there from Snake.
Yeah, heavy impact is a really big pickup. the now secondary, the mine, only 10-second cooldown, and is an impact. So hey, if you place it down and hit more than one thing, it is now on a 6.5 second cooldown, almost as low as their primary. So incredible value to be had coming out of heavy impact there. But I mean, I don't know if it can contend with extra special on Gumi, who can dash off kickoff every point, drop a turret, and then force incredibly tough situations.
Yeah, when you see someone KO'd off the right side of the map, you'd expect it to be the red team. But, you know, sometimes Snake just has to go, and look at that. The agility from Kainoob, able to just shoot it right past Lily, who seems to be celebrating, but can't be too happy about that one.
Yeah, Kainoob, just, especially with this Chrono Boost, having that dash awakening, just able to be there at any point or any place in the map at once and get in there and make things happen. And here we see the Make It Rain, and the slime offense is just so hard to deal with all the time.
And even if you don't need those slimes, Kainoob passes it up and then just jumps over and takes it themselves. And the core flip, surely that gets stuffed through, of course. Kainoob, another goal. The absolute thorn in Bun Bun Bonanza's side right now as they're trying to stay alive in this second set. Things were even beforehand, but with the potential of a 3-0 set, things get a little bit scary if you're on the Bun Bun side or a Bun Bun fan.
Yeah, it's a lot that Demon's Raw are putting out here to deal with. Kind of getting a little flashy with these bounces, using Project Base Drop to its fullest potential, trying to get the core into the net.
Barrier finally drops. Gumi a little bit confident, and there we go. Snake just wins the strike war. This set is over the quickest out of any of them so far. I don't know if it's the abilities or if you know, Demon's Rod just wanted to step it up.
Yeah, hard to say, but it's, I think, just a lot of damage coming out from Demon's Raw. Every time Scyther 12 walks over to their side of the field, just gets picked apart, and Monumentalist Juno does an uncomfortable amount of damage. 20% on the slimes, while making the easiest way to get rid of them, stepping on them, not super easy to do anymore. You know, Super Surge being picked up by Scyther 12 to deny Snake, which is insane. Picking up the Stagger Swagger instead to just deny any sort of survivability from Bun Bun. Demon's Raw wants to KO them, and they want to do it now, and it's working out. Liari is just completely staggered immediately, but has to use the heal and now abilities really smart if they want Bun Bun to win.
Yeah, I mean, for a striker that heals themselves, like, we see how much damage Liari's taking, and is almost constantly like half staggered all the time, as somehow taking the other team's barrier manages to take their own. Lilybun has to be a little worried about that one, as now they have to fight against the Monu Juno blobs. The core flip comes out, but Liari slings it back. Lilybun does have a core flip to work with, but Scyther's on such low HP. The Super Surge flying across the map, doing their best Kainoob impression, has almost taken out now this time. And look at that, Lilybun off of the little eye there on the Obscura. Kind of an obscure way to score.
Yeah, just jumping in there, getting it with the glitch pop, and sitting on a core flip to boot. Things are looking really good for Bun Bun this set. I think they could bring us to a set 5 with this, especially with sides of 12 and the dash range. Oh my god.
That dash range is absurd, just from downtown trying to take out the goalie. And look at Liari once again, immediately staggered as the turret pushes the whole team into the net and eventually the core as Snake gets that one off the bottom. Man, that hits hard.
Yeah. This is an uphill battle for Bun Bun. See if they can just stay alive long enough to get those barriers and score. But in the meantime, they've got a guy. They've got a guy taking their barriers. A guy on their walls, scoring right then and there. Snake just running over them in typical Zentaro fashion. Pulling off a beautiful play and bringing us to match point.
Yeah, Omega Strike is a game, of course, that requires teamwork, but sometimes you just got to do it all yourself when you're a striker like your car. And a beautiful interception there from Kainoob. Once again, will take both of the barriers. Liari trying to make it work, and look at this. Kainoob again gets the large ability and stuffs it all the way through, and Demon's Raw take game number 1.
Yeah, wow. What a quick game. Yeah, the first set, it really took a while. Bun Bun was able to get it, but then, I don't know, Demon's Raw came online and just kind of systematically took them out, which I guess is to be expected from this team. And like looking at the stat line, Snake with 7 goals,
Yeah,
7 goals,
ridiculous.
no assists, and Kainoob with 4 and 4 assists. It just I think especially with the Juno, just had a lot of presence with the core. And were able to push forward, get those barriers every set. Or every point where they scored, it felt like they got the barriers immediately and just, 20-second point, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and Aimi is a hard goalie to lock it down with, especially when you're in these 2v1 situations. I mean, we saw Snake and Kainoob both pick up awakenings that let them just move quick. It let them jump across. It let them put themselves into positions where they were in front of the forwards from Bun Bun Bonanza, which, there's only so many times you can glitch pop before you're out of them and your barriers are gone. And now you're in a 1 versus 2 against Juno and all of her friends who are going to beat you up for your lunch money.
Yeah, you do not want to be found behind the alley when Juno is lurking there. But yeah, I'm especially surprised that, like you said, Agumi and Kainoob were out there picking up awakenings that were like dash awakenings, strictly mobility, not really getting many damage awakenings, but still able to output as much damage as they did. It wasn't really until that last set, with like Monu and Juno, a few other things, that they were just had the tools to take them out confidently. But before, they were doing it without question in situations that I think most people would look and say, how are they staggering people like this? And in typical Demon's Raw fashion, really impressive piloting the KO comp, just taking them out.
Yeah, it's crazy how consistently a team like Demon's Raw and, any of these top level NASL teams can make KOs work. Like, even, every team we've seen so far has at least got a couple of KOs, whether that be the goalie, whether that be someone else off the other side's net. Like, it's ridiculous how these teams that do pioneer KO comps can just find them like clockwork. It's such a scary thing. That first map also was Demon's Raw's pick, so maybe they're a little bit more comfortable on it, or maybe it was just a composition difference there. But the next map, is Imi's app, which we just saw 2 Imis duke it out. We might see 2 Imis do it again, unless some more bans come out to try to get rid of problematic strikers like, I mean, Juno and Zentaro, if we learned anything from last game.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm just saying the KOs keep coming. Going to the app is just going to be another vicious game where people are going to be falling left and right. But I do know that Bun Bun Bonanza is very comfortable, both their forwards, with playing Rasmus. So I imagine picking this map for that reason. Whoa. And as expected, Demon's Raw coming out with the Rasmus ban, not wanting to deal with that.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I assume they learned from our last series, right? They had to have been watching and saw, you know, the Joker get 13 KOs on Rasmus. I wouldn't want to deal with that either. Fair enough.
Yeah, absolutely not. We see the Juno come out again. And whoa, an old classic from from the Primordial Soup. Gumi on the Rune goalie comes. Hey, sorry. I was about to go monologuing about Gumi's history with Rune goalie, but hey, maybe another day. Seeing just a awkward mirror comp here. I have to see the last lock-in. Guys, we're mirroring these comps. And you know, with Rasmus taken off the table, it makes sense that both midfielders are opting for Juno. Just have insane core control on this map and let their Julies wipe people out as we see a full fight or flight start coming out here.
Yeah, things are going to be moving quick, especially you walk into a Juno blob and all of a sudden there's one flying at you at Mach speed, and there's the barrier down already so quickly from Demon's Raw. Gumi's able to get in there, try to do a little bit of work themselves. Look at the mix-up too, absolutely dicing up Liari as Kainoob has to pick, and somehow Lilybun saves it. Not enough to keep it away from Kainoob, but look at this already. This showing is ridiculous.
Yeah, just out the gate. Crazy first point, but something interesting to note is that Scyther 12 was the only forward to take pummelers, everyone else opting for slick kicks. And usually on this map, people are playing forwards that just can instantly KO others in the middle. And you know, then they run pummelers to help KO easier and just get that 30% speed when someone's taken down. But with Fight or Flight, the Demon's Raw is looking to get that extra speed with their slick kicks. Unfortunately though, Scyther 12 now has 30% movement speed as he dash punch Snake to oblivion.
And all the blobs keeping this barrier alive for so long, and this time the Scyther is taken out somehow off the top, and there's the flaming flurry coming out, and another KO. Look at this, it's just Liari trying to hold it down. The blob whisperer themselves, as Kainoob whispered to their blobs a little bit nicer, a little bit sweet nothings in their ear.
Yeah, and only so much you can do in a 1v3 situation. You know, and now Demon's Raw up 2-0. Doing pretty good, but this turret has just completely mind-warped Gumi, taking him out. And Scyther 12 goes for a crazy play there, trying to get the goal, but is unable to.
Nice save there, keeping things alive. If you're Bum Bum Bonanza, you need to hold this barrier as long as you can. Although, that's pretty common knowledge, as this time taken off the back of the map is Liari. And here's the power play coming out from Demon's Raw. A nice dash punch combo when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. And finally, there goes the barrier. As Bum Bum Bonanza has to try to lock this down. Needs to stay in this for this first set, and they will. Lilybun with a beautiful glitch pop secures their first goal of this match, and things might be looking up for them if they can keep doing plays like that.
Yeah, beautiful play coming out from Lilybun. And again, that's just where Lilybun thrives, is showing up and jump scare, I'm in your net, scoring goals. That Snake has been eliminated.
Ooh. Nice find there from Gumi, and an almost even better find from them. Almost getting that blink up there to secure that goal in the set, but instead a nice read by Lilybun keeps it alive. Kainoob doing a little bit of goalie job themselves. You know, Gumi isn't one to always stay in the net. And there we go, Snake up top. It is over for this first set. Snake puts that one away.
Yeah, Snake takes that one to the bank. And here we see Kainoob getting the MVP. Might be picking up some great Juno Awakenings. Pull ahead in this mirror comp that I was not expecting. Here, might be seeing a Super Surge pick. Yep, hovered, and that's the Dash Awakening unlock. Kainoob now has access to pretty much the entire map freely. Meanwhile, we see Gumi taking the Timeless Creator. Really nice for the turret. Just a good Amy classic. Heavy impact on Lilybun. Means that we see Bun kind of skewing for damage. Prize Fighter also being picked up by Scyther 12. And I think Bun has decided that the way they win this game is to just get KOs. And, you know, with Scyther 12 having the pummelers as opposed to Demon's Raw running double slick kicks, if they're able to secure the KOs like they want, they will just have more speed more often than Demon's Raw, who opted for that consistency. But fortunately,
this time 12. Instead, the save coming out. The glitch pop is ridiculous. I don't know how Bun Bonanza kept it alive for that long. A series of 4 or 5 saves in 4 to 5 seconds. That was ridiculous defense. Unfortunately, Scyther loses their Prize Fighter stacks right away.
Yeah, hate to see it. But, you know, not much that you can do when you get absolutely flocked upon. But here, we see Demons back against the wall, losing their barrier, and that is a large turret they're struggling to deal with.
Ooh, and again, up in that top corner, Kainoob with the blob, able to get that one done, and 2-0 already in this set. Things are so scary for Bun Bonanza in this mirror comp. They need to get more KOs, but it's so hard when the movement ability coming out of Demon's Raw is just so strong and so prevalent.
Yeah, here we see Snake. Oh my god! Ripping the flip immediately. Both barriers fall. There we go. But Liari having a flip of her own. Trying to make something happen with it.
Oh man,
but wow,
just not quick enough.
Mm-hmm. And he was able to just jump in there. Ping pass in the post point. And we're back to draft. Oh, that's Twin Drive.
Ooh.
Oh, you know what Super Surge is really good with? Another dash, maybe.
Ooh.
Oh, but you know what's really good on this map? Knife's Edge. We saw this last series. Pretty good awakening on the board.
Interesting. So now, is that... Okay, that's not the Super Surge. That was a different match. I was worried that we might have seen a Super Surge Twin Drive coming out from Julie, but instead...
Oh, that would go hard.
It's Snake. That would be sick. I would love to see that.
Yeah, instead opting for built different. You know, hey, pretty good on the Juliet character. Scyther 12 looking awfully large on this map and make things happen, but also just taking a ton of damage. But so is Snake. You know, it goes both ways. And Bun has to start finding a way to get these barriers quickly and reliably before Scyther 12 gets KO'd by Gumi and Kainoob here. They're just putting all of their abilities into him.
Yeah, there we go. Finally, Snake is taken down, but for how many abilities were burned, makes you wonder if it's even worth it, as now the dueling turrets come out, looking to try to take it. Somehow, Gumi keeping it alive in this corner, but Scyther turning it around as Snake comes back up. No evade anywhere for Gumi. Running out completely, forced to tank the brunt of anything that hits. But look at how they're just tossing it around the barrier. It is insane how much control they have before it finally drops, as now it's Kainoob versus Lily. looking for anything they can. The core is moving so quick, and another KO from Scyther. They are on 3 prize fighter stacks right now as Kainoob and Gumi have to keep this alive. Somehow they do. Willy Bun with the core flip. Will it matter? Doesn't have to use it yet as Liari's there to give assistance. The core flip comes out, but immediately stuffed away by Snake with the beautiful Juliet ult, sending it into the corner and crushing Willy Bun's dreams of saving that one. Nice goal coming out of Demon's Raw.
Yeah, Demon's Raw taking the point here, but Bun Bun putting up a huge fight here. And I think they've, as in the previous 2 drafts, looking to draft damage and KO them, really finding success in that point, getting it done, and just always having someone on the enemy team KO'd. But unfortunately, we're having trouble getting anything off of it. We're seeing Demon's Raw just kind of take advantage of the fact that the enemy team has to try and KO someone, and just scoring before that can happen.
Yeah, Gumi must be on like a custom client or something that has like infinite strikes, because they are able to keep their barrier up for so long typically. And I don't know how they do it. They could have no abilities and probably still absolutely dice me every single time I went to shoot.
Yeah, doing a little bit of a dance in front of the barrier every time, and now in front of the open net, as this is Bun Bun's opportunity. Scyther 12 staggered, but Liari... Oh! But Scyther 12 fighting back!
Yeah, finally taking out Gumi, and now things become potentially more winnable as Willy Bun looking to pass it up in the dash punch, not finding its mark. Snake pushing so far upfield now with that twin drive, and now Gumi is back up. The brick wall is here, and smiling while they do it as Liari finally finds the jump on that secondary, able to take it and scored Bumba Bonanza's first point in a while.
Right, and this is the kind of start Bun Bun needs to get their foot back into the game. Jump back in and get a hold of what's going on. And they're putting on an impressive corner defense, not losing the barrier, and it seems like they're locked back into the game. Here to win, despite the deficit.
They sure are, but the core flip is going to crush that. Demon's Raw will take this series 2-0. And what an absolutely insane showing from them. Gumi locking it down. Kainoob with the movement of an angel, just floating over everything and striking it in so many times.
Yeah. I just am in awe at how well Kainoob played. 137 redirect.
Oh my god.
The second highest was 89, and we're looking at numbers like 56 and 72. But Kainoob, head and shoulders above the rest in all of heaven and earth. He alone is the Juno one. Hey, bad news, I butchered that. He is. I didn't want to say the Blobbo one though, but hey, he is the Blobbo one. You know what I mean?
Guess so. I mean, if you drop your praises in the chat for that one, 137 redirects, and the goalie has 72. Like, excuse me? If there's anyone controlling the game, that was Kainoob, and that little check mark is another check off of his list as he takes it for week 3 and secures Demon's Raw. A perfect record so far, I believe.
Yeah, and Demon's Raw just blasting through the season with a 3-0. It went 9-0 in the main season in NASL Season 2, so something that they're familiar with. Well, yeah, and I think both of those games were incredibly impressive showings from both teams, and especially Kainoob, who, hey, speaking of last season, was voted MVP, most valuable player in the entire league.
Wow.
With looking at the redirect numbers, I believe it. That was a most valuable player performance coming out from Kainoob there.
Yeah, 100%. That was an insane showing. And if there's anyone that you want to shut down, it was Kainu, but you just couldn't. Every single game, he was MVP starting off in the beginning of each round, got all of the awakenings he wanted, and then just absolutely diced the defense for the remainder of the game. Like, what more can you do to shut someone out who just strikes the core more than you, who just plays better and wins more?
Yeah, truly the embodiment of competitive Omega Strikers. It's like you said, how do you win against someone who's just hits the ball more often than you? It's really hard, and that's just what Kainoob does, is he just wins. He gets in there, he left clicks right after you do, the ball goes past you, and the rest is history. The rest is Snake dropping 500 abilities on the goalie, getting the barrier and then the goal. So
Yeah. 100%. Well, what an insane showing for both of those teams. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for betting your channel points. I believe we're going to hop into a break before we have a new set of casters and Saya takes us behind the barn. You know what happens then. Sundubu Strikers versus Quest Esports up next. Yoshi, is there anything you want to say to sort of wrap up this segment?
I'm going to miss you guys. But nope,
Yeah.
that's it.
Perfect.
See you in a little bit. Bye-bye.
$300. Drop Leto.
What is Christmas expansion?
Correct.
Yeah.
It's such a good emote. Shout out to Z Yoshi Yoshi for an. Also, I should have said this earlier. Shout out to Achi for making like most of these questions. If the question's bad, it's probably because I made it. If it's good, it's probably because Achi made it. Next question, Drop Leto.
Let's do by the numbers for 300.
Reapers. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know this one either, but this answer is time is up. 33. Reapers,
I was gonna put 07. Thank God I didn't do that.
Yeah,
I remember that now.
Next.
I mean, I don't.
I've seen
Is
that
that a
guy
ping
maybe
pong
like
sub?
twice in solo queue.
Yeah, and that's I think that was Plink Plonk's original score when they qualified.
Oh yeah, he was the Kazan main.
Yeah, it was the Kazan main.
God, dirty Kazan main.
I was about to say 07 because I know their team is Zoomers, but
Divu player, one Kazan player mentioned. Where are we going to, Drop Leto?
let's go with B core and after for just 100.
All right.
Keeping it simple.
Coscore TO and Arrow One Trick has a crime-fighting vigilante alter ego. Like, I know you guys can get this
I
one.
don't know the reference though.
Drop Leto?
What is Brick Batman?
Correct.
Yes! Let's go!
Good one. All right, where to next, Drop Leto?
Yeah, let's get the last 100. Omega Definers for 100.
Playing card used in certain games as the highest ranking card or as a wild card. Hook resets.
The Joker.
In the form of a question.
Who is the Joker?
Whoa,
Correct.
I needed to get
Oh,
my
that's
teammate.
two.
No,
Two.
that was
I needed to get
fresh.
my teammate.
Oh,
All right.
thought it was one per team. What is this?
I'm sorry, I didn't answer a question yet.
So excited. I know, yeah. I was so hyped when I saw Hook answered. All right, Hook, where are we going?
Alright, let's do Bakoran after 200.
Valet driver turned Marvel's hero takes on the largest organization in Omega Strikers. You guys got half of it? At least?
I've got half of it. I'm not sure I'm trying to think.
I'll give 10 more seconds. Three more seconds. And that will be time. The answer is Shang-Chikara. Like Shang-Chi or Shang-Chi or...
I was gonna guess about Clarion. I thought we were talking about Clarion Corp.
No, I'm talking about the real evil organization in Omega
I thought
Strikers.
Chikara, but
I did not think.
Probably, yeah. Omega Strikers Esports might have been a better hint there, but my
Yeah,
bad.
It's your fault. Yeah,
It is
you're-
my
you're the
fault. To
problem.
be clear, I'm the problem. Moving on, though. Stop talking about how I'm the problem. Go to the next one. Yeah, where are we going, Hook?
Hey, let's do Omega Definers 300.
All right, Amogus Definers for 300? Oh, wait, what do you say?
Yes, 300.
300. To invert a new word or expression.
You mean invent?
Invent. Like I said, invent.
Oh, okay.
You might also have one in your pocket. Collegiate Demon. 3 seconds.
Oh, wait. No.
And you're
no.
out of time.
No,
The answer is
no.
coin. It's just... Oh.
I thought of Soren. I'm like,
Okay,
that's not a.
No, I did not.
Yeah,
think that.
I
I
don't know
thought
if
of
the
that
sword in
one
their
Storm
pocket.
who went off for Soren.
I don't have a coin in my pocket.
Neither do I.
You
No one cares
might.
what
I said
they
you might have. You know, neither do I. Hook, where are we going next?
Let's go emote spam 400.
It's a little
Yeah.
pixelated because I couldn't find a better res image, so I just enlarged it in Discord.
Fudgy, I have a question.
What's your question?
Is it like the community or like the actual name?
I'll take either if you can prove it, but I was mainly looking for the community one. There's 3 seconds left, though. Forgot.
What is Wizard Luna?
I
Yeah, I
don't
mean-
know if that's the in-game title, so I'm just gonna give it
It's
a
not.
say.
Bro, you said
no.
community.
It's not the community title though either.
Oh,
Traditionally,
that's what
used.
everyone calls it.
The answer is
Shadow Wizard Money Gang. We love casting
No, that's a different one.
no.
That's a
It's
different
like
one.
I'm gonna type it right now. I'm gonna type it in chat right now. Hover it over. Look at general. Shadow Wizard Money Gang.
Last call's taking it easy. We're hedging
I
our
mean, you
bets.
guys are just so cringe. Answer the question.
This
you
right
know.
here is a Shadow Wizard Money Gang, okay?
Yeah, that's what it is.
That is not. That is team
Yes, it
energy.
is.
That is
No, it's
team
not.
energy. It says when you click on the emote, this is Shadow Wizard Money Gang.
What are you gonna do with your money, Hook resets, when we win?
Oh, you know, just spending on a Porsche. I think sounds good.
Old people. Am I right? It's like go with something fun. All right, where are we going next? Is it still Hook or who's on it?
It's still me.
Alright.
We'll try by the numbers 400.
All right, Pokemon fan blank. I believe a.
I
Team
know this, but I
Furret
don't want to get it wrong. I think.
gamer. I mean, you gotta get back in
Trump,
this
you
game
trust me?
somehow.
Trump, do you trust me?
I trust you with my life.
Okay.
Forgot.
What is Pokemon fan 357?
That sounds right. No, it's 437. I
No!
couldn't even
That's
remember. Hey, he had
No
one of the right
way.
digits. It was just 2 digits. It was kind of close.
I was one number off, man.
This is twice now. No.
I mean,
Alright.
it's unwinnable.
Hook, where are we going?
Let's do the Corrin after 300.
All right. Classic JRPG series meets OS team known for fielding former Smash players. This team is also in NASL.
Oh, this is you.
Drop Leto.
What is Dragon Quest Esports?
Nice.
Oh,
Ah! By the
I
way,
had the
Dragon
same-
Quest 11 sucks.
I'm like, what do you say me for?
I had the same
That game is
thought, but I kept thinking Dragon Quest, so I'm a little
Yeah,
gassed.
when you said Smash player, at first I was oh, of course, BPL. Let's go after Alex.
Oh yeah.
All right, where to drop Leto?
Let's do Corrin after 500.
1960
Okay,
country ballad tells the story of Texas Red and 3Z Breezy's journey through Diamond in the goalie position.
What?
What stream did I miss? For this
You
one?
don't know about Texas Red or the 3Z Breezy's alternate alter ego?
No.
No one knows about Big Iron Wall 33.
I know about Iron Wall, but I do not know Big Iron Wall.
Big Iron on his hip. People knowers know. Where are we going?
I was born before that song came.
Forgot if we get the next 3, or if they mess up one, we can win.
Yeah,
No fear.
yeah,
No
possible.
Wait, where are we going?
Forward.
Emote spam for 500.
Emote spam for 500. Here we go.
What? Oh,
Come on, you guys don't know this one?
that's a Westy thing. That's a Westy thing.
Unfortunate.
Wait,
oh,
I
but
lost.
there's no way. No, forgot.
I swear to
You're
God,
too
I
late.
didn't.
You don't know it. You don't know it.
Yo,
If you give me what the name of the person, I'll give you it. Can you give me the name
Nah.
of the person? Because
No,
you
no,
can't
no.
give me the emote.
No,
You're
I
not
swear to
gonna-
God, I've seen this. I swear to God, I've seen this in the Westy.
You don't know the emote.
seen
You
this in the
don't.
Westy Federation.
I'm
He's
telling
in
you now.
Westy Federation. He's in
All right,
Westy
forgot.
I've
What's
seen
the
people
question?
know
Forgot.
this.
Fine. Give it to me. Forgot. What is it? What is it?
It's the Queen.
No, I mean that's not the name of the emote though. Oh, it's a different emote. I should have used that one though. I'll give you. I won't. I know I won't subtract points because I like that answer. The answer is Fika FR.
This
guy really put a freaking Westy emote.
No, hey, shout out twitch.tv/Fika Freya. Please play
Yo, why
Omega
don't we
Strikers
do that?
again. We're
That's
begging
the only
you.
one I've ever seen.
Who is this?
It's the best Omega Striker
It's the
streamer
queen.
in the world.
Big Appa Bug paid Fudgy off. We need a riot.
No, this is I paid myself off. Let's be clear.
My best friend.
Yes.
I mean, why didn't you use the Queen emote? What
I'm
is
the
this?
Fika discoverer. All right, where are we? I should have used that one. Where are we going next?
Last call. Would you mind answering the next question and getting it wrong for me?
I'll think about it.
I'll think about it. I'm not very good apparently, but maybe.
Okay, well, buy the numbers for 500.
Oh, this is actually our daily double, which means you have to answer the question. You can bet up to. I'll let you bet up to 1,000.
Oh my god.
Okay, well we bet 1,000.
Yeah, you bet 1,000. All right. All right. Either of you can answer. Let either of you answer too.
What?
For both of us, the answer is one. How often do you guys think about the Holy Roman Empire while they're thinking? Just like every week?
Whenever I see Borg.
Every day?
Whenever I see Borg.
Whenever you see Borg? Yeah. Well, anyway, what do you guys think the answer is to this one? It's only one digit. I mean, if anyone would get it, it would be forgot. And Dropleto, guys, answer it correctly, please. Please.
Drop, it's all on you.
I gave you like
Please
3
on
hints.
me.
I don't know this.
Drop, you know this one. I know you know this one.
Just buzz in.
Drop, just guess.
It's literally locked.
No, just guess. Just guess, Drop. Drop, just guess. Drop, just tell me.
Is it a number or a letter? Can I get a hint?
It's something. You
No,
have 10
you
seconds.
didn't know.
You have 5 seconds. I need an answer, guys.
I'm not answering. You click.
Please.
I'm not buzzing in. I'd rather lose.
You're just gonna lose. Please, just answer. All right, they don't win. You know, you guys suck. Fresh. I'll give it to Fresh. Fresh, you get 1,000 points. Yep. There we go.
No.
You don't actually get any, but
What does the Roman Empire have to do anything with that?
it's a Roman numeral. It's missing the number in the name.
I can't believe
So
it.
ill.
I don't believe it. Their own teammate.
I would like to ask Muncher right now if he would have gotten that.
Yeah. I mean,
I mean, I don't know. If Muncher's teammates can't get that one, I don't know who
I don't
can.
think Muncher himself is getting
But
that.
Fresh got it somehow. I mean, you
These
can...
Zoomers are not learning the Roman numerals.
Yeah, the rest of the Forgot hasn't taken that class yet. You know, just still
Yeah, I
taking
mean, history's my next semester, not my fault, guys.
yeah, that's where you learn that. All right, not middle school. Where are we going?
Winner takes all.
All right, you have to pick. Yeah, I'll let you guys pick for our last one.
Omega Definer is 400.
All right, Omega Definer is 400. Warm knitted piece of clothing which covers the upper body and arms. Another collegiate demon as well.
I'll put it on you.
All right, I don't think anyone's going to get this one.
I didn't watch Collegiate.
Answer is Jumper.
Oh, that's who I was thinking about when you said the other question, but I didn't know their name.
So you didn't know the name, but you were thinking of Jumper.
Yeah, the Estelle player.
All right, you know.
I thought it was JMPR.
I believe you. Well, you know, normally there'd be like a Final Jeopardy, and Bozo Bunch would have a way to come back from this minus. Like, you have lost more points than Last Call has gained. Somehow, you've managed.
Unlucky.
Yeah, not even our fault.
It turns out the wisdom of Last Call does trump in the Battle of Wits, but
Yeah, I mean, this guy was probably alive when the Roman Empire was founded, man. Not even our fault.
That's crazy. That's an insane thing to say. But I will. The only Final Jeopardy question I have is who's going to win this Saturday or today, if depending on when you're watching this. Bozo Bunch versus Last Call. What's going to happen, guys? Who's winning this? Forgot.
I'm spamming the buzzer right now. I know the answer to this one.
You know what? I'll turn the buzzer off for this one. Oh, fresh.
No way.
Last Call is going to gap, is what the answer is.
Oh,
right, well,
yeah, that's wrong. Take off 1,000 points.
all right, Drefleto, what do you think the answer is going to be?
Bozo doesn't lose twice in a row. We don't lose Jeopardy and then immediately Vassal. It's a Bozo sweep.
All right. Well, whoever wins that, well, I guess we'll find out who's correct there, and then they'll get all the points. So make sure to either stay tuned in or to keep watching. Like, who knows where we're at right now? I don't know where this is going to be in the broadcast, but it'll be good. That's for sure. Thanks for watching, everyone. Keep watching NASL. Keep supporting the scene and keep playing Omega Strikers.
It's me! Share this!
Keep things away for just a little bit longer, and you know, Frafely Fresh is able to lock it down. He's able to be that wall, and look at Borg. He doesn't care. Forgot, just has to sit there and take it. Oh no.
I mean, the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse board made him look goofy. I mean.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back after that fun little video. Sadly, I could not be a part of it. I was on vacation, and apparently I was on vacation in that last game I just played as well. But at the end of the day, it's all right. We're back here ready to cast a banger Quest Esports versus the Sundubu Strikers match of the week. Both teams 0-2, looking for that first win. Saya, what are your thoughts?
This matchup's incredibly interesting because both these teams, I think, have had very high highs and very low lows, and despite it all, and most interestingly, despite Sundubu Strikers often being considered the better team out of the two, in 2023 and 2024, Quest Esports actually holds the winning record. That's right, Quest Esports is up 2-1 in this matchup, and this is a storied matchup going all the way back to beta when there were different players on both rosters, of course. Reznok, anyone remember that guy? And also when Leo Leon was on Quest. So two very different teams, but still two teams that have been here since the start. And, well, they're still playing.
Yeah, and I mean, you say they're 2-1, right? But wasn't all of those games in one tournament like forever ago?
Oh no, that's the
Or is
whole.
that different?
That's different. That's different.
Okay, never mind. Well, either way, I mean, I haven't seen them play each other honestly in a little while, so I'm excited to see the picks we get here. Oni Village first, seeing that Rasmus ban for Quest Esports, which rightfully so. I mean, 3Z Breezy proven to be pretty good on that pick. The Zentaro ban coming full through. Hate to see that, but nice to not get Switch on that character. I feel like it's going to be a bit of a Juliet mirror here, Saya, if I'm reading this correctly, with possibly an Estelle mirror as well. But Grimella has a lot of characters in their back pocket. Mako getting locked in for Obscure Breads in the goalie position, I can only assume. And it's going to be the Kai midfield, yep. So definitely not surprised to see this. Grimella's been playing a lot of the Kai on this Oni Village map recently, and the Juliet, it pairs pretty well with it. So excited to see as we get into the game here.
Yeah, and I'm also interested to see the starting Awakening because Juliet, of course, gets run around a lot, very dependent on the midfielders and the goalies to get them that pass. 3Z Breezy going to have a little bit of an easier time here with the Mako speed buff, and starting Awakenings are heavy impact and big fish. And I think you could speak a little bit more about the two starting Awakenings, both pretty solid Julie Awakenings, but I think the biggest difference is that scoring versus KO.
Yeah, and I mean, heavy impact's good and all on Juliet, pretty much on every other map, but on Oni Village, it's so hard to kill anyway, and if you're focusing on that, I think you're playing the map wrong, as Grimella actually playing the map completely correct with that great barrage onto that bottom barrier. Now Toasty Loco going to be left with nothing, but the forwards on Quest Esports will be taking it through. And just as I was saying here, I definitely prefer Big Fish here for the Juliet, because when you get a lot of size on this map, it just allows your it allows those dash punches just become way more effective, but not really going to matter too much right now as Grimella kind of single-handedly takes that first point.
Yeah, and Grimella, I think, already a very, very good player, but recently has skyrocketed, has consistently performed in their last few appearances incredibly well, setting up a great bait for that 3Z Breezy capitalizes on. That's a KO, and with that flip, both barriers go down. Flippability for Grimella as well, but it doesn't matter. 2 KOs for Sundubu Strikers. They don't convert yet, but they still have the striker advantage to work with.
Yeah, working with the striker advantage here, but in 2 seconds that will nullify. Toasty Loco back up here. Hamster Quest and Switch now have their turn to play, but Grimella, I mean, this map pretty back and forth. It's hard to really call out possessions and everything. It's really just who can, which forward duo can, I guess, take advantage of the enemy goalie more. Grimella kind of playing footsie here with these dribbles. Great slick kicks here. 3Z Breezy trying to do the no mix-up right onto Toasty Loco, but Toasty just staying calm, keeping cool. But 3Z Breezy, not going to matter. That dash strike perfectly timed. Toasty just not going to be there in time to save that one.
Such a tough situation too, because Toasty was trying to avoid that very situation at a different angle by pushing up ahead of 3Z Breezy. But when the core ends up behind you, the one ahead is now the Juliet with the dash available. And that means the Sundubu Strikers are looking good in this first set, especially when Hamster Quest blows the flip at midfield and 3Z Breezy is getting the top barrier.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I'm definitely not the biggest fan, especially if you don't have Egoist or Quick Strikes or anything that's going to help you through energy, of blowing that energy burst early on this map specifically. Usually I like looking for at least a little bit of value out of it, but regardless, still game will go on. Both barriers down once again. Toasty Loco really struggling to defend, actually, against the opposing Kai of Grimella. Grimella just finding a lot of these really, really good barrage timings, and 3Z Breezy. Maybe just the threat of the dash punch is too much, but almost had their 3Z Breezy trying to cook something up here in the corner. The punch not really going to go the ult almost, but Toasty Loco with a great strike off of that core flip, going to be saving it for now. Grimella trying to do what Grimella does best in that stall with these strikes, getting it up to 3Z Breezy, who has that core flip. Going to be popping it here? No, not quite. Staying patient for now. Should pop it here, waiting for the barrage, and boom, perfect patience onto 3Z Breezy, waiting out everything, and gets into that top corner.
It almost feels like there's no pressure, looking like he is performing at his peak, and with Grimella, the one who's gotten the most touches on the core, getting first pick. This will be interesting because there's a lot of awakenings that are good on every character here, and Grimella opting for the Chrono Boost instead of that slight deny on the aerials. What are your thoughts on that one?
So while Aerials is really, really good for Estelle, I think Chrono Boost is just as good for Kai, if not better, especially on this map. Think about how impactful the speed is, right? Think about how Gramella's playing with how they're dribbling, kind of finding that area to pass around, and when you mix in that Chrono Boost speed and the duration with the speed gate, on top of chucking a barrage down there, you're going to catch up to your own barrage. You're that fast. As you'll see now, Gramella just running at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Just take a look at the speed when they pop that secondary, folks. I mean, it's kind of insane. So I definitely really like that. Another thing here that I think will help a ton, obviously, is that 1-2 punch for 3Z Breezy, just allowing a lot more kill threat. If you step anywhere close to a speed gate near 3Z Breezy, you're going to be off the map.
Yeah, the area of effect widening quite a bit. But Hamster Quest blinking up to the top side. It's almost like this guy isn't playing away from home at MagFest with 10% packet loss. But 3Z Breezy, the 1-2 flip with the dash instant flip. That was way too fast to react to.
I mean, I think I just looked up in the sky and saw the soul of Coach Yoki just finally make it to heaven after that Juliet goal here. No is no. But what played from 3Z Breezy, I actually don't know if that was intended. I think he meant to dash to keep up with it, and then he probably, you know, use that core flip and then strike to that bottom corner after. That's what I saw in my head when that happened. But hey, I mean, a goal's a goal, and that was pretty impressive regardless. But you know what else was impressive was that Giga Blast finally punishing 3Z Breezy for that last point. Now, I mean, look at all these three Quest Esports members, but it's not even going to matter actually, as Gramella and Obscure Breads are just holding it absolutely down right now, and no core flips used on the side of Quest.
Yeah, and the KO. Hamster Quest greeting the flip and getting obliterated on the bottom side by 3Z Breezy. And Obscure Breads, just again, on the top side, saved it so well with the Ensnare Drums, an ability that's a little bit awkward to work around as a goalie, the way it bounces, but Obscure Breads got the perfect timing on the strike, cleared it away. And although the offensive play is coming because Obscure Breads was so confident, has the flip to get out of the situation, passes to 3Z Breezy, and that's another Sundubu goal.
That was a beautiful little MOBA Julie play there. A lot of people, so MOBA controls, everyone thinks, you know, a little bit different, a little bit difficult, maybe not as good as WASD. We haven't really talked about it in a while. I think no one really cares about that narrative anymore, but one character I've always said that benefits from these MOBA controls just because of the movement that you can do with this point-to-click move on MOBA is Juliet, because of these crazy dash punches you can do. You see the way that 3Z Breezy was able to dash punch basically like diagonally while just dashing straight away. It makes it so much easier to do on those MOBA controls, and 3Z Breezy definitely using that to its fullest. Now getting into this point here, Switch finally going to be able to find that last barrier. I think it's the first one we've actually seen almost all game for Quest Esports, so this might be their chance to finally get a point in this game here. Obscure Breads holding it down for now. 3Z Breezy has this flip, so might be looking dangerous here with this dash punch coming in, but no, just barely misplays on that pass. Dash punch not going to find it with the core flip either, and now it's up to Gramella and Breads to hold it for now. Toasty Local running in with a dash punch is going to finish it off into that top corner. Beautiful play by Switch, and finally Quest with the point on the board.
And Switch, importantly, interrupting a little bit of a type of flow state, I think, that Gramella was going into, looking like Octavia, dribbling it, having full control of the core, despite 3 of Quest Esports being near him, and Switch, despite being staggered, getting that dash punch in there. So valuable. But it's another point. One barrier goes down, but right now what I'm looking at is the passing lane between Gramella and 3Z Breezy. Hamster and Switch seem a little bit split. Gramella able to connect with 3Z Breezy a little bit more than I think Quest would like in this situation, but right now it is Switch and Hamster that are the passing players. The flip burned though, and Gramella, wait, the Giga Blast from Toasty Loco changes everything.
Yeah, changes everything here. Now Quest have the power play and both their barriers up. They might be getting a second point here, Saya, as Toasty Local keeping it up. Switch not really able to make use of it yet. An amazing strike shot here from Obscure Bread. Strike shot, one of those goalie trainings that I wish I saw a little bit more of, but I guess it's not even going to matter as the flip was not there in time, and Switch SSB just kind of finding a stray core there onto the top side. A little bit, I guess, well, I don't want to say lazy. It just kind of seemed like the core faded right past all the members of Sundubu Strikers there. No one really knew exactly who was going to pick that one up.
Yeah, and this is a bit of an awkward point. Obscure Breads, no meter to play with, and Switch gets in there. But again, the expert use of the Ensnare Drums, and more importantly, the follow-up afterwards. Obscure Breads, so good in those situations, holding it down. Hamster and Switch trying to collapse on the core, but 3Z and Gramella just have a little bit more mobility, get the core out of there and are continuing to push forward now. The barrier under attack. 3Z Breezy getting a pass down. Grumella finding it. No strikes were up for Quest Esports in that moment, and now 3Z has flip available. Toasty burning his to get it away, but if it gets to 3Z Breezy, it is Toasty and Hamster versus the world. Grumella with the passing play, still not enough. Switch stopped by the ensnare drums, and both offenses stall.
Yeah, I mean, Obscure Bread's just expertly using these ensnare drums, that Mako ultimate ability, in order to actually just save so many of these tight situations. And 3Z Breezy making use of a great pass from Obscure Braids there, the core flip, just down that speed gate, finding a perfect dash punch. Toasty Local, I mean, without Barrage, there's really not much you can do there.
A lot of interesting awakenings available now.
Oh, wow.
So many
rapid fire, quick strikes. There's a lot here.
A lot of defensive options available and a lot of very strong midfield options. That quick strike's just picked up by Grumella. The midfield menace will get even stronger, but rapid fire. And if Hotshot falls down to last pick, that's incredibly powerful awaken that's falling down to Hamster Quest. Despite being that last pick Estelle, not much that's crazy for Juliet here, so they'll just settle with a little bit of scaling in that extra special. But Switch now starting a tiny Spark build, a candidacy.
Yeah, I mean, he's on the ballot, so I'm definitely looking for some votes. If they can win one of these sets, Spark of Agility is still on the table, so triple Spark with Spark of Agility is very strong on Juliet, not only on this map, but just in general. So looking good now, and may not even need it, as just a perfect dash punch they're finding. That second barrier. Bread's going to have to put in some overtime here on this point, but Grumella and 3Z are trying to take advantage of it. Great strike shot, keeps it up for now. Toasty Local making sure nothing comes of it, though. Just back and forth for now. 3Z Breezy looking for anything. Grumella's playing really, really well at actually covering 3Z Breezy. They're just giving him so many options, and 3Z finally gets that last barrier, so now it's kind of an open game.
Yeah, and you said it earlier, Grumella with one dash training the Kai, so much presence in this game, but Toasty Local, those Giga Blasts have been so precise every single time. When a Giga Blast is available, even if 3Z Breezy is passed to perfectly, it will be interrupted by Toasty Local. And as that cooldown comes out again, you have to be so careful, but 3Z Breezy doesn't care, just zones away Toasty from where the core flip is shot, and a very clean goal from Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, I really like that from Grumella there. Just waited just long enough for 3Z to do something, create some space for the core flip. You know, everyone was just so scared of the pass to the Juliet because it's been happening all game, right? The core flip to the Juliet or just the regular pass into that dash punch. And while everyone was looking at 3Z Breezy, everyone forgot Grumella can just shoot, right? Shot it into that top corner. Really just great play from Grumella there overall. And Quest Esports need to, you know, mount a comeback here if they want any shot of picking up their first win of NASL Season 3. But it's not over yet. Toasty Local almost has flip. Hamster Quest and Switch SSB both have that core flip, so they can mount a comeback. If anything, it will be this point. Hamster Quest, sadly, you know, getting rid of that flip for now, and sadly losing that last barrier. So maybe it is just the Sundubu Striker show as Grumella and 3Z are running up right now. Obscure Bread's keeping it up for now. Switch can just not find any space to use his core flip, but Hamster trying to create it for him, finding these dribbles. Grumella can't really get a hand on it for now, but finally, with some help from Obscure Breads, gets it away. As 3Z not really finding anything here. Switch SSB, great pass from Breads, but 3Z just cannot make any use of it. Barrage to block the dash punch onto Grumella. Barrage, Toasty Local having to flip, not really amounting to much, but does save it for now. Tense point here on Oni Village, folks, as Grumella with the flip now. But no, it's just going to be a strike war, Saya. That's not how I expected that one to end.
Yeah, I actually expected Grumella to go for the pass to 3Z Breezy on that flip. Instead, tried to bank on Toasty Local, predicting that, tried to go around again. But then the core came all the way back, and 3Z just strike ward 2. One of the more improbable ends to that point. But as this one gets going, 3Z Breezy and Grumella not leaving anything to chance, burning all the abilities. And what a dash punch by 3Z Breezy to close it out. A dominant performance from Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, looking like Quest got a little bit nervous there, actually, on that last point. Everyone was just running back, hugging each other in the goal, and it's perfect. I mean, fodder for the Juliet with 1-2 punch Big Fish to just slam them into the back of their net. One thing people don't actually think about too much. Big Fish doesn't give you more damage and more knockback, but it gives your character model more range, right, in terms of your hitboxes. So you actually connect with that dash punch a lot quicker than you'd normally think, just because the size of your character is a lot bigger, if that makes sense. So you're finding a lot of these KOs a lot easier and giving people less time to react and evade just because you're actually hitting them with that first dash hitbox way sooner. And with the 1-2 punch, I mean, as you just saw, you can just do that to people in the back of their own net. So what played from Quest Esports? I mean, only 2 goals on the side of Quest, and Sundubu, I mean, just feeling great right now off that Oni Village game.
And I think Oni Village does, I guess, exaggerate the midfielders so much more, and Hamster Quest, you know, playing off of that MagFest Wi-Fi, not on his usual setup. And of course, Grumella, just, I get, continually just being the great player that he is and reaching even higher heights recently. I think that difference in the matchup was exaggerated on this map. I'm interested to see what, I guess, the rest of the games will be like, because there are different maps. There are maps other than Oni Village. It's not all about the midfielders, although in a league like this, it is still going to be a lot about Grumella versus Hamster Quest.
Yeah, I mean, in competitive, you know, let's not be ridiculous. You know, as the brawler player, I'll suck it up. Every role is strong in competitive, guys. I'll say it. But with a caveat there, midfield, when played to its peak, when played extremely well, when you can gap the other midfielder, feels like you just have so much more control over the other team, right? So with the way Grumella's playing now, and the way Grumella's really been playing all season, even though they're 0-2, I feel like, I mean, Sundubu Strikers are looking really scary so far. And if they can close this second game out, I think even though they'll be 1-2 only, I think the rest of their schedule, you know, not looking this, you know, the toughest. They definitely had a little bit of a harder early game schedule. So I don't know. I feel like Sundubu Strikers still kind of have a lot of chances coming in here in the season. Still early on, and I think they're showing it right here. 3Z Breezy been playing super well at that point as well. You know, not only just talk about Grumella and Obscure Breads too. I mean, we talked about it so many times, using those snare drums and using just the layering of all that Mako, I guess, utility, just keeping everything away from those last barriers majority of the game.
Yeah. Obscure Bread's an absolute wall, but Toasty Local as well. We saw a lot of good things from that game. The Giga Blast onto 3Z Breezy, making it so that Grumella and Obscure Breads had to try again. But with that proactive IME goalie taken away, Toasty will once again be forced on a more defensive pick out of his pool. Going with the Kai, and we know that we already saw how good the Toasty Local Kai can be, but on a map like this, it looks like the Sundubu Strikers are going to stack the damage up.
Yeah, definitely, you know, since last call on the Sundubu Strikers played week 1, we've been some pretty irregular scrim partners with them overall. And if you remember, actually, we played into them this basically same comp, and we've been playing that Finny Drek on this map. I mean, just, it's a missile prop start as well. Okay, this is going to be extremely good for Sundubu Strikers. Not only is missile prop insane on all 3 of their characters, but with the Finny debuff into the Luna and the Drakkar damage, it's going to be very difficult for literally anyone on Quest Esports to live. But we'll have to see here. Starting out the gates pretty quickly. Both barriers gone already. But, you know, Quest able to get one back right away. But Grumella already getting level 2. 3Z Breezy almost there himself. And I have a feeling a KO might be on its way very soon, Saya.
Definitely could be. But 3Z Breezy has quite a bit of mobility to play with. That Luna Dash, definitely an option to get out of danger, and hitting level 2, a lot of the players, a lot of options available to them. Toasty Loco forced to burn the Giga Blast immediately. They managed to get the save still, but burn meter in doing so. That Crater, such a good tool for burning the meter of your opponents. Now 3Z Breezy looking to punish Toasty Local's mistakes, but Toasty Local isn't making any mistakes right now, except right there switch, forced to blink back, and does get the Zentaro dash in time. But once again, the damage looking scary, but they do get the KO on 3Z Breezy off the center.
Yeah, I believe Obscure Bread's there actually hitting it off the center. 3Z just not quite in the right position there, sitting in the middle. But it's not going to matter too much as right as he respawns, Grumella finds that KO with the core flip, send it to the bottom corner. 3Z Breezy there perfectly with the dash. And finding that goal there, I mean, great point there. A little shaky early on, but never really lost that last barrier. Played super confident overall, so Sundubu Strikers getting that first point with some confidence and some swagger on that goal right there.
Yeah, and looking to make this one a little bit more convincing. A great spinny special by Obscure Breads, the big finish coming out, but Switch almost getting the entire goal there. Flip available from Obscure Breads, but the coverage, oh, the slime from Hamster Quest, I thought they saved it, but they will still score.
Yeah, I think Hamster misstruck that. I could have just went in, but hey, gets it done anyway. You could say maybe a little bit of BM. You know, Hamster was that confident in the slime strike placement there. But yapping aside, I mean, great point from Quest, not wanting this to be a stomp. They want to fight. You know, they need that win, right? They didn't make NASL for nothing. They got things to prove. But so do the Sundubu Strikers, both these teams. That is just the narrative really for both, as, oh my goodness, that Drakkar ultimate hits all three cross map. That was absolutely insane. So Quest Esports looking awfully low. And like I said earlier, I mean, the Finny Drakkar, the Luna as well, could find a KO at any moment. But it's actually Toasty Loco who's going to get 3Z Breezy off the board here. The Luna's gone.
Yeah, and even though we're talking so much about the damage of the Sundubu comp, the Quest comp does have a ton of damage as well. A lot more chip than directed, but still, you'll still take it. And I think the main issue for Sundubu Strikers is that they're staggering people, but they can't reliably confirm the KOs. And when you can't reliably confirm the KOs, then in the midfield, Toasty Loco can just walk up with a barrage like that. Hamster Quest gets so much room to work with.
Yeah, and I mean, really in my mind, that's kind of why I think that Luna specifically, while it does do just so much more damage, it's a lot harder, or I guess I should say it's much easier to avoid the KO confirms from Luna compared to an actual brawler like maybe a Juliet or Mike, a Zentaro, or a Kazan. Very, very hard to actually live and stay on the map against those characters, which is definitely why I prefer overall playing a brawler with this comp. But hey, I mean, they get both barriers here. Grimella going down for it, but 3Z Obscure Breads should have enough utility to hold this. Obscure Breads with a great save along the backside. Has the core flip here to work with as well. Hamster Quest, that Juno going down. Not going to do much. 3Z Breezy comes in for the 50-50. Toasty Local manages to win that out. And, I mean, the Sundubu Strikers hold for now, but they have to watch out as this Centauro does have core flip. Hamster Quest still has a couple abilities here. Gonna get this barrier here. Great play from Switch SSB, but looking super low. 3Z Breezy finds that KO and dashes in for the goal. Toasty Loco greeted that flip just a little bit too much. Actually, might have been stuck in a barrage animation there. That actually would make a little bit more sense, but either way, manages to find their way back, and it's 2-2 in this first set.
It's getting really, really close, and again, as you said, a lot of it does hinge on how 3Z Breezy can get this damage, can get these KOs, because as you said, there's no like magic button that you could press that gets you on top of someone immediately, and when that doesn't happen and when the resources are available from Toasty Local to defend, the offense just falls apart. The KOing does not come through. Quest ahead in the damage race for the moment and continuing to take shots at the goal. Switch, although low, it is actually Grimella who will be sent off. Proximity to the center, a little too fatal. All the barriers are down now, but Switch in position. And long-range barrage missile propulsion from Toasty Local will see the striker advantage was just too much for the Sundubu Strikers to overcome.
Yeah, great heads-up play there from Toasty. Realizes, you know, Zentaro might need help. They might have a clear angle here, and so runs up, uses that missile prop to full effect. So well played for that. A lot of interesting trainings here, and by interesting, I mean it's really strong trainings in that prime time and the rapid fire. Rapid fire automatically going to Toasty Local, going to be amazing here. Prime time going over to Grimella. Does not want the Juno to get their hands on it, but that leaves Fight or Flight up, which is honestly, in my opinion, an incredibly underrated training right now. I think more people need to start picking this thing up. It is absolutely insane. And another underrated training, actually, is that Prize Fighter going over to 3Z Breezy. So if they can start racking up the kills a little bit earlier, and I think the snowball might just become a little bit too much with the damage, but that requires them to start getting kills early on to begin with, right? So if Quest Esports can, I guess, stay alive and just keep that core forward, they're going to have a really, really good time this game.
And one big difference from Slick Kicks to Fight or Flight is that Fight or Flight just says hits. The Juno Slimes all count as hits. Hamster Quest is going to have a ridiculous Fight or Flight uptime this game, especially if there's slimes crowding the goal box, which makes the offense that much scarier on the side of Quest. And with Switch picking up that orb, they're just so much tankier in this game, and I think the damage race has swung the other way, but not if Hamster is caught by 3Z Breezy on the edge. A striker advantage finally for the Sundubu Strikers, and we've seen how they convert in these situations. Grimella with the lock and load.
Yeah, I mean, Jakar is one of these characters that is very, very good at power plays, right? When you get a Jakar, I mean, one-on-one with the goalie, strike shotgun, there's not many things that can save it overall. It's very, very hard to deal with, especially with that missile prop. So, well played to Sundubu for kind of bringing that one back after 3Z Breezy got taken out. Back to 1 prize fighter stack already, so we're kind of back to neutral here. However, they do have a goal up, and Grimella just absolutely 1v2ing the defensive side of Quest Esports. But so is Switch SSB with that 1v2 on basically both members on 3Z Breezy and Obscure Breads there, finding there. And the slime blocking 3Z. Oh no, watch out for the middle. 3Z going down from a great heads-up play from Hamster Quest to find that middle KO there on 2-3Z. Now Grimella going down, and it should be only a matter of time now before Quest can score. But Obscure Bread's trying to hold it down, but there's just too many slimes in his face. Quest Esports get another point on the board.
Quest now looking pretty confident. This is the game, I think, that they are angling to win here, especially. We've seen this comp from the Sundubu Strikers many times in the past, and they have succeeded on it many times as well. But there's something about this particular game. Quest looks very equipped to deal with this composition, to deal with this game plan. And unless they're down a striker, unless Hamster Quest dies here, there's just a few too many strikes on the defense for the scores to go through. But the KO comes through. Switch is low. The barrier is taken down. A 3v1, and the Sundubu Strikers are looking to convert here, slowed down by a little by the center. Toasty Loco still making the saves, and the clutch will be denied by the Molten Bolt.
Yeah, great Molten Bolt. The layering of abilities there finally goes in. You know, it'll finally get there. Hamster Quest was up in a second, so great effort from Toasty there trying to keep it out, but it's just so incredibly hard. I mean, when 2v1, basically 3v1 with Obscure Breads throwing cards in your face as well, so you know, good try, but not quite there. Hamster getting staggered very early, but with that fire plate, gonna get another jump off cooldown there with the reset. 3Z Breezy has that core flip though, and so does Grimella, and it's not even gonna matter about that, I mean, that ability reset. Grimella just getting the KO on to Hamster Quest early on here. It's another Sundubu power play.
The Sundubu power play this time does not get the second barrier. Flips though available, built up through hitting and approaching the barrier. Still not enough as Grimella taken low, burns the flip defensively in the midfield, but it's stuffed out by another one of Hamster Quest's blobs. So many slimes available, but 3Z Breezy has a chance to take this set. Toasty importantly sending it away. The sweet spot of the Luna nuke. The crater will not quite KO Toasty Loco off the back, positioning quite well, and Switch is the one who builds a flip up. Starts positioning forward, Grimella pushing forward, and 3Z Breezy interrupts the cross to Hamster Quest. I think Quest forgot that this is still a Luna game.
Yeah, I mean, you can never forget about the Luna, right? One thing that's just so incredibly frustrating with the Luna is all of her abilities with the rocket, and I guess just her primary really, is just so incredibly hard to see. So you have to keep staring at this character, and if you stop for just a second and you forget about it, a rocket's in your face. Uh-oh, the Luna also just flyby in your face into a combo with the nuke. I mean, there's just so much the character can do, and now with Egoist on Atlas Lab too, they're gonna have so much more energy to play with, getting these core flips so much more often. Might spell doom for Quest Esports. 1-2 punch going to be denied from the Juno there. That was something I was looking at to kind of get them back into the game. But other than that, I mean, heavy impact on Zentaro going to be pretty helpful. We'll see if that'll be enough to kind of start clawing back in the KO game. Grimella now also with aerials and missile prop. So these shotguns are going to be basically cross-map.
Toasty Loco, I think that there have been tales of the Monumentalist Kai.
Oh,
and
yeah.
That deny against Obscure Breads. I think Breads isn't too sad about that one. Still picked up the 1-2 punch as his 9 Hamster Quest, but also pretty solid on the Fini, and of course you'll never turn down having your second strike in an interaction be faster as a goalie, no matter the character. But the one who has to watch out now is Grimella, almost KO, taken low, still surviving and walking up casually to get the barrier.
I'm gonna be real though, I think Breads takes 1-2 anyway, because not only does it deny Hamster, but it also is just really good on Finny. I mean, 1-2 punch just procs by itself on the Finny secondary, just already doing so much damage, and if you layer it up with a card, you're kind of one-shotting them with that extra 1-2 punch damage, so pretty good as well. Oh, 3Z almost getting that core flip there. Tough angle, just not quite able to, knock it down there. but they're still ahead a barrier. 3Z flying in, unable to find it again, but Grimella with the strike shotgun. Not even the shotgun needed there. Toasty was not able to get their hands on the strike. And, I mean, really just the star of this game so far. I mean, Grimella finding so many KOs, so much damage in combination with the Finny, just really making Quest Esports' job so much harder.
Yeah, and I think Toasty feeling the pressure a little bit on that final clear. The core was aimed at the corner, definitely, but just barely missed it. Bounced off the wall, made it a little bit simple for Sundubu to collapse and get the goal. And this time, Sundubu strikers have fully scaled, it appears. The KOs are coming through in full force. Striker advantages are being found more than ever. A great dribble by Grimella past the Giggle Blast of Toasty Local, and the chip damage coming in. Obscure Breads continually raining cards down as Grimella has so much room to play with. The aerial missile prop shotgun with so much reach, and Hamster Quest getting in there, but only one barrier taken.
Yeah, like only got one barrier left, and no, Toasty forgets to strike. Maybe he was aiming that Giga Blast at the core actually instead there, but just, I mean, there's just so many things happening, right? It's so hard to play against the comp from Sundubu Strikers because there's so many things in your face, right? And it's all very hard to see. The Drakkar pellets are very hard. You got to look at the animation itself. Same with the Luna Rocket. The card is coming out of nowhere from the Finny. So just a really frustrating comp to play against, and that is why it is so good, especially on this map. 3Z flying by, getting that KO. Now it's going to core flip into the top side of the net. It is 2-1 in sets, and I mean, how can you even stop this, Saya?
And the thing is, the Sundubu Strikers scale even harder in this draft. There's still so many juicy awakenings that have not shown up yet. But team player might be the spark of hope that is needed on the Quest side unless it's denied by Grimella. And Grimella will just deny the Stagger Striker instead. They're going full KO mode. But if team player is picked up here, that's a legitimate shot. No, goes for the extra special instead. Passing on the team player, not... I feel like team player was just a pick on the goalie here to try and accelerate the game before they were getting KO'd.
I mean, it's hard though, right? Because especially with how Grimella's playing, Grimella's just standing on top of one of the Quest Esports members at all times, and 3Z's ready to fly in regardless. So, I mean, while team player is extremely good, I actually really don't know if it saves them this game. I still do think it was a good pick, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, tough to really tell what's going through their minds right now in this second game. You know, maybe they're a little nervous. Maybe they have a pretty concrete plan on what exactly is good there. Regardless, something that now I think is even scarier is that Stagger Striker got denied from them. So they are just going to be, basically no hope at this point in terms of Stagger Awakenings of if they can live further. That second barrier already going down. Grimella trying to keep it through. Oh my gosh, the direct shotgun, it just goes so incredibly far. Hamster Quest going to be getting staggered by this Luna Nuke, and the core flip coming in here should be, I mean, a really good offensive attempt. Doesn't even need it. The great rocket there, just picking the core out of Hamster Quest's hands. And, I mean, the Sundubu Strikers are on fire right now.
Yeah, and just a great rocket timing and placement as well. Breezy had the flip available, so was covering the entire top side. And the rocket covering the center and bottom being covered by Grimella. Nowhere to go for Quest Esports on that defensive attempt. And no resources, no get out of jail free cards as Grimella building up flip. 3Z Breezy KOing with just the raw flip, it appears, and Switch interrupting desperately. Got that super surge in the last draft, but will it be enough on this defense? Takes so much damage and it's just KO'd.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that actually none of us talked about is the twin drive from Finny. So I don't know if you guys have paid attention too much so far, but there is always somebody on the side of Quest Esports debuffed from the Finny secondary. I mean, it's just out 24/7. And as you can see, someone on Quest Esports is either dying one after the other or getting extremely low one after the other. So it's very, very difficult to play against, as we've been saying here. But if there's any time, I mean, they have it set, right? They've showed that they can play against this comp. It was a little bit before the scaling, I will grant it, but still a chance here is Toasty with that core flip, keeping it out for now. Switch SSB and Hamster. I mean, no energy across the board right now, just trying to survive for as long as possible. But another one of these just unseen projectiles, the Finny card, just out of nowhere. The missile prop is just so strong for this comp, Saya.
And that's one of the X factors of compositions that have the Missile Propulsion Luna or the Finny, is that constant stress that the goalie has to face. Will they throw out a projectile now? Will this core get sniped out of my hands? And Toasty Local must be feeling the pressure here, as they don't have to just deal with Grimella and 3Z Breezy up close, but also all 3 members at range. Hamster Quest tanking that one, but 3Z Breezy flying in. It's so stressful to goalie against a composition like this in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, playing goalie against this comp sounds awful. I would never want to play. I'm glad I'm not a goalie player, as we're going to see a lot more coming here soon. Oh, but a great save there from Toasty, saving these strike shotguns. All of them are coming their way, but 3Z with that Egoist proc has the core flip, trying to find something, but not rushing it. They're playing passive, which I like so far, not giving Hamster Quest any opportunities to jump in on this open net. And Grimella getting that orb, almost goes down, and 3Z Breezy with the amazing kill combo with the flip on to Switch SSB, and now this might just be over. This might just be the series. Power play for Sundubu. Can they finish it here? Finny secondary going down, keeping it out for now. Switch comes back up, no longer a power play, but there's a lot of offensive momentum right now. You have to watch out if you are Toasty. Hamster Quest jumping forward, winning that strike. We're keeping it for now, and Switch with the heroic II rush from Zentaro, getting it into that top corner. So hard to save. Great timing, great prediction on the clear there, and just giving them a little bit more breathing room.
Another chance at this game here, and that was
no.
I was about to talk about Switch, but
oh no!
Wait a second, that Toasty Giga Blast might have just saved the game. Turns the power play into a 2v2, and when Toasty and Switch are in that 2v2, they have plenty of room to pass it back and forth. But 3Z Breezy has the hot shot, can dribble with the rocket, can stall enough time for a respawn to come in, and 3Z Breezy second layer, great barrage from Toasty Local to keep the barrier alive, and is working towards that core flip. But you gotta be so careful. You gotta keep your finger on the elusive button, because this comp could put you in danger so easily. Switch trying to stuff out the core flip, but Obscure Breads finds a way to get around. Switch though interrupting the dribble by 3Z Breezy. Flip comes out. The barrier still not taken. Great pass from Switch. From Toasty Local to Hamster Quest with the flip. The core accelerated, and now 2-2. Quest are not out of it just yet.
I mean, it feels like Quest is almost coming online now. I mean, nothing too much has changed, but something that kind of slipped through my eyes just because I was so focused on the Sundubu narrative almost was the Super Surge Zentaro went through. I mean, Super Surge on Zentaro, that's good enough to carry any game. But, I mean, as I say that, cast a curse a little bit here. Switch not even going to even be needed for any of these points, and it doesn't even matter. The 3Z Breezy Rocket going to end it all. No narratives for me or for Quest Esports. They are going to still be without a win going into week 4, but Sundubu manages to win this battle. They finally get a win on the board. Very, very needed in this first 3 weeks of play.
A very decisive, a statement win, although we had some hope for Quest at the end. This was still Sundubu feeling pretty much in control for the majority of this series, and from a team that has, I guess, had expectations that are closer to the top half of the standings than the bottom half. This type of win is very important as they head into a much nicer part of the season than their first 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I mean, I was going to say it. I think there's not really an easy game, right? One thing that I really, really like now about NASL Season 3 is it feels like every game I see, it could go either way. There's obviously favorites and there's more likely things to happen, but there's almost no team that I think doesn't deserve to be here, right? And I think Sundubu Strikers, pretty tough first 2 games, obviously. One of them against my team, and then I forget the second one, but either way, just played so well every single week I've seen them, and finally get the dub to show it, can finally prove that they do belong here. When obviously, I think also one of the higher up teams on a lot of people's prediction lists early on in the season, so finally getting back up there. Love to see it. One of my favorite teams, some of my favorite people to play with, and glad to see them win.
Yeah, definitely. And I think a big thing is though that Quest showed that they are here to play, of course, with great performances in their other 2 series as well. But here they made it close at the end. They made it close when it mattered. And Quest, if I think under better conditions, of course, Hamster Quest again at MagFest. When they're at their peak performance, I think they could pick up quite a few wins. Like you said, this season, so much closer than the last. Both NASA and Nassel, I think, just incredible to watch.
Oh, totally. Yeah. And like you said, I mean, Quest definitely is not out for the count yet. It's only the first third of the season. There's only been 3 games. There's 9 in total. They can easily still make playoffs. Had a pretty tough, I think, early schedule as well. Definitely not an easy game for them. Not even close. Nothing. Actually, I think they had the hardest schedule, Saya. If I remember correctly, was it Raw and Boys for them in the first 2 weeks? Yeah. I mean, okay. So Quest Esports probably the hardest schedule. I think they'll come back with a vengeance. I mean, they proved they could be here. They beat a ton of good teams in weeklies and and liftoff and landing. They have so many great games and great showings. Whenever I scrim them, it feels like that they're really, really good, right? So I definitely am expecting them to make some sort of a comeback here, at least show us that they definitely deserve their spot. But regardless, was not meant for it this week. We will see them next week, and we will see the Soon to Be Strikers try to even up their score at 2-2 next week as well. Let me see a little bit. Let's look for the schedule. Let's see what that is before we send it off to the post show.
All right, I found the schedule. It's for week 4, right?
Yeah.
It's Demons Raw versus the soon-to-be Strikers.
Oh wow. Okay.
And I know I yapped about the soon-to-be Strikers having a much nicer rest of the season, but there's still one more big roadblock before
they have a nicer half.
Yeah,
it's still the first half, guy.
And then it's Quest Esports versus the Bozo Bunch.
Okay.
Bun Bun Bonanza versus Era's Kitten Club.
Okay.
Oshino Coreflip versus Last Call.
Yep. Excited for that one.
And match of the week for next week, the Sad Boys versus Core Overflow.
Ooh, that's gonna be a good game. Okay, Core Overflow definitely. I think definitely having something to prove. Actually, I don't think they really have much to prove. I'm gonna be real, because the one game they did lose against EKC was very unfortunate. I think they're looking pretty good. Just played against them today as well, so definitely feeling pretty strong. I'm curious to see how they do against Demons Raw, who I've been looking pretty much untouchable so far this season, right next to Sad Boys. So I don't know. We'll see. But at the end of the day, that's the end of this week. I think we'll be going to a post show. I wonder who's going to be hosting that one. So we'll be probably going to a quick break here, I believe, Saya, while we get everything ready for that. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for all of you guys tuning in for the games, and we'll be right back with a post show.
See ya.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Who would have thought the host for the post show is me? And I'm here with an absolute line. Oh wait, other way. I'm flipped. Line of goats here to my left, whatever direction that is here on the camera. Breezy, Goomy, the Joker. We'll go left to right. Breezy, how you feeling after that win?
It's a chill vibe. You know, I like to play the Luna, so it felt good. Prop start. Let out the bombs and take the W. Felt good to get one on the board.
And Goomy, obviously pretty dominant performance, I'd say overall. Any thoughts about your match or just the matches today in general? How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. I mean, obviously, I'm a bit sick, so not feeling too good. Playing while you're sick obviously sucks. But I'm finally free from jail. No more Mako today, so that feels very good. I got to play some fun characters instead of playing Mako, so I'm very happy. And yeah, we just had an overall blast playing our games today.
And Joker, obviously, very familiar with our game today. But how you feeling about it? How you feeling about today? You know, obviously, the little bit of the oopsie last week, not really, pretty unfortunate, we'll say, but coming back strong overall this week with a pretty good series. I mean, how you feeling overall with the rest of the season and this week in general?
Yeah, happy to get the win today. Like we knew it was going to be a tough game. Obviously, you guys are a really good team, and those were some heater of games, and I had a lot of fun. Like last week was pretty unfortunate, and I think like we deserve a 3-0 record on our thing. But hey, what can you do? He just had to keep going and win every game in front of us now. So yeah, feel good.
Amazing. And I guess to talk about today, I guess we'll just kind of start from the beginning, right? And I'll kind of just prompt you guys a little bit. Boys versus Bozo. I mean, some would say not expected, some would say expected. I thought, Boys looking incredibly strong, even though Bells touches the game once a week. I mean, Goomy, what are your thoughts being 3-0 with the Sad Boys? Do you think they're looking weaker last year? Think they're looking the same? I mean, what are your thoughts about them?
I mean, honestly, if you just ban Vaughn's one trick, you just ban Atlas versus that team, they're so homeless. Like, it's actually insane how homeless Sad Boys is off the Atlas. So, yeah, that's kind of where our heads are right now. Bells doesn't play the game. Vaughn's a one trick. Caleb's a noob, obviously. So, chill vibe.
Gotcha. Well, I'm sure I'm sure you'll talk to them about that later. Joker, I guess about that first game as well. I'm not sure if you caught that one. Bozo versus Boys. I mean, anything that surprised you about it? You think it should have been closer? Think it was pretty expected? What are your thoughts?
I think I'm really impressed with how Boys just had it looked like they had a game plan. They looked like in complete control. I think Bozo did put up a good fight as well. The score. I remember Mystic during his cast, he was saying like the score looks kind of close, even though like if you watch the game, the eye test will tell you like the Sad Boys are dominating. And they just played like really well, man. They had a good game plan. I think their Tycho comp is really good. It's hard to play against. And then the night market game, Vaughn just completely shutting down Eyes Octavia, picking up the extra special Castelas and just making life hard for him. I expected them to win because that's just how Sad Boys come out. They always have a plan. So yeah, really well played by him.
Anything extra to add here, 3Z?
I think these two got it covered. Hey, 2 p.m. was good morning for me today, so I didn't catch that, didn't catch that match, but I knew it was going to be a Sad Boy sweep. Shout out to Bozo, though.
All right, well, into the next game, obviously EKC Oshi. A lot of question marks, I'd say, overall with Oshi, especially with Merchant not 100%, will Merchant be in, will it not? Ends up being in this week. Looked a little bit like they had some signs of life, but definitely some issues maybe with their map pick ban, maybe just kind of with the characters they're playing. Didn't seem like their game plan was really fleshed out there. EKC kind of felt a little bit ahead of them. Threezy, we'll start with you here. Any thoughts on this match? I'm not sure. Obviously, 2 p.m. was good morning for you, but I'm not sure if you caught anything else with there. Feel free to chime in with anything you want here on this one. Maybe just about the teams in general, what you expected.
I think I definitely expected EKC to win. I'm not sure if I expected them to win handedly, like they did, but I think they showed that they were really good against Cal. Obviously, that third game, a little bit of hijinks going on, but besides that, the first 2 games, against Cal, they showed that they can play. So I'm excited for our match against them. I think they're a strong team. Oshi and having some struggles with Merchant, obviously subbing in different goalies and stuff. We scrimmed them a couple days ago. They look pretty good. Forward to both those teams.
Gotcha. And Gumi, I guess my question to you, EKC, I feel like well, you guys play way different. Soren, I feel like, especially recently, been playing a lot of similar goalies as you now that you're out of Mako jail. Any thoughts on those games if you caught those at all?
I didn't watch the games. I'm gonna be honest. I was also in bed sick, so I didn't watch them. But Oshi is following their strat right. They're going to that 0-4 comfort zone in matches. Gonna bring it back for playoffs as they did last season, right? Go Oshi sweep. And EKC, I'm an EKC member. EKC for life, no or no. And Soren's a noob, but all good. They pulled it out.
All right, Joker. Anything to add here? Maybe How what do you think about Oshi? Do you think you agree with Gumi, or you think they're going to go 0-4 sweep and then come back, or do you think this season's going to be way harder for them? What are your thoughts here?
The only reason I'm going to say the season's going to be way harder for them is because the teams that they face so far, I mean, they still have to face like Sad Boys, right? They still have to face some strong teams. So first season, they got the hard teams all out of the way at the start, and then they like kind of breezed through like the lower level teams. But now they actually had to like get some pretty important wins. So I'm not sure if they have it in them to do it again, but I'm not going to count them out.
Yeah, well, they are against Last Call next week, so maybe Gumi's right. We'll see the 0-4, and then maybe from there. But no disrespect, big Oshi fan. Love to see them kind of come back and sweep from there. But EKC finally, looking a little bit stronger, looking how everyone really thought they were going to be looking this season. So game there. And then now to go over to our game, I guess we'll go with the other two, Joker, as a start here. Gumi, what did you expect with the cow LC? I'm trying to keep the yapping to a minimum because I'm still a little upset with that game, but it's all right. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, what were your expectations going into that one? Gumathy, you're muted.
Oh, I was muted.
No, you're all right. Yeah, it's fine.
I mean, honestly, just big shout out to Fudgy giving Joker that power that he needed to pull through. So, I mean, overall, these games were a real blast to watch. Knife's Edge, Amy's app, wow. But yeah, Fudgy Waffles MVP for those games. But these are two teams that I think at the start people would have had Cal like heavily separated in that number 3 spot. But Last Call has really been proving themselves to be a top contender. So I'm excited to see how the rest of the season turns out as Last Call continues to scale, and who knows, maybe they'll be in the same tier as Cal once we get to playoffs.
Very, very sound comment of you there. I really appreciate that one. 3Z, I know. I guess thoughts, any surprises about the game? No need to juice up or glaze either of the teams here. I mean, feel free, go right ahead if you want. But what are your thoughts on the games? What about the maps? Let's go there. Actually, I actually thought the map selection there was pretty funny. We went Amy Zap third. It was the Oni Village into Atlas Lab game 1 and 2. Thoughts on that one in terms of all the teams playing in there?
Yeah, it felt like they kind of had the edge on the Oni comp. You guys have been practicing that comp, and it's been working for you, but the Atlas just kind of shut it all down. But I liked how you guys responded in game 2. I thought you guys played really well, and I actually thought these games were going to be really close, and I was right. Like so fun to watch. I mean, the Amy Zap game, like whatever. If you don't enjoy Amy Zap, I just enjoy good Omega Strikers, and that game went set 5, so it was fun to watch. And I thought both teams played really, really well. Obviously, some mistakes like get down and so forth, but I mean, just high quality Omega Strikers. So I'm excited for Last Call. I think they're really good. Obviously, Cow. Nothing needs.
Yeah, and Joker actually something I'm just curious, I guess, for you. On that Oni game, you gotta. I guess I don't know if it was a debut for. I think it was actually a debut for. What's it called? NASL for the Estelle. Obviously, not a real debut. You've played that character a million times, but you haven't played that character this season, if I recall correctly. In that Oni game, felt really good for you. At least it looked really good for you from my point of view. So, how you feeling? You get to finally bust out that character, your old one trick.
I mean, knowers know that I played it last week into EKC. We kind of lost that game, but
okay,
honestly,
that
like
didn't happen. That's why I don't remember it.
no, but that aside, like, dude, like everybody who's been playing from beta knows, like that was my original character, and I'm like, she'll never be like not a comfort pick for me. And on Oni Village, she's like a really strong pick, so I just felt right at home. Like it felt really good to play that. I thought that was like my best game of the series, even though like obviously game 3, like I kind of had an impact in that game too, but that's Knife's Edge, whatever. But like that Estelle game like felt really good.
All right, and then I guess kind of quickly go over here. at least in my eyes, I think Bun Bun's definitely been looking a lot stronger. I had some moments in their game for the Raw versus Bun Bun game, but Gumi, just real quick through you, just you played it, right? How confident? I mean, obviously you're pretty confident going in here. You guys have no reason not to be, but especially after maybe that first set in that first map, was there any little hint of like, oh, maybe we should take these guys a little more seriously, or were you guys had it under control the whole time?
So basically where we were at is we loaded into the first game and we scrimmed Bose a bunch beforehand, so we were already warm up. We lost first set. I was like, guys, why did we lose first set? I don't even know. And they're like, I don't know. And then we loaded back into the game and then we just swept them like 13 billion goals in a row. So there was no
confidence coming in. I mean, obviously, Demon's Raw. I mean, looking pretty strong. Joker. Any I guess what are you looking at in the competitive's point of view, looking at Demon's Raw for when you'd have to play them in the near future?
I'm looking at them and I'm saying, hey, like we're a team that's capable of beating them, but we got to come at them like at our A game at our best, because that's a team with like all three roles. The players are like top of their role, so or like top two of their role at least. So these guys are like all like beasts, and if we want to beat them, gotta come at them though. Gotta come at them with all we got.
And 3Z, you're playing them next week. So what are your thoughts going into that game? Obviously, without giving away too much or really anything at all. Anything specific you're kind of looking at here? Maybe something you're excited to play against.
I always like playing against better teams because you end up, even if you lose, you end up getting a lot better. So it's nice to play them at the beginning of the season, to learn a lot from the games. Obviously, they don't really scrim a lot, so you won't find you won't find many opportunities to scrim those good teams. Like even Sad Boys too don't scrim that much. So basically treat it like a scrim in that you VOD review it and you look at it and you say like, hey, what could we learn? But I think any game is winnable for Sundubu, but like Joker said, we got to bring our A game. That much is for sure. We're gonna take a game or even a series on.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And then, oh, were you gonna add something, Gumi?
No, I was just gonna say for anyone watching from home, I just wanted to let you guys know, scrimming is completely fake. Whether or not you win or lose is like kind of decided at birth, rather if you're a good Omega Strikers player or not. So I mean, if you're not getting those results, might as well just hang up the mouse. So hey,
Hang
some
up the
people have
mouse,
the gene,
crazy.
yours no.
Holy.
You don't need his camera to tell like Goofy's smiling right now.
Yeah, I'm about to say
facts.
that's a very bold thing to say from someone who has the camera off right
I could
now.
just hear this guy grinning, man.
Yeah, man, he's got a
Bro's
big
cheesing
smile
right
right now.
now. He's
He is.
cheesing right now. Man. All right, and then the last game of the day that we just saw, just casted, just went through 3Z. How does it feel to finally get a win coming in early in the season? But last season was a little bit different from you guys. You guys kind of had a pretty strong early season, if I remember correctly, last season. But this season's been a little bit rougher. Even though I feel like you guys have been playing really well every single game. How does it feel to finally get that dub?
Yeah, I would say we weren't as prepared for for our first game, just because we kind of been on a little bit of a hiatus from the game, our setups and whatnot. But playing against Sad Boys felt like we really got back in our groove. Even though we lost, we were this close. Those games felt really good, and then we just knew going into this week, like if we kept that same energy from the previous week, absolutely stomped them, and that's what happened. Like no disrespect to Quest, but we're playing really well right now, so I'm just happy that like all three of us are at our A game and vibing. Definitely good to get a dub. I think our schedule gets easier from here outside of Demons next week. So we're looking forward to taking down some other teams kind of in the pack, solidify our spot for playoffs.
All right, and Gumi 3-0. I mean, we kind of said it already, so you can keep this quick. But 3-0. I mean, any surprise here? Any teams you're excited to play against the rest of the season?
I'm actually like really excited to play against Sindubu next week. I love those guys. I've been good friends with them since beta, Westies Unite, and it's always fun to play against 3Z and Josh and Breads, especially 3Z because I can like BM him and stuff. So yeah, I mean, I'm excited.
Yeah, and the standings coming in here, Joker. I guess a question for you here: any surprises coming here in the NASL standings that you just see, you feel like it's not right, or everything kind of working out for you here in terms of your predictions?
It looks about right to me, honestly, most part, except obviously like I'm gonna say it, like I think my team should be 3-0 and I think EKC should be 1-2. That's like the only result that like I'm like, damn, that should not have happened. But yeah, honestly, Sundubu did have a rough day one, I believe too. It was a team that they probably could have beat It was you guys, right? Last call. I forgot kind of,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
It was
that
Orbit's
one could have went
2.
either way too. Which honestly, I'm not really surprised. Other than like by now on paper, core overflow should be 3-0, and yeah, things happen. But looks pretty like normal to me. Like I'm not too surprised.
Gotcha. Confidence coming through here. Really no surprises, I guess, coming in here. I think everyone's power rankings were pretty similar overall. Maybe, you know, a couple things switched out here. There maybe Bozo Bunch taking an extra win or Bun Bun taking an extra win overall. But I'm not sure if we have a graphic for this, but I guess we can talk about matches next week. We already talked about the Raw versus Sundubu here, but to wrap up, we'll kind of talk about this after at 4 p.m. It'll be Bozo versus Quest. I guess we can do a real quick prediction if you guys rather want to do that. Who do you think's taking that Quest Bozo? Threezy would go for you first.
I mean, if Bozo has their full roster, I lean towards them. I don't know. That's gonna be a close game though, so it could go either way.
Gumi, any thoughts on Bozo versus Quest? I know you're a Forgoat fan, so
I am a Fergo fan. Knowers know that I'm the reason he plays goalie. I'll never stop saying that. I'm his father. But I think I'm gonna have to give it to Quest. I'm a huge Quest fan right now. I think Switch Super Smash Bros. Is the best player to ever touch the game. And I think that Dropletto is an X1 trick, so if they ban X, hey, Quest might be getting their first victory.
the yapping in full effect. Joker, Quest versus Bozo, who's taking it?
I think Quest's been looking a bit cold, even though like I like their players as individuals, like they're all playing really good. And I know they scrim a lot, but I'm gonna have to give the edge to Bozo. But this is like another one where like I'm not surprised if like Quest wins, right? Like this can go either way. I think it's gonna be like really close.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a close game, but I think Bozo, with how they've been playing, I really don't think they played very bad against Boys today. I thought Boys just kind of were ahead of the game, definitely had a little bit of a step above in terms of their game plan and how they actually, you know, executed overall. So I think that's kind of how that went. I don't think Bozo played bad, so I definitely am going to give the edge to Bozo there for that one and into the next one. I think this one's actually going to be a banger. So maybe some things here. I think regardless win or lose on either of these teams, I think this one will be an absolute bloodbath. Bun Bun versus EKC. Gumi,
yeah.
what are your thoughts on that game? Who do you think's taking it?
Oh, this is a really interesting one because I think these teams are honestly like really even right now.
Yeah.
But low key, I think it's an EKC sweep. I think if Bun Bun is able to play at their best, they can get up there and beat EKC. But I think EKC is like a lot more consistent than Bun Bun.
Gotcha. Joker, thoughts on this one?
I think it's gonna be an interesting one because I mean, all three of them in each of their positions, all the players, like they're about like equal like levels. I think they're all like really good players. I think the key matchup you want to look at in that game is the midfield matchup. We'll see if like Viari or Katsuna can have the edge there. And I think whoever has the edge in that game will take the game for their team because forwards, you know what they're going to give you. It's NXZD and Scyther, right? They're both beasts. Obviously, Soren and Lily, they're going to just play Amy and kick off abuse. But yeah, you just gotta see like how the midfielders play. Like I think it's the game's gonna rotate around them. Like what picks they play, what maps they pick.
Yeah.
Awakenings, all that. It's going to go down to the wire, I think. So yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see that one.
How about you, Thuzy? Anything to add? Maybe which brawler do you think might make an edge, if at all, that match? Or what do you think's gonna? I guess who do you think's going to come out on top? What do you think's going to be the reason? You know what I mean? What's the game plan here?
I mean, I'm gonna say is Kazan's not going away, right? This character is far and away probably the best brawler right now. So whichever team picks him and plays him the best is probably gonna win. That said, there's series today where he wasn't picked at all. So frankly, I have no idea. I really like both of those brawlers. I agree with Joker. You know what the forwards are going to give you. It's just a question of which midfielder is going to procure the rock more. It's going to put in more damage. It's going to have more pressure. You know what the goalies are going to give you, right? Both the Amy players obviously have some eject picks, hold it down picks, right? Mako for Lily. I mean, yeah, going to be an exciting match. So looking forward.
Gotcha. And then kind of talked about it a little bit. I'll kind of hold my opinion on the LC versus Oshi, but just kind of real quick because we'll get to the match of the week, which I think people want to hear about a lot more. The Oshi versus LC here, 3Z. I guess real quick, what are your thoughts on that match?
It'll be interesting to see whether Oshi will be in form. Obviously looking a little bit inconsistent. But like they did it last season, so they can put up a fight. You guys look really good though, so I'd be surprised if you lose. No pressure or anything, but yeah, definitely looking forward to that one as well.
Joker, anything, any heroics from Oshi coming in here? What do they need to do to take the dub next week?
Dude, I think it's gonna be tough for them. Like, overall, I think Last Call is just way stronger. Yeah, like to me, Last Call is like a playoff lock team in my opinion. I think they can make playoffs like easily, and this is just gonna be another win in their like column to get them closer to that playoffs. Oshi really has to pull something out to be able to get the win here because they're up against some hard teams they still gotta face. So yeah, we'll see if they can do it.
Anything extra to add here, Gumi, or do you want to go right into Boys Cow? What's your
Well,
thoughts here?
I mean, Last Call is obviously a team that's on the rise in everybody's rankings. The stocks for Last Call are going through the roof. And unless Oshi signs Zay Forever and Xeno Gemini before next week, I think it's a bit of a
We
Last
already
Call.
signed Xeno actually, so that's out of the
Zay is
question.
a soon-to-be Strikers
over.
member, so
No, not
go ahead.
happening.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Well, Gumi, right back to you, just so you can talk a little more. Boys versus Cow, match of the week. I'm super excited for this match. I think this one's going to be an absolute banger. Honestly, 3 kind of banger matches this week, if not all of them are pretty good. Who do you think's taking it, first of all, Gumi, without any explanation? And then after you say that, you can explain yourself a little bit. But let's see, who's taking it? Boys, Cow. I want to hear it.
Sad Boys. I'm sorry, Joker.
That's fine.
It's like Demons and Sad Boys have been on top for like 10 years. I would like to see someone start beating us, but I mean the competitive thing, like, it's so stale right now, the competitive scene. So hey, it would be cool if Cal won. It would be cool if one of the top 2 teams were dethroned, but I don't see it happening.
Gotcha. 3Z. Any thoughts on that match?
I mean, I don't know who's gonna win, to be honest, because Cal, like, they put in the time, they put in the hours. Like, that's a good team. We've scrimmed them. You see what they can do. Barring like things going on, I think. I mean, close match. It's just a question of, obviously Vaughn is like super great at midfield, and Joker is like showing that he can be. It's just a question of whether he's in form. Kind of challenge Vaughn.
Oh, Mike kind of stopped working there for a second. 3Z.
He was spitting.
You were
though.
spitting, and then it.
I was gonna say whether he can procure it just as well as
yeah.
Vaughn can.
Gotcha. Joker, any extra thoughts on this match? Anything you're excited? Any players you're glad to face here, if not all of them?
Dude, those guys are all my friends, man. They know how much I love them. They know how much like we played against each other in the past. Like when I'm on the brawler position, I played against them a lot. Now in midfield, I played them twice already. I think they beat us most recently, even though we've beaten them before. So like, I mean, we've beat them before, but we know we can do it. We just gotta like show up, right? Like we know how good they are. Those guys all like consistently really good players. And even though like people have question marks about like Bells isn't playing the game, or like Vaughn has been playing a lot of League of Legends recently, like those guys can still bring it. Like there's teams that are scrimming every day or every other day, and then they just pull up with Atlas Dubu forward and cap them anyway. So yeah, we know those guys are good and we always have respect. But hey, we think we can win. We're gonna go and try to win.
24 out of 62 knowers now. Definitely playing a lot of League recently, but I'm excited about that one. That one's definitely. I think that one and Bunny KC are probably my tops to watch. I think Raw Dubu, while it will be very entertaining, it is always a little bit bittersweet to see the Westies go to war. I'm definitely a little bit sad to see whoever loses that one. Don't want to see the little bit of self battle, a little civil war. But regardless, I think next week's going to be a banger. Excited for all of you guys to see all of you guys, the viewers and you three, play as well. I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, I don't know if any of you guys want to shout anything out. Any last little words from anyone here? Breezy, Gumi, Joker, nothing? It's fine if
Hey,
it's nothing.
all I'm gonna say is you said you're excited to watch us three play. Hey, we're excited to watch you play too, Borovia. Entertaining player to watch. One of my favorite
Facts.
players.
One of the most. I would say. Not to
gotta glaze my boy a bit.
Guys.
You all know we love you, Borg.
Please,
Okay.
Please, it's okay. I was down on myself earlier for about 5 minutes. That's all.
Yeah, I had to make sure that you weren't down on yourself longer.
No,
than
it was
that,
like
guys.
5 minutes. I punched my pillow and I was good. So
Jordan
we're
West,
chilling.
who's next?
Yeah,
Facts.
who's next?
Hey,
We're
shout out to
chilling
my
back
mom.
into it.
She was watching my game today.
Shout out to
so.
Breezy Breezy's mom. Shout out
Mom
to my
buff.
girlfriend and whoever else is watching. All the viewers at home. We'll see you next week, January 27th, the next Saturday, 7 days from now. 6 days and 16 whatever hours, however long the stream's been running. So see you guys there. Make sure you stay tuned for anything this week, any weeklies coming up. And thanks everyone for watching, and I'll see you guys later.